Mic check one. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, nothing. Oh, there it is.
Mic check two. Mic check two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You're good.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in to the Wisconsin Wrestler Podcast YouTube page. We are coming to you live from Sparta High School here at the Sparta Invite. I'm Teague Fenwick, and I'll be bringing you the action for the rest of the day. And we got a whole trio here today. We're going to have Mr. John Mackey, who if you listened in on the Richland Center invite, and Bi-State, once he gets back up here, he'll be joining me back on the mic. But we also have a camera guy / a third man on the team who's filling in for John right now. We got a Neillsville Greenwood Loyal graduate, Jared Boone, on the mic, giving it a shot today.
Yeah, happy to be here. Happy to watch him wrestle. I think one of the hardest parts, and you've noticed this so far, is having a slight pass and coaching and a homerism for a team here. Just doing my best not to yell out during the matches, though. Try to show no favoritism going forward and just give everyone some wonderful commentary.
Yeah, and Jared, you said Neillsville started coming to this tournament the year after, or was it Mauston that started coming in 2014?
So, as far as I know, Neillsville has been coming to this tournament since early 2000s. I know starting in 2014, Mauston started coming to this tournament. That's one of the things I'm really loving to see about the tournament now is kind of the mix-up in different teams from Division I, some from D3 and D2, obviously with Sparta being there. So plus seeing lots of new faces. I remember when I used to come here, Morona Grove wasn't here, a bunch of other schools. So you love seeing the mix, so you get to see different wrestlers, different quality from across the state.
Yeah, about 16 teams here at the Sparta Invite today. Just looking at the top 5 right now real quick. In the middle of the second consolation round, we have here we'll refresh the team score. Chippewa Falls is 5th with 60.5. Reedsburg is 4th with 91. Sparta's 3rd with 100.5. Marshfield is 2nd right now, and the Holman Vikings are 1st with 125 points. No, we were going to start the commentary starting with the semifinals, but this kind of got the itch. We've been here for a few hours. We've been watching some good wrestling and wanted to hop on the mic here. Right now, we're in that second consolation round. The next round is going to be the semis and the consolation semis. On mat 2 right now, that is Neillsville Greenwood Loyals, Jacob Luchterhan, a 20-19 freshman. He's taking on Lucas Stanley of Adams Friendship. Luchterhan with a nice armbar right now. I think he might have a double locked up and going to pick up some near fall as we head into the second period.
Always a great way to pick up some points, especially at the end of a period. Give you a little fresh chance going to a new one.
So Luchterhan going to be up 4-0 this round. Important for teams in that team race. If you win this one, you get a chance to place up to 5th still. If you lose, you're done for the day. So I think kids with that motivation to maybe not want to sit in the bleachers for a few extra hours. Good shot there by Luchterhan on mat 2. And a good dump. We'll see if he can finish here.
I was a bit concerned there. I thought he was a little stretched out, but he managed to readjust and get in a good position and hopefully come out the back door here. But we'll see if the Adams Friendship wrestler can stay on top here.
Now another consolation match here as they reset over here on mat number 2. New match starting on mat number 1. We have Holman's Eli Lechecki and DeForest Michael Zolkowski. Zolkowski a 4-21 freshman. Eli Lechecki a 14-20 senior. Lechecki with an early takedown there. Looks like
trying to get a crossface cradle there. A little bit tough. Might want to try to break him down there first. Could maybe try a corkscrew there, barbed wire, or some call across state.
Good knee slide action there by the freshman out of DeForest. Lechecki part of that Holman squad this year that kind of took their bumps early on. Still working on getting fully healthy, but it seems like they're starting to come into form here near the end of the year as we get closer to the postseason.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong here, Teague. This would be, I believe, Lancaster's first year coaching at Holman, right?
Yeah, new head coach for Holman this year is Justin Lancaster. And, man, talk about a good pickup. Lancaster coming over from Freedom where he won 2 state titles in 2015 and 2019. Not often that you get to replace a coach like Jason Luloff with another coach that has a couple state titles to his name.
Yeah, you always love to see it, especially great for a program like Home Bell, the families and everything is happy to see the continued tradition of success with the program and Obviously, it's always difficult to gain new philosophies through the door and potentially different styles. But so far, from what I've been hearing, it's been a good change, and Luloff has been in a good position too with a good partnership.
As we have some blood time here on mat number 1, Lechecki and Zolkowski. Blood time in a match with Lechecki seems all but a guarantee now at this point after following him in his career. Again, take things over to mat number 2, where it looks like Marshfield's Dylan Hagen picked up a win over DeForest Cash and Teach. So Marshfield 20 points behind Holman right now in the team standings. Any bonus point matters for them. If there's any team that knows how to pick up bonus points, though, it is the Marshfield Tigers.
Some would say they're pretty good at pouncing on those bonus points when need be.
You nailed it with that one, Jared.
Well, we have an interesting
Neilsville
matchup here. Yeah, Lutheran versus...
Looks like Mr. Sudbrink out of Osceola Fairchild. That'd be Dustin Sudbrink, a 5'15" senior.
Picked a bad day not to wear my glasses.
Oh, yeah, you do actually have glasses. You should know you're a college roommate.
Yep. You call me your friend. Just kidding. This is also good action, a little conference preview.
And Jared, Luke Derhan, that's the second Luke Derhan that we've seen. I know you wrestled with the Luke Derhan as well. Can you explain the Luke Derhan family tree to us, please?
I mean, they're all related and have the same last name, but oddly enough, they're
Is
not
it all
siblings. No, they're cousins. Millsville, lots of families with the same last names. That's what happens in those beautiful small towns. And a nice pin. It looked like what, an arm bar into a kind of a half turn. A little bit of a stack.
Looks like this round going by pretty quickly with the pins at the moment, as we're going to head back to, we'll head to mat 3 actually, as we got some more consolation action rolling here. Looks like that's going to be Viroqua's, I believe, Blaine Primer wrestling Noon Haas out of Monona Grove, McFarland. Up to 160 pounds here. That's Tiesto Noon Haas. Haas looking for his first win on the year. Primer, a 15-9 junior from Viroqua. He gets in early on a shot, takes Haas right to his back.
Let's see if Josh getting a good pin position here.
Hey, good fight there by the sophomore out of Monona Grove.
Yep, great. Yeah, tricky to have a potential pinning position like that, but now get the restart, fresh breath. So hopefully get a good combination here off the bottom, get out.
And action off the mat. It seems mat number 2's a pin magnet right now. I think it's been 3 straight pins in the first period in a row over there. Haven't really been able to get a look.
Got our attention over on mat 3 here. Next thing you know, there's a pin on mat 2. Ooh, nice little arm bar.
And Primer gets the pin to advance to the consolation semis next round for the Blackhawks. Looks like he'll have a teammate wrestling up here in this next round. It'll be sophomore Anthony DePietro who's taking on Colton Petska out of Chippewa Falls. Got a couple new matches starting here after a fresh set of pins. Take it back over to mat number 1 with Lechecki and Zolkowski.
Seems like he's really trying to get that arm bar in deep. Bob's doing pretty good defense. Got bridge here, fight it. Stick your feet, plant them, and stick. That's looking pretty tight. Oh.
Jared, I think that's about the 3rd or 4th match in a row we've seen with arm bar. Seems to be the move of the day.
Arm bars are hot right now. Fans love it.
Looking 10 minutes into the commentary career, looking for that tagline. I like it.
Just trying to leave an impression on all the fans. So try to remind you to bring me back in the future.
Looks like that match may have ended over on 1 as well. We'll go over to mat number 2, where we have another Viroqua wrestler.
Looks like Sullivan versus May.
Yeah, that's Caden Sullivan of Viroqua and Dakota Mayer of DeForest. As Sullivan let Mayer up, and Mayer went right into a shot. Nice job continuing to wrestle, but Sullivan with a good sprawl.
Control, short time if you want to be smart here. Try to get behind. Oh. A little missed opportunity, but always plenty of time to make it back up. That's kind of rough when it's only a consolation side, only 1 minute first period, so.
Yeah, that first, if you can get that first takedown, especially in the 1 minute consolation, that's huge. Nice job by Mayer getting the escape, though, to make it 2-1.
Yeah, keeping up the good fight. I would say, T, this might be shocking news, but I'd say just getting the first takedown in general is always a good sign.
Yeah, no, I'd say a little more too when it's just like a 1 minute first.
Yeah, but now we're getting to see an effort here, all tied up again, so pretty much a fresh new match with only 2 periods left.
Over on mat number 1, little Badger Conference action between Owen Vec of DeForest and Avery Hanusa of Baraboo. A couple of freshmen right now as Vec's up 6-1 at the moment. Getting to the close of the first period. We'll bring the action over onto mat 2 or 3 if we have a close one here, but right now it seems like we're just flying through this round.
Yeah, looks like lots of good wrestling, but also lots of pins so far, which has been surprising. Like I mentioned before, armbars have been hot, but everybody's been wrestling pretty intense. Sweaty too.
Yeah. Had to take the sweatshirt off for a second. The heating definitely doing its job right now here at the gym in Sparta. Probably helps too. That pretty packed crowd here today. As we said, 16-team tournament. Got 3 mats. So we look below us here. Stands are pretty full as well.
Ooh.
So we maybe have someone going to their back on mat number 2.
Yeah, we had a pretty good brackets here so far. It seemed like the only bracket that was struggling to be filled was 106, and just curious if this has been something you've kind of been noticing across the state or more so in specific areas or anything?
I would say if someone who looks at a lot of brackets, it seems 106 generally seems to be light. It's almost like 106 through heavyweight's a bell curve if you look at it, where 132 through 160 are going to be the more full brackets. 106 and heavyweight.
Well, looks like you call him in maybe front headlock with a little cow catcher action or on the side there.
And Sullivan, who was up 4-2, gives up the huge move there to Mayer, and Dakota Mayer picking up the pin, and he'll be moving on to the consolation semis.
You know what I always wonder? You know, like all these moves in Wisconsin have interesting names like the cow catcher and whatnot. I just love to hear the verbiage for other states.
We have a couple, we do a show with Josh Raymond of the Alan Josh Show in Minnesota, and sometimes when we talk moves or we do commentary together, we got to discuss and differentiate this is what you actually call it over here. So it is fun to see those regional differences. We'll keep, I think we might have had almost 3 pins in a row on mats 1 through 3. As let's talk about 160 about a minute ago. Now we're up to 195 pounds.
Aren't those kids just grow up so fast nowadays? Getting bigger every day.
We have Holman's Carson Weber, 15 and 17 senior, taking on Ben Yeager of Chippewa Falls, a 1-2 junior.
Nice little fireman dump on mat 3.
And Weber taking Yeager right to his back.
Things are going quick now.
See
if you can get the head here, pick it up, look for a pin. Good fight on bottom. Ref really trying to get in there, look for the pinfall, but good bridge there. Yep, try to punch your arm through. They're looking good.
And 15 seconds left for Weber to find a pin in this one.
This is the most important part of matches, just trying to fight towards the end of matches, make sure you don't give anything up.
And Weber might almost be blocking that shoulder from hitting the mat with his arm at the moment.
Good grit and determination there. Good job, I believe, Yeager. Good fight there. That's one thing I noticed when I had the opportunity to coach high school over in Minnesota. Lots of verbiage was different, but also style and setup of different kind of things.
Oh, yeah, it's fun. Oh. Josh and I talked about that a little bit, too. You almost, the difference between, the East Coast, the Midwest, and the West Coast, you're almost watching 3 different sports, even if you're just watching folk-style wrestling. Right now on mat 2, Weber up 5-0. Going for a pancake attempt, trying to take Yeager to his back again.
Looks like 2 bulls going at it right now.
Weber with the escape makes it 6-0. And I see Holman versus Chippewa Falls. I think of the week 1 football rivalry that the Vikings and the Cardinals have developed the last 10, 15 years or so.
Getting little flashbacks of the gridiron right now.
Stalling.
keep an eye on that. Minute 35 in the second period. Red Jaeger just got hit with his first stalling call.
Weber building up to a 6-0 lead. We're going to take things over. I think we have a little closer match over on mat number 1, where Sparta freshman Logan Engel is up 2-0 on Adam Friendship senior Ross Stanley. Sorry, make that 2-1 now.
Ooh, good little get behind there by Ross.
And Engel,
sorry. Sorry, I was thinking of a French joke with Ross in my head, and I just got stuck, so I decided to bail. Sorry for the best of everyone.
Engel up 4-1 now with 1 minute left in the second period. Off the camera action, Weber does end up securing a pin on Jaeger.
Yep. Angle on top, might have to look to work a little bit more, but doesn't look like Bomb's doing enough, so I don't know if I have to worry about any stall calls.
It looks like
I think he has a 2-on-1 armbar.
Yeah, maybe it looked like he was maybe going to go for a showstopper there.
Yeah, switched in. He had an arm behind the back. Now he's switching to a bar. Switch over to a half maybe. There you go.
Oh, we have a question actually, Jared, from one of our YouTube participants, Ben Wundy. Question for you. What other wrestling families does the wrestling historian Jared know about?
Obviously, there's historical families, like obviously down in Random Lake, Mud Lobster, some well-known. Obviously, I'm forgetting some, not to be rude to any of those well-known families. Got put on the spot. I don't have my spectacles on to look at my history book, so might have to be a callback to a later one. But.
I appreciate you folks for tuning in on YouTube. 17 viewers right now tuning in here to the Sparta Invite. Getting to the 285 consolation semis next round, or sorry, not consolation semis, second round of consolation. After this, we are going to be starting our semifinal matches and running through. I think we're going to be seeing a good semi right off the bat, or I'm at least excited to see it. We're going to have a Holman freshman Caleb Rundy taking on the 1 seed here, Trainer Curtin of Reedsburg. That'll be coming up. Sounds like it is in the hole on mat number 2, so we are pretty close to the semifinals starting. Other 106-pound semifinal, John Sternweiss of Marshfield and Landon Connolly of Sparta. Right now, still 4-1 in favor of Engel over on mat number 1. And 1:10 left in that match. We'll see if Stanley can get something going here as he tries to get some separation on the edge of the mat.
And if you might be hearing some cheering, there was a pin by Henke of Reedsburg over Valor of Boston. That was a heavyweight second round consolation, so I believe what will you be moving on to? It'll be the 5th or 3rd place match.
It'll be, Henke with his win will be wrestling in the consolation semi. So he'll be either wrestling, depending on how his next match goes, either for 5th or 7th. Over on mat number 1, looks like Engel trying to pick up the pinfall over Stanley now. It's the only match
trying to find that head to get in a good position there. Maybe try to get perpendicular here too to get more pressure on the opponent.
I thank Janelle Curtin for tuning in as well. Have to assume Janelle is of Reedsburg origin, given the last name. We're going to head over. Got new action starting over on, we're going to go over to mat 3, get some Badger Conference action here over on the west side of the state between Baraboo and DeForest. It's going to be Jihad Lewis, a 1-6 sophomore of DeForest, taking on John Rogers, the 5-16 freshman out of Baraboo. You know, some of these freshmen and sophomores, even if their records don't necessarily jump off the page, it's always nice to get wins in this round and just get into a placement. It can be a huge confidence builder for someone looking to grow in this sport.
That's what I'm always saying, especially with these early guys. Don't worry about your losses. It's all about gaining experience, gaining more familiarity on the mat. So you get in those positions, you feel less awkward, you know what to do, and then after that, it just becomes easy. It also comes along with the confidence too, just being more comfortable. So the biggest part is just make sure you keep believing in yourself and also your wrestlers to do their best.
Well, looks like we'll head into the second period We're at number 3, 0-0 between the two underclassmen. Checking out Bearber with 8 wrestlers here today. 3 in the semis, Peyton Oberg at 126, Connor Gorski at 138, and Luke Stotts, a very impressive wrestler. He's the 1 seed at 195. DeForest, who brought a full team to the table today. They have a few wrestlers who've already made it to that Consolation semi-round. Lewis looking to join a few of his teammates in a placing as well. So it seems we're full swing now into the upper weight action here. So we got 1-0 between Lewis and Rogers on mat number 3. Mat number 2, we got a 2-0 match, but that one gonna end in a pin.
Bling blam, that's a pin.
With Owen Dom of Viroqua. Then on a mat number 1, we got a match knotted up. Oh, I guess it's 25 seconds in. Match just starting between Roth of Monona Grove McFarland and Hayden Anderson of Sparta. Want to thank Mr. John Mackey running the camera for us right now. Got a full crew here today. Gonna have John jump on for the semi action here. It's like no takedown there over on, I know we missed it on the camera, but we'll go over to mat number 1. So we got a 0-0 match. At the end of this period with about 10 seconds left, we're going to head over to mat number 2 where our semifinals are starting between Reedsburg's Trainer Curtin and Holman's
good first takedown.
Caleb Rundy.
He's riding hard. Nice little tie twist. Ooh, got the arm behind. Let's see if we can work some in there. Ooh.
Curtin right now ranked 7th in the state in Division 1. Rundy ranked 10th, so good ranked matchup here in the semis between the 1 and the 4 seed.
Really trying to work for that 2-on-1. Oh, he's got to watch for a tilt here. Yep. Got to keep those hits inside. Looking good. That's some near fall right there if you can hold it. I think he got a 2 count there. Yeah, he went from a 2-on-1 into an armbar, but lost that now. Restart, look some fresh points. Let's see if Holman can work up from the bottom. Rundy. It's really been working that 2-on-1 there, behind the back. Yeah, it looks like he's really going for his bread and butter offense there. Worked it right into an armbar with the wrist. Ooh, that's tight, folks. Yeah.
Big pin there by Curtin. I was glad you took the call on the play-by-play there, Jared. I was about to talk about how this could be a postseason rematch, but Holman moving north in their sectional now in Division 1. Holman and Reedsburg shared the same regional for I don't know how many years, but big shift in the Division 1 postseason format.
Well, this is the first year with the super regionals now, too, isn't it?
Yep, so Division 2 and 3 will be having a super regionals this year, where it's going to be 13 teams, top 4 wrestlers from each super regional qualify. So it helps balance out some teams that we may have seen stuck in really tough regionals before. We got a consolation semi starting on mat number 2 here. It's Preston Seebecker of Mauston Nacita and Cameron Werrell of River Ridge.
You know, I would love to see maybe make a comeback in wrestling, Teague.
Let's hear it.
You know, back in the day, back when they'd have a potential, like, I don't know if it was the top 2 placers or whatnot, but having a tournament between all 3 divisions, top placers in each weight class. See what happens. It doesn't have to be anything serious, but I think that'd be fun.
Kind of reminds me of the hypothetical YouTube series Steve and I did this summer, Podium Winner Palooza, where we discussed what those tournaments would look like between place winners at different divisions.
Nice side cradle pin here. That is pretty tight. Good pin by
Seebecker. Seebecker, pretty big name in the Mauston area. as we're getting into our 106-pound action. We'll get the commentary rotation rolling here. So we're going to bring Mr. John Mackey on.
Howdy, y'all.
John, been a couple of weeks since we've been on the mic together, but I think we'll knock the rust off pretty quickly here.
Seasoned vets, we get it.
How excited are you to be back on the mic here? How excited are you to be at this tournament today?
Oh yeah, Teague, I'm excited. Like you said, just been a few weeks. Haven't been on the mic since the Bi-State Classic. Just excited to be back at a tournament I'm familiar with and just see some good wrestling today.
So we got another semifinal starting here on mat number 2 between Adams Friendship's Blade Wallner and Reedsburg's Bo Severson. Wallner 17-7 senior, Severson a 16-7 junior. It's Reedsburg with a slew of semifinalists, especially in these lower weights. Feel like I'm watching the Richland Center Invite all over again,
yeah,
John.
just flashbacks, Teague. We'll see a handful of those pretty decent Reedsburg wrestlers throughout their lineup, especially the undefeated Gonzalez up at 220 later.
You got to say, I think Gonzalez is one of the guys that I have labeled as appointment viewing whenever he's on the mat, even if it's just for a short period of time. So right now we have no score here in the first period. 1 minute into this 113-pound semifinal. It's like we got another semifinal that we'll keep tabs on. It's the other side of that 106 bracket. We're on mat number 3 between John Sternweiss of Marshfield and Landon Connolly of Sparta. A couple of freshmen battling it out.
Yep, we've got about 35 seconds here, Teague. Nice shot from Wallner of Adams Friendship on mat 2. Maybe looking to capitalize, get some points on the board here in the semifinal bout at 113 pounds. But looking like we might go stalemate possibly here. Yep, and the ref does call it. Get a fresh restart back up on our feet. Go neutral with about 21 seconds to go.
Yeah, Reedsburg already with one finalist in Curtin, and imagine got to be pretty happy if you're Coach Rob Bouch of Reedsburg with that group of 3 from 106 to 120 with Curtin, Severson, and Cade Parrish, who's also going to be wrestling in the semifinals a little later today. By a little later, I mean probably 5 to 10 minutes because he's at 120.
Yep, so we'll see the 120-pounder from Reedsburg coming up shortly. Still knotted at zeros, end of period 1 on mat 2. It's looking like Wallner's going to get choice. He's going to elect to go bottom to start the second period here.
Blood time over on mat number 3 as they're resetting. That one's 2-2. We'll try our best to keep you updated on the action here with both mats. I'm going to do a quick little zoom out attempt just to see if maybe we can get both mats going here at once.
I think that works, Teague.
And you know what? We'll give it a shot here with both mats. So mat number 2, we got Wallner versus Severson. Mat 3, Sternweiss of Marshfield up 5-2 now.
Wallner getting some backs and the pinfall on mat 2. So we'll see Wallner advance to the 113-pound final later this afternoon. Big pinfall over Severson of Reedsburg.
Wallner going to go against the winner of Caden Guntner of Osseo Fairchild and Espen Pitts of Austin Nacita.
Looking like Gunther and Pitts knotted at zeros right now. Pitts looking to work a double, but looking like Gunther's got something else in mind.
That action over on mat number 1. We'll tune in if that match stays close over there. Early goings right now. So we'll keep things over on mat number 3. Sternweiss up 5-2 now, looking to ride out. Shoulder roll attempt by Connolly and almost gets caught on his back.
Yep, I believe we've got 2 swipes held there too, Teague. So might see Sternweiss adding a couple more backs to his point total here.
And John, just need you to confirm this. One Jenna Rose commenting on our feed today that you are missing your sister's birthday today.
Indeed, missing the sister's birthday. So shout out Jenna, happy 24th. We'll see you soon enough.
Thank you for tuning in, Jenna. I want to thank everyone for tuning in to the action today. Wrestling started at about 9:30, and I'd say with 3 mats, tournament moving pretty quickly so far. So we have a blood time over on mat number 3. We're going to head over to mat number 1.
Yeah, looking like Pitts is off to a nice 2-0 lead to start the first period. About 30 seconds to go. Running a nice deep waist ride on the edge. Really just good match management right now. Thanks, sir.
15 seconds left in the first period now. I know Pitts with a teammate and Espen Sweers, who Sweers hurt right now, but that's been a pretty rare name in general. The fact that Boston has 2 of them on their team, something I didn't expect.
Yep, nice reversal attempt from Gunther there, Teague, or Guntner there from Osseo Fairchild, but still Pitts able to defend, close out the period 2-0 lead.
Osseo Fairchild, also known as the gateway from Neilsville to Eau Claire, some would say. Good little midway.
You're really reaching here, Teague, with the Millsville references.
Yeah, I should probably save those for you, Jared. We got a little banana split over on mat number 1.
And that will do it for the swipes, I think, Teague. Looking like we're going to have 3 for sure locked up here. Pitt's doing a good job at just defending this off, but that'll do it. Guntner with the pinfall from Osseo Fairchild in about 2 minutes and 23 seconds here in the second period.
Yeah, putting Pitts in the splits and ending that one in the second period. We're going to head over to more semifinal action.
Yeah, we've got Sternweiss now up 10-2 on Connolly of Sparta. Looking like we're still seeing quite a bit of reoccurring blood time, Teague. We're actually going to see the Sparta wrestler dip below about 4 minutes here left on his blood time clock. Might have to break out the face tape.
So I think it is getting to about that time in the match here, and I think Sternweiss being up 10-2, maybe just the formality of finishing of things at this point. But we'll keep things over on mat number 3 right now as they're looking to finish things out. That's some consolation semi-action off the mat at the moment. Mat number 2, Alex Klum of Viroqua up 6-0 on Anthony Soberano of Chippewa Falls. Mat number 1, New Consi semi-starting Lydia Hutter of Adams Friendship and Brandon Walters of Sparta squaring off against each other. We do have a reset here in the 106-pound semi.
Yeah, looking like Sternweiss is going almost like a claw ride to the far shoulder. Maybe get a barbed wire here. But Connolly doing a good job. Just not enough effort and is still going to remain in the bottom position as we hit blood time here with about 30 seconds to go in the second.
Maybe we'll take things over. We're going to head over to mat number 1. Something happens between Connolly and Sternweiss. We'll bring you back to it. But we'll keep some wrestling action on the screen for you folks.
Yeah, we got a nice 2-1 matchup on mat number 1 right now between Walters and Hutter of Adams Friendship. Walters up 2-1 right now. Looking to go. Yeah, I was going to say that might have been full Nelson call there, Teague. Yep, so we'll have Hutter get the point penalty and then get a fresh restart here on bottom, knotted at 2s.
And another thing, too, if someone gets a penalty on top, if I had a wrestler on bottom in those situations when I was coaching, you just tell them to get more aggressive with it because it kind of makes that top wrestler a little more hesitant at times.
Yep, and it almost looking like, yeah, and we'll end the period there. Just no turn. Still knotted 2s going into the second where Hutter will defer the choice to Sparta.
Got a match finishing up on mat number 2. So Hutter and Walters tied up going into the second period. We're going to head over to mat number 2 as it looks like we have another semifinal match taking place. Get to see another 1 seed in action. Drake Gazda of Mauston Nacita is squaring off against Easton Ledden of Marshfield. Ledden, 18-14 freshman, had a pretty impressive 15-2 victory over Camden Thiel of Holman.
I'm just going to see what it looks like.
I think one of the important narratives of speaking on that Holman Marshfield match, that's a match that we could potentially see or not see, depending on moves made at team sectionals, John.
Yeah, that's true. So those two now with the Holman moving north, possible opportunity to run into each other. And it's looking like Ledden here on a nice low single on Gazda too. Might end up in a bit of a scramble position. And if you're Ledden here, you're just looking to elevate the ankle. Just trying to get hips underneath the shoulders. Get Gazda in a bad position, but Gazda doing a good job defending here.
As it seems like one of those guys, John, where in those positions a lot of kids are uncomfortable, and he almost seems to like it there sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely got a lot of tools in a number of different spots, but right here, dangerous position going upper body.
And I think we're just starting with the fireworks on this one as Gazda with the early takedown. Ledden with an early escape, not backing down against the number 1 seed. Gazda state qualifier for the Eagles last year.
Yeah, Ledden doing a real good job right now, just forcing the affair against Gazda. And Ledden, too, just with a little bit of height on Gazda, use that length to a bit of an advantage here. Uh-oh. And looking like Gazda might be locked up in a bit of a loose cradle. Hard to tell, but he's in a
good
defend,
trip.
go split position here. And it looks like we've got 2 swipes actually on that. Yep. So we have Gazda up here now 6'1" in the semifinals at 120 pounds. Looking to just go a nice half Nelson, maybe inside wrist.
Trying to pull Ledden onto his lap there for a second. Getting easier half to work with as we head to the closing seconds of the first period here at the 120-pound semifinal. Connolly Sternweiss still going on over on mat number 3.
Yep, blood time now under 3 minutes, Teague. About 2:53 left. Sternweiss up 12-3. I'm not sure exactly how much time we actually have on the match clock, but you know, the Sparta wrestler doing as much as he can to get that nose plugged and cleaned up.
We're at 101 in the third period now, so about 2 minutes of match time, 2 minutes of blood time, and about 10 minutes of real time have passed since we last checked in on that match. And start of the second period here on mat number 2. Gazda starting down as Ledden looking to throw those legs in right away. Gazda's up 6-1. We're going to head over, I think, almost a feature match here in the semifinals. Over on mat number 1, you have state runner-up from last year, NGL's Luke Dukes, who's undefeated on the year. He's taking on a sophomore, Peyton Oberg. No score early into this match. Oberg 8-3 to start his sophomore campaign for the Thunderbirds.
Yeah, and Dukes, too, with plenty of experience, 3-time state place winner, as we've maybe mentioned a bit before. You know, third, second, possibly looking to get that state title here at the end of the season for the Neilsville Greenwood Loyal Warriors.
Great throw on the edge of the mat there by Dukes. I think the toe slipped out, so couldn't get any near fall counted, but nonetheless, going to go to work on top here, which kind of his strong suit in this situation.
Yep, and we'll have a pin on mat 2. Gazda picks up the fall after leading 10-1 over Ledden. He'll advance to the 120-pound final later this afternoon, the top seed.
Now it looks like, yeah, Gazda with the pin. Dukes right now going to work on top, up 2-0 in the first period. 45 seconds left there. I think we do have our 106-pound finals set up at least. So the finals that we'll be seeing later at 106. You're going to have Trainer Curtin of Reedsburg, John Sternweiss of Marshfield. 113, couple of wrestlers who picked up falls in the finals. You have Osseo Fairchild Sr., Caden Guntner squaring off against Blade Wallner of Adams Friendship. Duke picking up a little near fall. He's up 5-0. Against Oberg on the closing seconds of the first period.
Oh, nice little hip over from Oberg there at the end of it as we go out of bounds.
As Dukes is up 5-0. Looks like it might still be 5-0 unless Oberg can get a quick stand up. We're going to head over to the third time that these two have squared off against each other this year on mat number 2.
Yeah, we got Leetzow and Campbell. You know, Leetzow from Sparta taking on Mississippi Valley Conference opponent here, and Turner Campbell of Holman.
Yeah, Campbell and Leetzow faced off against each other at Bi-State, where Campbell won. I believe it was 8-2. Campbell with the major in the second go-around on Thursday, and Leetzow looking to go upper body with Campbell, who likes those Greco situations.
Now, if you're Leetzow in this situation, you're looking to go answer, step over that bottom ankle, right? Try to just scoot and put the opposing wrestler in just a dangerous spot.
You know, it's one of those deals, John, where it does get harder to beat a wrestler after about 2 or 3 times if they start game planning more and more against you. As Campbell, his little pick attempt, but dropping to a single, does have a body lock.
Still nothing, though, with the Whizzer, and there it is, 2 on the edge.
But, you know, at what point does it almost become a mental thing if they beat you enough times in a row? Campbell going to be up 2-0 on the reset with 42 seconds left in the first. From mat number 1, Luke Dukes with the pin in the second period. He gets the pin there in 2 minutes and 38 seconds over Oberg.
Yep, so we'll see Dukes advance that 126-pound final going on later today here in Sparta. Campbell doing a good job of riding out the rest of this period so far. Now that he had that takedown on Leetzow. About 24 seconds to go on the clock. Campbell sliding in a boot and going spur on the left side. Might get a reset here for potentially dangerous.
And we got a couple of Sparta Holman matches going on as another rematch from Thursday on mat number 3 in the Consi semi action. Jin Zhang up 3-1 on Vanessa Gavilan. And Leetzow with the stand-up at the end of the first.
Yep, that narrows it too, Teague. 2-1, and I think they might have to adjust the clock. There's like 2 or 3 seconds left on the clock.
Campbell with a little tactical throw attempt there.
Yep, we'll get the reset here to close out period 1. Just a little bit of defense. Oh, but Campbell maybe looking just an overhook throw, but doesn't get it. And we'll just get a quick reset here going period 2. Choice going to Campbell, and he's going to go bottom to start the second.
Nice job by Leetzow. I know you lose by 6 one match, by major the next. It's almost kind of a moral win to start out when you're only down 1 heading into the second.
Yep, nice mat return from Leetzow too here. Looking to maybe bar up the right side and look for some near fall on Campbell.
Has a tight waist as well, trying to constrict Campbell a little bit.
And Leetzow's got to do a little bit of a better job just keeping his hips back behind Campbell here. Campbell, pretty solid bottom wrestler. He's going to scoot out of that bar and adjust, and kind of what we're seeing right now. And we still got control. Leetzow.
Wow, Campbell almost muscling out of that.
Still nothing. Campbell doing a good job keeping Leetzow's left hand posted. We do have a Campbell escape here leading 3-1. About a minute to go in the second period. And Leetzow doing a good job really just keeping this one close, about within scoring range. And Leetzow a nice double here. Can he finish on the edge? But he's got to stay on the legs, Teague. I always tell a lot of our wrestlers it's pointless, fruitless effort to go to the body sometimes. You're giving up the balance you're taking away from your opponent. Going to the body is giving everything back that they want.
Yeah, I think part of that, John, too, is we talk about Campbell's upper body prowess quite a bit, but that leg strength that he has, the way he's able to pry that leg away with almost ease, it seems like, even in this treetop position.
Yep, and Campbell with a nice defense gets the 2 here. Leading 5-1 now, about 30 seconds to go in the second.
Campbell builds up to a 5-1 lead. I believe we have another semifinal match over on mat 1 between Derek Jernitz of Neilsville, Greenwood Loyal.
Oh, Leets out in an awkward position here, but bails it through and stays safe, diving in on that leg.
Well, some fan not happy about the call that occurred on mat number 2. We'll keep things here as we head to the third period. Leets out down, assuming 5-1. My whole life.
And we have some disgruntled fans here. Definitely keeping eyes on mat number 2. Looking like Lietzau is going bottom position here to start the third period, really just trying to close the gap and get this match, 5-2 or 5-3, Teague.
John, we are going to have our head on a swivel here as we got 3 semis going on. Condor up 1-0 on Jernitz of NGL.
We're
right now,
see a cradle maybe.
Yeah, Campbell almost has a cradle locked up on Lietzau. That's the on-camera action. Then we have a Cade Parrish of Reedsburg and Alexander Radovich of New Lisbon over on mat number 3. That's the 120-pound semifinal. Looks like we got a pin. Jernitz does get the pin on Condor. He'll be joining his teammate Dukes in the finals a little later today. And then we'll, right now, Campbell seems with a pretty tough ride here on mat number 2.
Yeah,
we'll get a little
60
fresh action
seconds.
on mat number 3.
Oh, and Campbell dinged for stalling for those that do just want the update. Still in the top position here, up 5-1 with about 61 seconds to go in the third.
Holman coach Justin Lancaster just looking to ask about that, inquire about the stall call.
Lietzau getting to his feet here, rear standing. Just needs to cut. Just needs to cut and get safe again. But Campbell runs him out of bounds.
That match 5-1, 50 seconds left in the third period. We're here, John, the other 120-pound semi. Radovich and Parrish in a low-scoring matchup at the moment over on 3.
Yeah, real nice shot from Parrish here of Reedsburg, but Radovich doing a good job getting big hips, but Parrish just pushing through, driving in on the shot and getting the 2 takedown.
Both Parrish and Radovich looking to get to that next level this year. Parrish qualifying for sectionals in a Division 1. Radovich qualifying in that Division 3 Sectional C. Parrish with the early takedown. Now up 2-0, but you have a couple guys with that postseason experience. Now getting to the point of the season, John, where we're going to see teams start ramping up for that February.
Yeah, T, I kind of forget how just quick some of these like middle of the season months go by, especially once you get through the holiday tournaments. You blink and you're at tournament time. So a lot of these teams is really getting geared up, trying to get healthy again. I'd rather be 100% healthy and 80% trained come February than the other way around.
That's I was thinking about the other day. I had a good drive home from Riverdale last night where it's almost like if you survive January as a team, that's almost a win in itself.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you start talking, the team sectional and looking at, who has the most depth and who is the components to move on. Even just 1 or 2 guys slipping the lineup from injury or lack of health can ruin it for a team. So.
And off screen, we do have Campbell winning on mat number 2 when.
Winning 5-2, I think, right, Teague?
That'll result in one of the matches that I'm kind of looking forward to the most between Dukes and Campbell. I think Dukes going to be one of Campbell's stiffer tests on the year. And I think it could just be a good styles clash between the senior and the junior as well. Right now, looks like Parrish after the escape up 3-1 on Radovich. Here on mat number 3. Winner of this match on mat 3 going to be taking on Drake Gazda of Austin, who we saw get that pin earlier.
Yeah, Tegan, we see Radovich somehow pull this one out against Parrish, down 3-1 right now. Might see a little bit of a nice region matchup between Austin and New Lisbon, being about 6 miles apart from one another.
Yeah, being my parents' old house was somehow right between Austin and New Lisbon. I could get to either of the city limits in about 4 minutes.
No kidding. Might see a finals matchup here later, depending on what happens here on mat number 3, but could see a a matchup that almost could have taken place back home in a high school, wrestling room amongst these schools.
Over on mat number 2, I think that's some consolation semis action between Denman of Monona Grove and Gianneschi of Marshfield.
Yeah, Denman leading 4-1 here to end the period.
Good shot by Radovich on mat number 3.
Yeah, Radovich still down 3-1 here in the second. Really just trying to get something. I mean, especially given Parrish up on the board with the takedown, Radovich only with the escape, just narrowing up that category of takedowns would be real helpful for Radovich to get back into this, strategically speaking.
And folks, for those of you tuning in, thank you once again. Teague Fenwick of the Wisconsin Wrestler Podcast, joined right now by Mr. John Mackey. Got a cameraman, Jared Boone, who can hop in as well. So we got a whole trio here today. And we got the semis and the consolation semis right now. The next round is going to be the 5th and 7th place matches taking place on all 3 mats. They're going to cruise through those. And then after that, it'll just be 2 mats that they're taking place on between the championship and the 3rd place matches. I'd say, if I had to guess, maybe about 2 to 3 hours left of wrestling here. Pretty well-run, efficient tournament for just 3 mats taking place. We got a 3-2 match now in this 120-pound semifinal between Parrish and Radovich.
Yeah, Parrish kind of looking to the ref mid-match right now, maybe looking to get a call of a sort. But yeah, if I'm Radovich, we got to be looking to score here, being down 3-2 or just forcing the affair, maybe get a couple stall calls in your pocket to really turn this match around for you and get back in it.
I've seen Radovich try a couple shot attempts, but just can't seem to land anything on Parrish. Seems that's one of Rob Bouch's and the Reedsburg staff specialty. They have good shot defense, and I just think they teach good, solid wrestling, John. I don't think I've seen a bad Reedsburg team in all my years of following wrestling. It seems they all give their kids a good base to build off of.
Yeah, and we're still 3-2 here. About 40 seconds to go. Both wrestlers is kind of lingering in ties.
New Lisbon coach is urging Radovich to attack, at least try and force a stall call.
Yeah, and we haven't seen a shot attempt from Radovich here in about 40 seconds too, Teague. We need to see some action if he's looking to advance at this 120-pound final. We'll go out of bounds. 13 seconds to go.
Yeah, Parrish ends up being the one shooting in on the leg there.
Yeah, Radovich needs to do a better job putting the foot to the gas pedal and just go, go, go. You only have 13 seconds. You've got nothing to lose. Just let it fly a bit.
Yeah, I did see an attack there from Radovich, but I think too little too late for the junior out of New Lisbon. And Parrish will be wrestling in the finals, joining his teammate, Trainer Curtin, who made it at 106. The Beavers also with 3 more wrestlers that we'll see wrestling in the semis a little later today. And right now, the race for second behind Sparta and Marshfield. Sparta with 114.5, Marshfield third with 114, Reedsburg fourth with 113 points.
Yeah, Holman really just really separating themselves from the pack here, up a good, 34 points or so on that Sparta team sitting in second.
It looks like we're going to get some fresh action started here over on mats 3 and 1. We're going to head over to 1. We're going to get a chance to watch state place winner Preston Cradaville wrestle. Cradaville, who placed 5th at 132 pounds in Division I last year. He's going to be taking on Jaden Denman, the Monona Grove McFarland senior. So we move into our 138-pound semis. Off screen, got some cradle action in the Consi semis.
Might lead to a pinfall here too, Teague, on mat 2.
Reedsburg's Brogan Middlestat. And Cradaville on screen with a quick takedown over Denman. Going right into that claw ride. And Cradaville, I think one of the more impressive chain wrestlers on top in the state that I get a chance to see, John.
Yeah, doing a real nice job, just going claw ride, smothering the hips a bit, keeping the pressure on Denman.
Now it looks like, and then just a little slow getting back to the center of the mat as Cradaville pushing the pace early here.
Looking like we'll get a quick, fresh little reset here. And I think they're going to, just going fresh reset. I wasn't sure if they're going to offer penalty points there for some reason.
Cradaville looking for a little low single there, trying to snatch it, and Denman on the counter shot. It's taken right to his back, and now Cradaville settling in.
Just looking to adjust and get the pinfall here and advance to the final at 138. Just needs to settle and get comfy here.
And Cradaville not going to let any of those arms through with Denman, as he knows he has plenty of time to work with, just going to make small adjustments. He looks to advance to the finals. He'll be taking on the winner of Brett Franklin of Marshfield and Connor Gorski of Baraboo. And wow, Denman able to fight out there. Not for Cradaville picks up 3 near fall to make it 7-1. And we got a pin in another semi over on mat number 3.
Dobbs.
Ethan Dobbs of Viroqua picking up the pin in 143 over Reed Sawyer of New Lisbon. We're going to take the action over as Cradaville gets the pin here on mat number 1. Over to mat number 3, where Gorski of Baraboo and Franklin of Marshfield are going to be squaring off.
Yeah, one of the better semifinals I think we'll see here, Teague, in this early going of the semifinal round. Right, Franklin, I believe, the state qualifier in the past, taking on Gorski. I think Gorski only currently with 1 loss right now, if I'm not mistaken, on the season.
Yeah, Gorski 19-1 right now. Franklin 28-7, but given Marshfield's schedule, I'm guessing about 5 of those losses came at either the Cheesehead or the Bi-State.
It's a fair assumption to have, Teague. Especially when you compare those to some of these other tournaments, this is much lower level of competition, especially as you get into the later rounds of the tournament.
It looks like at the Cheesehead, Franklin with 4 of his losses there. So 6 of his 7 losses came in 2 tournaments, John.
Yep, and that doesn't even also explain, out-of-state wrestlers. This probably isn't a true indication of who Brett Franklin is against the state of Wisconsin at 138 pounds. Still no takedown here for Franklin. This is a good job, and he's going to force the affair into a cradle right away, it looks like, and crank it back. Franklin wasted no time at all against Gorski. This is tight, and he will do it with a pinfall in about 1 minute and 24 seconds.
And John, that's an absolutely impressive display of strength. I know you and Jared do a little coaching from the press box earlier, talking about wanting to get hip to hip. Franklin just skipped that step and just straight bowling Gorski to his back.
No, gotta love to see it, especially that long frame on Franklin. Just built to be thrown in cradles.
And we're gonna stay on mat number 3. I believe we have another semifinal here between Hudson Sebastian Opelt and Carter Galt of Holman. Opelt of Neilsville, Sebesta, apologies. Opelt, who I'm guessing is of some relation to Phil Opelt of Neilsville Greenwood Loyal, is his nephew, according to our Neilsville family specialist that we have on the team today.
Dr. Boone from Neilsville.
Looking to get the quick takedown on the Holman senior.
Yeah, Opel just up 2-0 now. Maybe looking to go roll through tilt from rear standing. Still can't quite force it. Galt doing a nice job. Got a little sloppy, but we might, and we won't see loss of, we will see loss of control here. We're going neutral on mat number 3. Sebesta Opelt leading 2-1 right now. About just 40 seconds into this match. Real exciting first 40 seconds, Teague.
A good sequence there. Galt, who was, kind of a spot starter for the Vikings. One of those really showing off all Holman's depth this year, is even though they fought off injuries, have had a lot of good success. But right now, Opelt's offense just a little too much for the Viking seniors. He's up 4-1 now, 1 minute into this match.
We might see back-to-back cradles here and a roll-through cradle, actually, too, Teague, for Sebesta Opelt.
And Opelt trying to get that leg in the side. Wow, good awareness, pulling him back to the middle a little bit.
Just needs to slow the hips down
and
here.
And Galt fighting a lot, but you kind of see that progression with the cradle where there's a lot of squirming at first. It just kind of slows down, and Galt kind of accepting the fate there. Is just a good offense by Opelt and a good finish.
Grandpa's happy.
Yep, the Neilsville crowd getting nice and rowdy here for their wrestlers in Sparta.
Grandpa Opelt pretty pumped up for Hudson. So we got another, we'll wait for another semifinal match to pop up here. Right now on mat number 2, we'll keep the camera there for a second. We got Xander Neal of Chippewa Falls and Taryn Calloway of DeForest. We'll actually head back right to mat number 3.
Yeah, we'll have Caleb Denny of Marshfield taking on Pass of Sparta. Denny doing a good job of just wasting no time at all, getting on that front head and scoring 2-0 here, about 10 seconds in.
And that's Nathan Poss, a 15-8 sophomore who got a chance to watch him wrestle on a Thursday. Pretty solid wrestler, but pretty stiff test here in the sophomore from Marshfield. Who Denny pretty good at 120 pounds last year, John. Talk about hitting a huge growth spurt and handling the transition just fine. This Denny's 26-5 on the year.
Yeah, I love to see a huge jump, man. I'm not a big fan of the weight cutting in wrestling, so just seeing guys fluff up, get big, and work on the craft, that's what it's about. So good for Caleb Denny. We're going to see him up at 82 next year, Teague. I'm calling it now.
And Denny's teammate will actually go to the 2-camera system. So we have Denny's teammate Hoyt Blaskowski taking on Jackson Whitney of Boston Nacita. Blaskowski, third place finisher at state in Division I last year at 138. One of the more, we talked about Gonzalez earlier. Blaskowski I consider appointment viewing as well, just with his style of wrestling.
Yeah, just getting to going right away here. Already snabbing some near fall points against Whitney. Probably going to be up 5-0, but he's just going to adjust for the pinfall. Really just trying to not spend much time here on the mat, Teague. And Blaskowski doing his thing. We know he's known for getting some big pins. So.
Yeah, I'd like to know how many pins he has on his career, as he has. Me and Steve were talking about it. He has about 16 pins at the Bi-State tournament alone, in a 3-year career there. We get back down to the one-mat action on mat 3 as Denny looking to follow suit for his Tiger teammate.
Real nice tight cradle here. We're seeing lots of cradles too this semifinal round, Teague.
Yeah, started off with an armbar spree, as Jared called about 5 armbar pins in a row in that second round of consolation action. Now we're seeing the cradles.
But yeah, Teague, Denny just pouring it on first period. 11 straight first period points, and he's electing to go neutral here. And he wants to score and have fun. I like it.
Give credit to Nathan Poss if he can get through, survive this one without getting pinned. You can always take that as a small consolation prize, at the very least. But just these Tigers, headed by Cody C., their offense just too much to overcome for most opponents.
Yeah, and for Marshfield, too, being a little bit down on Holman in this team race here, this is a big, big semifinal round for them where we can see massive jumps in the point totals. Just making it from being a semifinalist to advancing to the finals, you're guaranteed top 2. Really, really helps solidify a good chunk of points for your team. If you can get 2, even 3 or 4 guys possibly in that finals matchup later this afternoon.
Yeah, checking out that tail of the tape here. We've seen a couple Marshfield wrestlers make it already, but Marshfield with Sternweiss in the finals, a Franklin, a Blaskowski, and now Denny. Garrett William-White looking to make it as well. And then Mason Seidel and Adrian Kruger also in the semis. So they have the weapons for it. Holman, though, is still 23 points ahead of them.
I was going to say, depending on the number of wrestlers Holman's able to punch through here, and depending what some of those outcomes are in the finals, we can see this gap, which was pretty decently in size with Holman and Marshfield. We'll see that gap start to shrink here as we just progress through this round and then into our 5th and 7th place matches in between now and the finals.
Yeah, right now 3 consolation semi matches taking place. So we'll just keep action over on mat number 1 between Clary of Chippewa Falls and White of Marshfield. White, one of 3 Marshfield wrestlers at 145. And John, Clary, a familiar name for both of us, but a name more familiar that, we might associate more with Ithaca Weston.
Yeah, no kidding. So shout out Stetson Clary if you're listening. Good to see you, Bi-State pal.
That'd be great if he was in on this. One of the 19 viewers we got right now. Hey, we got the Vision Quest podcast tuning in. Pretty pumped up. Giving the play-by-play on the YouTube commentary, which we love to see. Happy belated birthday to Mr. Brad Crook. Doing great with the Vision Quest podcast. Highly recommend tuning into that one, folks.
Yep. Shout out to Brad. If you want a good episode, go check out that episode with Teague that took place a little bit over a month ago. Pretty entertaining. So.
The 1-hour documentary on the 2013 Mawson Dream Team.
Some might call it, I think it might have been sponsored by 30 for 30 Teague. I'm not sure.
So right now we got start of the second period. That was a fun one. A mix of caffeine and just nostalgia just came together for a perfect storm. And it was a 3-hour podcast, just reliving the old days.
I need to see the chemical equation for caffeine plus nostalgia, Teague.
It's whatever that was.
Look, we've got blood time here on the mat number 2.
And we got another Cradle John over on mat number 1.
Shocker, a Marshfield wrestler too, Teague. Looking for cradles. And honestly, in hindsight, having wrestled in college now, Teague, if there's any offense that you could just go and throw into a high school wrestler's arsenal, it's, get some cradles in there, learn how to ride well, and just have real good defense. Always keep yourself in matches. You can do those 3 things. You're going to probably win 20, 30 matches, over the course of a high school season once you get, the tactics down.
And they seem to have those tactics down pretty well, John. So going back, I know we jumped, had a little segue in there, going back to what Holman has. Marshfield with a slew of wrestlers wrestling in that top 4 positioning. Holman, they have Rundy, who will be wrestling for 3rd place. Campbell and Cradaville in the finals. Could see up to 4 more wrestlers for the Vikings make it. So these semis matches are pretty crucial. 7th and 5th, there'll be little points here and there. I think a lot of it now, John, is going to come down to can you win your semi, and then can you get some activity points along the way?
Yeah, no kidding, especially with all the cradles we're seeing from Marshfield Teague. They're doing a good job getting all the bonus here for their team to really try to climb back into this one.
We're going to head over. We got a tie match over on mat number 3 at 152 between Keegan Anding of NGL and Gunnar Coxline of Blair Taylor.
Yeah,
Coxline, the 15 and
5'2".
13 senior. So, 5-2 now. Don't know why I'm still looking at the dashboard score when we have like a more updated one.
Yeah, I was like, Teague, we've got flat screens in front of us. Sparta doing an awesome job helping out the commentary booth.
So we'll head to the 3rd, ending with that 3-point lead.
Looking like we might see a little pinfall action here. Armbar, Mr. Boone, happening on mat number 2. Looking like it's the Blair Taylor wrestler, Coaxlian, really just looking to work to the edge, I think, on Cavazos. And he does get the pinfall for a little off mat action right now too. Over on mat number 1, Clary down 2-5 against White of Marshfield. White really just sitting on bottom here in the third period. If you're Clary, you're just looking to try to get some turns going, really knot this back up at 5s and hope to ride. We've got another semifinals matchup starting here over on mat number 2 of Garrett Willowhite of Marshfield taking on, I think it's Dylan O'Brien of New Lisbon. Again, looking to advance here to the 160-pound final.
Willie White just looking to keep that momentum going for the Tigers.
Yeah, the Marshfield coach is keeping their seats warm here in the semifinals for sure.
New Lisbon, though, talking to the New Lisbon coaches, of their 5 wrestlers here today, 4 of them in the semis. I think pretty tough draws, though, for the most part. As you see, New Lisbon coach Chad Schultz getting ready for a potential catch there on O'Brien.
Yeah, Chad Schultz, former Mauston alumni as well, Teague.
One of those guys, a great leader in the wrestling room back in the day, and kind of had one of those feels where you knew he'd be a good coach. And then, of course, you spend some time under Brian Slater. I'm sure you'll learn a thing or two as well.
Yeah, definitely. Chad's just getting started with that program over in New Lisbon, being the first or second year he's taken over. So,
right now, a pretty tough draw for him as William White, a state qualifier last year, just seems to have upped his game even more. And with Marshfield, you wonder when the good streak's going to end for them, because it just seems like their wrestlers, not only in the offseason, but now even from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, are just improving so much.
Yeah, Teague, definitely. They've been on a run, the last probably 4 or 5 years here. Just real good, tough, solid teams, and a lot of good, tough individuals.
Got Mr. Steve Lurkwin hopping on now. I know Steve, who shares the same logo as the Wisconsin Wrestler Podcast YouTube page.
Shocker.
Yeah, considering he is the co-host of the show.
Teague, really? His is the Wisconsin Wrestler logo. Steve, that might be copyright infringement. I'll have to check.
Steve, all right. Well, yeah, let's get a little consensus here. Got 25 folks on. If the sound is quiet for anyone else, we can make the adjustments necessary here. But Steve got a pretty sick Wisconsin Wrestler Podcast thermos from one of his friends. It's like completely black, and then the logo was engraved on it. So I'm trying to score one of those here. And thank you, folks, for tuning in. We're in the middle of the semifinal action here at the Sparta Invite right now. Marshfield's Garrett Willowhite up 9-1 on New Lisbon's Dylan O'Brien.
Yeah, Willowhite really blew this one open that whole first period, Teague. Just takedowns, turns, just limiting all the movement from O'Brien from New Lisbon.
And another semifinal over on mat number 1. We'll Alan a little closer at the moment as Matt McBride is taking on Jonathan Krager of Chippewa Falls. Marshfield, who's gone on that run to catch up to Holman in points, looking like it's going to keep going with William White. McBride can at least help the Vikings stave off the Tigers for a little bit. So no score right now. The early going to that match. 1:10 left in the first period. Quick update on the team race. I know we were talking about a close race for second. Marshfield now 20.5 points behind Holman. So it seems like a tournament you can rack up points here in the semis pretty quickly, John.
Yeah, and I would definitely say Teague, too. Marshfield at one point was down about 34, 35 points and have cut that lead just down to 20, only through about half the weight classes here in the semifinals with, a handful of wrestlers still to come. So obviously we'll expect to see some points shake up here in the semifinals, but right now, yeah, Holman still with a nice firm lead, about 20.5 points.
So Willie White, I think maybe going to look for a tech fall here. Well, 12 points midway through the match. That's off-screen action. McBride with that early takedown, looking to continue a tough ride to head into the second period with a 2-0 lead. Got a few enthusiastic Coleman parents in front of us, trying to encourage the ref to look for a little more action from the bottom. But, I think that just comes with a little perspective as well. Sometimes it can just be tough to make movements on someone who's riding tough on top, John.
And I'll say, too, we were only 120 seconds in, too. This one isn't over yet, folks. A lot of wrestling to be had on mat number 1. And Krager almost looking to go okey choke, and he does to McBride's back, but McBride does a good job of defending. Looking like we're going to get a little bit of blood time here, get a fresh reset after we get cleaned up for Krager. Willoway, too, just looking to get some more back points to end the second, but he doesn't. We're still leading 12-1 on mat number 2 as we go into I believe it'll be the second period here already. Oh, going into the third period with about 2 minutes here. Can Willoway, is he going to look tech fall, or is he going to look to maybe get some pinfall points for Marshfield? And O'Brien, looking to go upper body, but gets inside tripped by Willoway. Now leading 14-1.
You got to respect O'Brien for going upper body. One of those deals where, if you're down 12, might as well just go for it, right? There's probably 1 or 2 moves that can get you back in the match or finish the match in your favor. So at that point, what's the difference between getting teched or pinned and
The mystical 12-point move.
picking up the win?
Yeah, and right now Willoway looking to go just an inside boot and claw ride, pull it over, and maybe adjust for the fall here. For sure going to lock up the tech fall depending on if O'Brien slips, but this would be major bonus for Marshfield and the team total for sure. Yep, and that'll probably do it, Teague, here. Losing control for Willoway. That'll lock up the tech about 5 minutes into this matchup.
And Willoway will pick up that tech fall, John, which is an extra 1.5 points for those of you keeping track of the team race right now. Well, I think we'll keep things on mat number 2 for now. See which match. I think we got another semifinal coming up here. Is Hunter Breaker of Osseo Fairchild going to be taking on Brock Connolly of Sparta. The 16-14 is senior. We're on mat number 1, off-screen action. McBride up 4-0 now on Krager.
Yeah, Krager just getting an escape to being down 1-4 now against McBride. Second period, and if you're Krager, just really looking to get a takedown to get back into this and maybe go throw on McBride, but he slips it. We've got a good matchup. It was close for the first couple periods on mat number 3, but Zimbauer of Mauston Nacita now leading 7-1 over Carls of Monona Grove McFarland. Again,
some folks who are watching this from home got the YouTube hooked up to their TV, John. So got people all in here on the action at the Sparta Invite, which we love to see.
Yeah, Teague, we'll start selling this pay-per-view if these numbers keep pumping up the way they are.
we'll get some promos going and everything. I think we got the marketing for that. Got Jared over here.
Marketing maestro.
Get a little sequence there between Breaker and Connolly right now. You watch the way Connolly wrestles 16-14. One of those things that just shows, record doesn't mean everything, John, whether it be a schedule or whether you had a tough run for a little bit. Talking to some coaches earlier today, all that matters is basically how you wrestle in February, if you can make it there healthy.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen guys with losing records make it down to the state tournament before. It's not as common, but things happen, and guys display their best wrestling in February, and that's ultimately the goal. Of the season: get there healthy, get the team there healthy, give your guys the best opportunities to advance. Because the moment we hit February, that's really what it's going to be all about.
Over on mat number 1, off screen McBride up 6-2 on Krager.
Yeah, and Connolly now down 0-4 to Breaker. Vasio Fairchild. Breaker really looking to go. Bar in the back, maybe adjust for a farmer's bar. Maybe look to get the pinfall.
Oh, might see a little showstopper action here, John, in the semis. As Breaker does have that wrist, didn't have it tight enough, though.
Yeah, just kind of shaking Connolly's hand on his back. Nice mat return, though, for Breaker.
Got to send that replay to Shane Sparks with that one. I know had some folks in the crowd, maybe arguing for a slam there, but Connolly did have his arm free and was able to land. At least he didn't stick his arm out or trap it. So
yeah, too. And I almost always feel like Teague, just across the board, high school, if we see a nice mat return where the wrestler in the dominant position actually keeps their hips out in front and isn't pulling back over the shoulder, 9 times out of 10 they're not going to call it a slam. It's almost just like letting your opponent fall is really ultimately all it is.
It could just very well be a combo too of the Sparta High School gym having pretty good acoustics.
Yep, the wood basketball floor reverberating the sound off the steel ceiling of the gymnasium.
It's like a poet there, John.
Finally spoken, a wordsmith.
We're on mat number 1. McBride is up 10-2 in the third period. Got more Holman action on mat number 3 as Eli Lechecki and Blaine Primer going at it. Lechecki, the 15-20 senior. Primer, the 16-9, a junior.
Yeah, and Lechecki almost looking to scramble into a low ankle situation here, but it's looking like Primer.
Oh, Connolly on screen almost taking Breaker to his back. Does get a reversal.
And that actually definitely narrows things up a bit here, Teague, depending on how good Connolly here is on top. And if he can maybe just, butcher over a quick 2 swipes, he'll definitely be back in this thing against Breaker.
Yeah, if he got control just a little earlier, John, you could have seen 2 swipes there, but didn't fully have that change of control established as Connolly with the legs in right now.
Yeah, and I've never been the biggest fan of the double boots too, Teague. It's just you tie yourself up a little too much. Don't give yourself as many windows of opportunity to get the hips back over.
Well, you almost essentially, from that position, you're working with a power half. You're banking on.
You're banking on halves, and that's really about halves and bars. And unless you slide one out and go cast over series a little bit, you don't have as many options to turn your opponent.
Now we're going to head to, still have the third period here with this one. So we've seen Connolly make a little headway. We're going to stay over on here on mat number 2.
Yeah, and it's looking like Breaker's going to the bottom position with Connolly going to start in the top here. Did a good job with the ride out and maybe a suck back here early on.
Or
a chin whip.
Taking Breaker to his back.
And he steps over. Can he get the fall, Teague? This will definitely get him some backs. And he does. That gets the pinfall for the Sparta senior, I believe. 16-14, now 17-14, advancing to the finals of his own tournament with a show-stopping neck wrench on mat 2. That was awesome, Teague.
In front of his home crowd on the home mat as well, John. Hey, that's why you wrestle the full 6 minutes there. Down 4-0 to start out. Over on mat 1, a little less dramatic over there as McBride ends up winning 20-7. And John got a couple of Reedsburg Beavers taking the mat now for semifinal action.
Yeah, probably a good one happening over on mat number 1,
160,
Teague.
Peyton Fry in the Consolation semi here. So I think this 160 bracket shaking up a little bit.
Yeah, Teague. Fry, if I remember right. Our insider source here is telling us that Connolly is a strong proponent of the use of the chin whip and actually caught Peyton Fry in the earlier going in the quarterfinal here. So Connolly just neck wrenching his way to the finals of the Sparta Invite. Love to see it.
Yeah, right away, John, I assumed that Fry was wrestling in a semifinal match for a moment. Now wrestling back for 5th. John, I like that Consolation semi action, though. It's kind of shows your grit if you lose early on in this tournament. Can you still wrestle back for 5th? We're going to keep the action, though, on mat number 2 where Fry's teammate Devin Judd, the 23-8 senior,
Yep,
is
defending
taking
state
on
qualifier.
Luke Rux of Monona Grove McFarland, a 19-4 sophomore.
Yeah, and we're still, for those watching or just listening off screen, little update, we're still scoreless between Luchterhand and Fry. So Fry being in the consolation semis here, not getting an easy going at all against Luchterhand of Neilsville.
Still no score on championship side action, we'll say. Judd and Rux scoreless, as John said. Judd, a state qualifier last year. Pretty good on the football field, I've heard, as well. It's Reedsburg, playoff qualifying football team. I think I can pull up the MVC All-Conference honors. I think he was a running back for the Beavers.
Tall running back, Teague. I could have swore that he may be a corner, maybe like a wide receiver, maybe a safety, all that length. He can be put to use.
Yeah, if you give me just a minute here, we're going to call the action on the mat. I'll do a little recon work here on the side.
Yeah, do some digging for us. I'm curious, Teague. But yeah, we're gonna be about scoreless here. Maybe a late takedown from Rooks, but he doesn't get it. Judd doing a good job, just tiptoeing the edge. Still zeros here in our semifinal bout at 170 pounds. And it's looking like Judd going to get the decision on the coin toss. He's going to elect to go bottom right away, really just trying to get the first bit of points on the board and get a score total going right away to his feet, first 3 seconds here. And we do have a stall call on Rooks. Does get the return, and we're going to reset here just about 10 seconds into the second period. And Judd here again just going quad pop position, back to the feet immediately, using that length to his advantage. And honestly, if Rooks doesn't return, he'll get dinged again. So he's just going to let Judd go here. Judd now 1-0.
John, looks like Judd, so a first-team all-conference running back. And second-team all-conference as an outside linebacker. So I knew offensively you're running back. I was going to be with you on the safety cornerback deal.
I can see the outside linebacker using that length, especially if you're real big, quarterback, pressure type defense, just getting that length up into the air, stopping and deflecting some balls coming through. I can see it.
Good edge rusher type of outside linebacker. So right now, Judd up 1-0 midway through this match in the second period. Checky up 4-2 on Primer over on mat number 3.
And
Fry up 4-1 now on Luchterhand on mat number 1 off screen.
Yeah, Luchterhand doing a real nice job too, just forcing Fry's hips to the mat, really looking to work offense on top. Trying to get back in this thing in the third period. Oh, and we see a nice takedown from Rooks here. That's got to be 2.
And I know they're arguing that Judd still had a whizzer in, but Rooks did have the hips covered.
And I've always, I've had good conversations with coaches and fellow wrestlers about that, and they're waving the takedown off. Even though in that position, yes, Judd does have the whizzer, he's also sitting on his pockets, which.
Oh, looks like they did wave it off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying here. It's one of those deals. I genuinely, if this, I always think of it this way when I explain it to people, Teague. Imagine you add 2 feet of extra circle to the edge. In that position, does Judd defend it, or does Rooks finish the takedown? And if that is kind of left up for opinion, I think that, means that we do maybe need to look at a reassessment of the rules and maybe really help clear the air on what is dictated control. But they do wave it off regardless. I think they might need to look at the clock on that one. I want to say time was expired before that takedown happened, Teague.
Yeah, did have so they are calling it there. It seems like injury time. Yeah, they're going to take a little injury time here as Ruck's almost laying down there on a mat number 2. It seemed like he almost I think the back of his head on that takedown. Just took a second and. Yeah, looks like it might be something with his leg. We're just going to tune over to mat number 3 for a second.
Yeah, actually got a pretty close matchup here on 3. About 10 seconds to go. Lechecki leading 4-2 over Primer. Primer on a nice, outside right single here, but his head's just too buried to really scoot in and adjust for the takedown.
We got a good finish there. Checky moving on to the 5th place match now.
Also on Matt 1-2 Teague, looked like Peyton Fry picked up the 6-2 victory to also advance to that 5th place matchup. So we'll see those two guys meet this next round actually.
Fry versus Lechecki there in the 5th place match. Now we got action going again between Judd and Rux. I know we talked about Judd's postseason prowess on the mat. Rux also a sectional qualifier last year for Monona Grove and McFarland.
Yeah, and Rux with a nice escape here real fast in the 3rd period. Just down 2-2 Teague. So he's really just looking to get a takedown here, force the affair, maybe get a stall call in the pocket, and really just try to get back in this one.
Yeah, I mean, we know he's capable of it. We saw he was an inch away basically from getting the
right
takedown.
here, double.
Same shot.
Double on the edge, Teague. But Judd going the ankle and ducks.
Wow.
Or Rux is going to get it. We're tied up 3-3 here. But Rux is going to need to look to return, having he's got the stall call already on him.
And great job by Rux, just turning the corner on that double, keeping the action in bounds while doing it. Made it a little easier on himself, getting that takedown. And
I like this call from the Monona Grove coaches too, T. Rux having a hard time, especially returning right now. You don't want to be giving up. Exactly, yeah. We don't want to see, Judd get that free stall warning.
Yeah, Rux now either needing a stall call to tie things up or B, a takedown to just take the lead. And break Judd speared a little bit and somehow able to suck that leg in. Judd trying to use his frame to his advantage, almost wrapping the legs around the body, but can he get his hips up, John?
Yeah, if you're Rux, you got to get inside arm, and he does. He's got 2 around the legs, and that should be 2, Teague, and he gets it. Now leading 5-4 over the state qualifier from Reedsburg. 33 seconds to go on the clock in this 170-pound semifinal. Big return, otherwise you're going to get dinged. Yep, and he does.
Wow, and the stall call against Rux.
1-1.
I know.
That's almost one of those, John, where if you're not getting a return, you almost just got to let him go.
Especially
now
in that case, now you're
away from being down.
Exactly, Teague. Especially in that case, you're this close in the match with minimal time. Oh! And we'll see potentially dangerous on that knee here. About 14 seconds to go. Rux still in the top position, Teague. Can he get the ride out here over Judd and maybe force some overtime? Nice mat return from Rux, about 8 seconds to go. You just got to ride for 8 seconds, Teague. Do you just jump, throw boots in, you go claw ride? What do we do here? Rux having just a hard time of keeping Judd down.
Yeah, especially with Judd's explosiveness. But wow, what a switch by Judd. Looking for 2 and gets it. I thought he was just going to break away and look for 1, and now Rux trying a flurry to get a reversal.
Oh, my God.
And
so many opportunities.
John, that would not have been my first move if I were Judd, but he must have felt it, though. He cleared that arm quickly enough to where pretty much took the match out of Rux's control. And you're a little bit in pain over here. I think the coach and seeing a couple of missed opportunities for Rux.
Yeah, definitely, Teague. I think if Rux just watches film on that one and sees Judd later on at that conference tournament, this is one of those deals that, if that's wrestled 10 times, I think that's a split matchup, especially how close that one was. Rux just a handful of positions away from holding on to that one.
Now, John, we're going to head over to mat number 3. Got 170-pound semifinal action. So the winner of that one going to be taking on the winner of this here, where Benson Swadek is up 4-0 on Emmett Brooks of Sparta. This is the third match between the Viking and the Spartan this year.
Yeah, Swadek doing a good job right now, just keeping the distance as the second period comes to a close. Brooks maybe just looking to score here and get closer in the matchup, especially as we roll into the third.
Yeah, Swadek winning the first match between the two, 11-0. Brooks hit a huge 5-point move on Swadek in the first period at the duel on Thursday to go up 5-0. Then Swadek scoring 10 in a row to win that rematch 10-5. But Brooks kind of one of those guys, you see how he's built, John, just one move away from ending a match pretty quickly.
Yeah, and he's actually on a real nice outside single right away here to start the third. He's just got to look to finish. Difficult on Swadek's long frame.
And I think, seeing Swadek versus Brooks, it's kind of Swadek with the technical advantage, but Brooks with the strength advantage. Right now, Swadek just using little positioning things to
out scrambling
into
Brooks
another
for sure.
score.
And if you're Brooks, you almost have to look to bail on this depending on what position you end up in, Teague. We don't want to be giving up more points on near fall. And Brooks is stuck on that leg. Swadek doing a good job, really just getting the barbed wire nice and tight.
Now up 9-1 in the third period here.
Yeah, and we're going to see also, for those looking off screen, we've got Luke Derhand of Neilsville up 8-0, of DePietro of Viroqua looking to get the pinfall here at 170 pounds as well.
And it's Dane Luchterhan in the Consi semis at 170. So 170-pound action across the board.
Okay. You're crazy, man. We're not kicking anybody out for that. He was just prying the arm back a bit. The ref should have called it sooner, but... What?
Is he going for a guillotine?
No. He was like prying the wrist back a bit.
Now Brooks with the reversal to make it 9-3.
Yeah, Brooks really needing to really just force the affair now on top and almost getting a half Teague. We'll see an escape from Swadek now up 10-3 on Brooks. Getting low, or diving in on that low single right away. Just looking to waste a little time as we wrap this match up.
Mr. Swadek letting his son know that there's 10 seconds left in the match. And Benson Swadek will advance to the finals against Luke Brooks at 170. John, gotta pick your poison at 170. Any of those finals or third place matches shaping out to be pretty good ones there. We'll head over to mat number 2 where we have Bennett Rhodes of Reedsburg, a 13-10 sophomore, taking on Ethan Richardson of Marshfield. 2-0, does not show the grade, but he's 2-0 from Marshfield.
And I'll tell you what, Teague, he actually showed a little bit of solid defense there in an awkward spot against Rhodes and capitalized, now leading 2-1 on Rhodes of Reedsburg. And even looking to maybe go to a cradle here.
Uh, 106 left in the first period now between Richardson, who I cannot figure out his grade here in just a few moments.
We got another good semifinal matchup taking place on mat 3 with Jackson Schrammick of Blair Taylor taking on Seidel of Marshfield. You know, another one of those Marshfield wrestlers out here on the mat battling to advance.
Yeah, Marshfield 2 wrestlers in the semis. I mean, I know at 182, you look at the bracket, a lot of guys with a chance to make a big day. I think Schrammick, who's on mat 3 right now, kind of the class of this bracket, John.
Yeah, but honestly, Seidel doing a good job just fending off all of Schrammick's shot attempts here. Schrammick real nice front head pass to a little ankle pick. Rhodes now leading 4-2 against Richardson and Marshfield as we bring this first period to a close here. Rhodes looking like he had a boot in to ride it out.
And John, you wonder if there ends up being two Marshfield wrestlers, whether it be in the finals or the third place match, if we see a double forfeit in that situation.
Yeah, potentially.
Or if they'll go at it. Who knows?
Yeah, true. Coach Cody C might just use that as a nice learning or a wrestle-off opportunity for his wrestlers at 182 pounds, depending if they meet that matchup.
So as we start the second period, Rhodes up 4-2, going to start this one on top here, throwing the leg in. Just for a second, though, Richardson trying to fight his way up, but kind of hard when top wrestler has your wrist like that. And good job by Rhodes, just using his hip pressure, breaking Richardson back down. And now Rhodes just slowly sticking in the half, tried to look for the power half.
Nice crossface from Rhodes. Maybe from downtown a bit, but we're going to keep it going. Rhodes doing a real nice job riding here. It looks like for those that were watching on mat 3, just a little blood time between Schrammick and Seidel of Marshfield. Schrammick just leading 2-0 right now, as I believe we're still here in our first period.
Richardson, a sophomore for the Tigers this year, so no shortage of depth at these upper weights for Marshfield. So you see two Tigers wrestling in the semifinals right now, but
Rhodes doing a good job.
Looking to put that one to rest early, going to pick up some near fall. Richardson able to roll through.
And Richardson getting the reversal, Teague. Keeping himself just right in this thing. Down just 3 in the second period, now in the top position.
Rhodes now up 7-4. Richardson looking for a cradle and staying in on that leg. Rhodes just trying to break the grip free. Good job by Richardson dropping down the legs.
Great IC double.
You know, maybe not explosive, but a good drawn out mat return there.
Yeah, Richardson's just keeping moving right now, Teague. And he's not super technically sound, just keeping the match moving, keeping his opponent moving, looking for windows of opportunity, and really capitalizing. Hang on to it. Just as the period ends, Richardson couldn't hang on. Rhodes with a nice escape here. Shouldn't be 8-6. I thought Richardson had cut him and got a takedown there.
Rhodes up 8-4 heading into the second period. Mat number 3, Schrammick up 4-1 on Seidel. Consolation action going off screen on mat number 1 as well. Engel versus Eads. It's Sparta versus Boston Aceta over there in Consi semi action at 182. So a few weight classes left here. Then we're going to run the 5th and 7th place matches, which, folks, if you're trying to tune in for the finals, you can almost just keep your computer on, as 5th and 7th place matches. There's going to be 28 total matches on 3 mats, so that'll go by pretty quickly. So we're already getting into 195 here in this third to last round. Our winners on the Consi semi side wrestle for 5th. The losers wrestle for 7th. If you're on this championship side, if you win, you have a chance to win a title at the Spartan Invite. If you lose, you still get to wrestle for 3rd. So really no change of score here on mat number 2, as Rhodes up 8-4 after a tough ride midway through the 3rd period. Over on mat number 3, off screen, Schrammick up 5-1 on Seidel.
Yeah, really nice. This high C there he hit on Seidel, now leading 7-1 about midway through the second period. And still, Teague, on mat number 2, Richardson just hanging in this thing here. Going to have a little potentially dangerous with about 45 seconds to go. Rhodes still looking to ride out, leading by 4 points right now. Oh, and Rhodes almost with the suck back.
Yeah, this is a tough ride. I think wearing now on the sophomore out of Marshfield a little bit. We'll keep things here for the last 30 seconds as Richardson trying to do a little head hunting. Basically, the move that he needs right now is something that can take Rhodes right to his back. Rhodes just, I think after a full period, Ryan just wore him down a little bit, and Rhodes of Reedsburg moving on to the finals at 182. Looking for a chance to take on what looks like right now is Jackson Schrammick of Blair Taylor.
Yeah, Teague, we actually got a pretty nice tight matchup over on mat number 1 between Stotts and DePietro. Really like Stotts up 4-1 now, actually, just getting that takedown about midway through the first period. And for those that are still watching over at mat 3, Schrammick really just opening this one up. Just a point away from a major decision now, leading 9-2 against Seidel of Marshfield.
So John, we got both of the top seeds right now in action. As you brought up Stotts on the edge of the mat, we had a little cross mat action here as Preston Wampler of Adams Friendship threw Blake Rogstad of Blair Taylor over into mat number 1.
Yeah, super nice lat drop for the wrestler from Adams Friendship. Like you said, Teague, just kind of taking up the whole center mat section there between mats 2 and 1.
Well, we got a little look here at Schrammick, who's up now 9-2, just quietly putting up points over there. Now we'll check out Stotts here on mat 1 as hitting a 3/4, and
that is tight, Teague. Definitely looking to get the pin.
Mr. DePietro not in a fun position there as Stotts picks up the pinfall to advance to the finals at 195 pounds. We'll head over to mat number 2 to see who he ends up taking on between Brian Rogstad of Blair Taylor and Wampler, the senior out of Adams. 0-0 right now, 40 seconds left in the first period. £195 semifinal action here at the Sparta Invite.
All right, let's do it. Teague, I was also just informed, too, that up here in the booth, us 5 working the media station here at the Sparta Invite, we are the voters later this afternoon for the Most Valuable Wrestler Award.
Oh, are like the coaching staff's a part of it, or is it us 5? All right, so that's no pressure on us, but
no,
should be fun. It should be fun to be the voice of the people here.
We're just looking for a lot of people looking to blow this mat. The match is wide open, have fun, score points, get bonus. And one thing too, Teague, that we'll have to do as we roll into this.
Or actually after the break. All right, looks like just a continuation off screen on mat number 3. No action on mat number 2.
Yeah, I think they're just cleaning up a little blood time too, Teague, on mat number 2.
So we'll stay on mat 2 real quick. Just gonna do a quick little break on our end, but we'll be right back with you, I'd say, in about 30 seconds. All right, folks, coming back to the semifinal act. Let's do a little game planning here on the commentary side. Also a little deliberating since we're doing the voting for the most valuable wrestler later, which I'm sure we'll talk off air about a little bit. Got Mr. Boone hopping back on the rotation for here for just a moment as John stepped away.
I don't like that the seat's warm.
Hey, John kept it warm for you. We're
right.
going to go over to what's like seems to be our third or fourth Holman Chippewa semifinals match.
It's
Yeah,
like
Mr.
Frederick out of Chippewa Falls.
Yeah, Ron Tater Salad White out of Holman with the slide by.
Oh,
2-0
what a
now.
reference.
Yeah, I don't think he's sick of the name just yet, so we're going to keep rolling with it here right now
So you should embrace it.
with the crossface and the cradle.
Lots of cradles, but you can expect nothing less in Wisconsin. Hop inside. Let's see if you can bring him back here.
A nice job by the big man to hop his hips over
Woo!
there. Now pulling
Looking
Frederick
good.
back, and Frederick
Get the knee in the
almost
side.
throws
That's
through.
tight. That's tight. He's kicking. I love the fight, though. He's still going. That's still pretty tight. Let's see if he can pick the hands. Hopefully get out. Yep. Good fall. Yeah, looks like Frederick, or not Frederick, but White got that one nice and tight.
And White will be moving on. I know 220, one of the matches I'm looking forward to more. Potential White versus Jesus Gonzalez matches over on mat number 2. We're going to see Rogstad to get his hand raised at 195. So 195, we have Brian Rogstad of Blair Taylor versus a Luke Stotts of a Baraboo. 220, Ron White's going to be going against the winner of Jesus Gonzalez and Zach Scherfeld of Holman, which Scherfeld wrestling well today at Gonzalez. Definitely going to be his stiffest test of the day. Right now on mat number 4, Gonzalez and Scherfeld, though, we got another Holman-Reedsburg matchup. And Carson Weber.
And McClung from Reedsburg.
Looks like it might be McCoon, sorry.
McCoon?
Yeah, McCoon.
Oh, yeah, yep. Regret no glasses again. Can't see the big screen.
Good.
Close. Doesn't count.
Good learning
Yeah.
experience. No.
I have to say I'm really impressed with the Reedsburg team this year. They really making a challenge in the Badger Conference. I think they're going to give Stout a really solid run for their money this year. What do you think, Teague?
Yeah, Stone, who's had quite a good run to the state tournament. I know last year finding a way there after even being the underdogs against McGuanago. I think coming in even more so underdogs this year. And right now, Reedsburg looking like the mid-season favorites.
Sorry to interrupt. You know me. I love to see a nice little tilt stack. Ooh.
As Weber, the senior, looking to end things early against McCoon.
Yeah. Might
Wow,
get the
nice
finish.
switch
Let's
off to
see.
the mat.
Ooh. That's a good transition wrestling right there. Wow. I didn't think he was going to have enough time there, but managed to give 1 second left. Good wrestling there to go till all the way till the mat end of the period.
And Carson Weber advancing to the 5th place match at 195 pounds. Getting a pin there in the consolation semi. I think running through a few consi semis at the moment here. We're going to head over to mat number 3 because we will get a chance at the 1 seed at 220, Jesus Gonzalez, where he takes on Scherfeld next.
I have a feeling you're a big fan of Gonzalez from Reedsburg, Teague. Can you explain why?
Well, I wrestled heavyweight last year, jumped down to 220 this year, and after John and I got a chance to watch him at the Richland Center Invite, he took out Teague Perkins of Richland Center, who placed 4th at state last year.
Oh, wow.
So just a great athlete who's really improved his craft. Got a win over David Gauderman of Wittenberg-Burnhamwood, who placed 3rd in Division III last year. So just how much he's improved. He's undefeated. He has a couple wins there that really tested him. So he's just a fun guy to watch at those upper weights.
You think maybe it was the transition going from heavyweight down to 220 that definitely helped, and maybe a little bit change in the body going through high school and whatnot, or just becoming more comfortable in his own skin and wrestling style?
And I think another reason I respect him is I think he's always technically good because as a sophomore last year, making it to state as a heavyweight, you don't see that often. That's someone in the media, that's a name that jumps off to you right away. I would say technically he's got the ability, and athletically somehow just with a huge jump from last year.
Let's give Jesus a break. Looking back on mat number 3, 8-0 right now for Snodgrass over Amur?
Looks like Mayor from the
Mayor.
Forest, who we got to watch a little earlier. He won that match to get into the Consolation semi. Snodgrass with a tough ride right now, and Snodgrass, who made his first varsity appearance for the Vikings about a week and a half ago, Jared, and really proven himself here at the varsity level.
Mm-hmm. I know, us having been college roommates, we were both fortunate enough to coach varsity in high school and whatnot while in college. I was fortunate. I was over in Minnesota with lacrosse, and you were at Holman, actually. So are you still great connections with the Holman district and whatnot and program?
Yeah, I'm actually, so I do a lot of commentary for them, a lot of play-by-play. Basically all their conference duels as
one
Snodgrass picks up the pin.
one tight chin drop there for a pin. Love to see it. And you gotta love the respect for the ankle bands.
laid it perfectly flat on there.
10 out of 10. Love to see it.
Didn't lay it out of line at all. No, do commentary for the bi-state as well. I'll go to some of the socials with the coaches and just, even though I'm not as much in a coaching capacity anymore, glad to be a part of the
Can't see it, but Reedsburg's heavyweight just picked up a solid pin, Matt, too. Henke over Zom.
Yeah, looks to be Henke from Reedsburg, as he said, Jared, and Zom from Viroqua. That's a consolation semi at heavyweight. I'll get a chance to look at, we talked about in length a little bit, Gonzalez, who's taking on Holman senior Zach Scherfeld.
Yeah, a little bit callback to the earlier listener question about Nilsville or not history, but wrestling history. Rob Bouch, head coach of Reedsburg, actually comes from Nilsville. I would say more nice things about him, but he beat me in fantasy this year, so I still wish fantasy football. Yes, I still wish him nothing the best in wrestling. He's a great coach, running a great program, like Teague mentioned. Never have any down years. Always having great individual as well. Great team overall too.
And Jared, we saw it teased a little earlier. Thought, maybe we'd see a showstopper there. Gonzalez just basically snow plowing over Scherfeld.
He is. It's an analogy, I would say, a working class wrestler. Just comes in with his lunch pail, gets the job done, and walks off. Love to see it. Having a great season, especially after you mentioned last year.
And don't know if we have any more matches here on mat number 3. I actually think we have, so we have a rematch from Thursday, Jared, between Tristan Brennan of Holman, a freshman, and Caden Zweifel of Sparta, who's a sophomore.
Oh, boy.
To believe that these two are underclassmen, and once you see their athleticism, you're going to be pretty impressed with this one.
Making me feel like a baby when I was a 112 as a freshman.
Zweifel did get the pin on Brennan on Thursday, but a fun match between the two. Zweifel also beat Brennan at Bi-State last weekend.
Ooh, coming in hot with the head push.
One thing I love about watching Holman Sparta wrestling, these two just always bring their best against each other. Sure, the folks that tuned in for the Holman Sparta duel are probably just sick of me talking about Holman versus Sparta. But, it just comes with the territory when you wrestle almost back to back.
Hey, you know what you signed up for, fans. Call Silk Sonic of the wrestling pod world.
Brennan trying to get Zweifel into a front head position there. Battle of the collar ties right now, Jared.
It looks like I'm afraid one of these guys might have a headache after this match. Really fighting for inside control, though, which is always great to see, especially at the bigger weights because of how important that is.
Yeah, good active hand fighting at the moment.
Looks like kind of just testing each other out. That's the tricky part when you get these heavy or higher weights. You really don't want to try to force things because that could lead to more disaster and success, especially with the amount of throws and whatnot.
Now 57 seconds left here. Last semifinal match of the day, I believe. Just checking back, I brought it up for a second, but the 182 semi, it's going to be Jackson Schrammick and Bennett Rhodes. Schrammick of Blair Taylor, Rhodes of Reedsburg. Going to have Jared and John bringing you the action. So as this first period gets close to concluding, 25 seconds left. There's going to be a 10 to 15 minute break. They're going to be wrestling 5th and 7th place matches. They basically want to take an all-around break as they're having the awkward, couple wrestlers have to wait 5 minutes for their 45-minute break between matches. So there's going to be a 10 to 15 minute break, Jared. 5th and 7th place matches are going to be on mats 1, 2, and 3.
I feel honored you're passing over your little baby to your two friends to watch over.
They're breaking down a mat. And then the first and third place matches will be taking place on what's going to be match 1 and 2. Of course, we're in Sparta. First place match has to be on the Spartan mat, which is one of my favorite mats in the state.
I was going to say I really appreciate the way I was looking before. Oh, sweet. So 0-0 going into the second between Zweifel and Brennan.
Correct, yep. Nailed it with the Zweifel.
Let's say those ZW names got him spot on. Tough ride on top, but out pretty quick. Good fight by Zweifel off bottom. Really just trying to work that inside control. Trying to get some inside hooks, maybe look for a throw or maybe a bear hug of some sort.
Yeah,
I think both men are afraid to be aggressive because they don't want to be hit. Well, as long as both have over-unders in or something of that fashion.
Yeah, it's one of those, Jared, too, where you don't want to make the wrong move because if you get caught under one of these guys, I don't think you're going to be there for long.
Yeah, plus you don't want to get down potentially 5-1 to start and then try to make that up.
Right now, team race, I know Marshfield made a hard charge for a moment, but Reedsburg, who just a solid team throughout, they actually jump into that second place spot. Top 5 teams right now. You have Neilsville, who's 5th with 104 points. Sparta's 4th with 137.5 points. And Marshfield 3rd with 149. Reedsburg 2nd with 156. And Holman in first place with 198 points. Mr. Swadek thrilled about that one right here in front of me. Son Benson going to be wrestling in the finals later today. Right now, some upper
I like
body
the thought
action
there.
here between the heavies.
I like the thought. I like it. He has a slight reach advantage. Just keep rolling for it. I love it when you see some trips like that, especially from the higher weights too. Really mixing up. I love when they get a little bit funky. Don't do the traditional kind of stereotypical style you expect of them. Have some fun out there, boys.
It's it's a part of that heavyweight renaissance that Steve and I had talked about for a while on the podcast. It seems like they're getting more and more athletic.
I think that's just kind of athletics in general, which is a good thing.
Well, Jared, I'm excited to hear you and John for those 5th and 7th place matches, man. Should be a fun go.
Whoa, slow your horses here. We still got some matches rolling. Don't disrespect them. But yeah, seems still so far Zweifel 1, Herman or Brennan 0. End of the second. Let's see what happens. It could be a pivotal decision here.
Yeah, Brennan, you got to choose down in this situation.
Yeah.
You got to try and even it up with that one, especially if you haven't shown right away that you can score yet.
Yeah. Well, the big thing going in the second, Zweifel got the first decision or first choice and went down. So if we go to overtime, if anything extends from there, see what happens.
And this won't even be the last match of the session, as got a Consi semi still going on over on mat number 1 between Kruger of Marshfield and Josette of New Lisbon. Brennan, nice switch to get behind.
Keep it moving.
Can he get the 2 driving through him? Gets a reversal. Takes Brennan to his back. No reversal.
You never know with the heavyweights. You never know. Wow.
Brennan almost getting his first score on Caden Zweifel in 3 matches.
Wow.
And
folks, I will literally think that's the definition of a roller coaster of emotions.
Wow, Zweifel basically on the strength of an underhook and popping his hips.
Kids out there, shows you what good hips mean. The importance of good hips in wrestling right there.
And we'll finish the session here on mat number 1.
Ooh, getting a little funky.
Kruger and Josette
Wants
trying
the
to
headlock.
take Kruger to his back, and Kruger instead ending up in the top position.
I think
here.
that might be it. No, fighting for it. Short time here. It's all about resilience now.
And it looks like Josette able to keep his shoulder up against.
That's one thing out of a coach. You never want to see a wrestler give up, especially short time. All right. Kruger going neutral up 7-1. Maybe he thinks he has a good finishing move from a neutral. Maybe he's just most comfortable there.
Man, props to Joseph for just fighting off at the end of the second. winner of this one going on to the 5th place match. Kind of hard pressed to talk about the team race now, as in terms of first, Holman kind of making their run to secure, kind of up by 42 points at the moment, but Reedsburg, Marshfield, and Sparta all within good range of finishing top 2. So just gives wrestlers something to fight for.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, this is actually, sorry folks, this is the other semifinal match
really?
between Kruger and Josette. Kruger takes Josette to his back.
Looks like Kruger's just trying to work his offense. Yep, right there's a pin. All right, that ends it for the semis and everything. It'll be 10 to 15 minutes, break, and then me and John will be back with y'all for the 5th and 7th place matches. After that, Teague will be back on for the finals. So we'll be back in 10 to 15. All right, thank you, folks.
touched anything, no. I just pushed the mute button, that was it. I was like, we haven't been seeing Scarlet light up.
And they're sitting face down on all fours up in the air.
Yeah, they're like both popping up on Yeti. Like I'll tap here and Yeti moves, they'll tap here and Yeti moves. Are we like short of
Try blowing in and out.
Check one, check two.
I mean, I'm a proponent of shooting, and it's if a kid isn't, if the kid's not gonna do it, there you go. You block them, look for headlocks, and you gotta take their strengths and develop those. You show them everything you can and see what it takes, and then you help the kid, and then you help the kid focus on what is working.
There we go.
All right, you're both fired up.
Thanks, Dad.
We live?
Are we live?
We've been live. The video just kept going.
Oh yeah.
So now we just have audio.
Right.
I saw it.
Yeah, there's 29 people watching right now.
Alright, let's tune back in.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry about the delay. We had some technical difficulties, but we are back. So we got some live action going.
Yep. Welcome back, folks, to the 5th and 7th place matches here at the Sparta Invite. Currently just wrestling on mat 1, right, at 106 pounds. Mat 2's got a 120-pound matchup, and mat 3 is a 113-pound matchup. One aspect of this round 2, Boone, that'll be, I guess, important to address to the crowd is this round will fly by very quickly. Only about 28 matches in this whole round altogether, spread out across all 3 mats. So this will fly pretty quickly, probably be done with the 5th and 7th place matches within the next half hour or so, and probably get rolling on finals just shortly before 4 o'clock. So with that, everyone, if you stay on live, just tune in later. For those that are looking for the finals, those will be taking place at about 4 o'clock.
All right, as we go into the 5th and 7th place matches, just giving an update on the team scores. Up in first is still Holman at 198, Marshfield at 158, Reedsburg 156, Sparta staying in fourth at 146.5, and Millsville rounding out the top 5 with 104. All right, looking at how we have it set up right now, we have the camera set up on mat 3, or actually on mat 1, where we see Preston Seebecker of Moss and Cedar taking on Chasten Dotzoyer, Morona McFarland.
Yeah, Seebecker up 6-0 right now in this third period, just about 10 seconds to go. This match will be wrapping up here shortly.
And then if you take a look, you can't see off camera right now, but on mat 2, the 5th place match between Brandon Walters and Camden Thiel. Walters of Sparta, Thiel Holman.
Yeah, Thiel really looking to get the pinfall here.
Wow, look at that. That was looking tight. Keep that, pick up the head, bring the wrist to the head. Oh, reset.
Walter's doing a good job fighting off that tight turn there, Boone. Yeah, and Thiel just extending this lead now to 7. Got another close matchup ending period 1 here on mat number 3, right? Chippewa Falls is Becker taking on Denman of Monona Grove, McFarland, right? Becker currently leading 2-0. Got choice, and he's going to elect to go in the neutral position, or actually defer to McFarland. And Denman is going to elect to go into the neutral position.
And we're still looking in on the mat 2. We're seeing Thiel hit a nice little Turk against Walters.
Yep, short time, and Thiel, can he adjust for the pinfall here?
Yes, even keep arching the back, lifting the leg, not enough time though. All I have to say, doing this job today, keeping coverage across 3 different mats, really gives you appreciation to the guys that run NFL Red Zone and whatnot. Got
a fresh matchup that just started over on mat number 1. Got Soberano of Chippewa Falls taking on Gavilan of Sparta, still not at zeros. Looking like Soberano actually nailed a takedown there at the end of the edge of the mat. He's up 2-0 now.
Oh, well, we have some downtime here. A little fun fact for everyone between commentators here, John Mackey and Jared Boone. So I wrestled John his freshman year. I was a senior, and I happened to be the only person to ever pin John during his illustrious wrestling career. So
Yeah.
I have that little notch in my hat.
Only pin in high school and college. Congrats. You can throw that on the hat and wear it proud.
Trust me, John. You'll never forget that. And now, Walters, yeah, that tight. Let's see.
And one thing too, Boone, about this round, now that we're finally rolling, one thing we'll dive into for the folks at home, we'll take a peek at a little preview of our finals matchups taking place just shortly here in probably about a little less than a half hour. So we'll kind of talk through those, really talk the team race, and like you guys know at home, us up here in the booth, we'll be the ones deciding our most valuable wrestler here at Sparta Invite. So be tuning in there. Possibly get some highlights of some strong individual performances here so far.
Yeah, we have some exciting matchups left to come, but I have a quick question for you, John. How do you think the team scores will be looking? Do you think anyone can catch up to leaders right now?
Yeah, I mean, the top 5, I think, is pretty solidified. We might see some shake-up between, those 3 through 5th place teams, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and then, I don't know about the top 3. Those are they're looking a little bit more solidified with Holman.
Just to help the fans at home, we're midway, right through the start of the 5th, 7th play matches. Obviously, lots of points still out there. But Holman currently have a 40-point lead over Marshfield at 198, while Marshfield has 158. Reedsburg sitting at solid 156. Sparta right below them with a 146.5. And quite a considerable drop to 5th place. Millsville will bring the Loyal NGL with 104.
Yeah, Boone, let's flip into those brackets. Let's take a quick peek at our 106-pound finals matchup that we'll have here. Looking like we'll have Trainer Curtin, right, of Reedsburg taking on Sternweiss of Marshfield. Another one of those good matchups that I'm pretty excited to see here as we get into our finals round later on.
Over here, we'll hop into the brackets quick so we get a little bit more detailed. And while we're doing that, you're continuing to watch mat number 2, where we see Kleisch of Holman take on Middlestedt of Reedsburg. And so far, 2-0, first period.
And a quick correction, that's a Lesh of Holman currently leading against Middlestedt.
I still blame not wearing glasses. Sorry, folks. All right, hopping in back in, looking at some of the finals. Got Kern of Reedsburg versus Sternweiss of Marshfield.
Yeah, going to be definitely a good matchup here with, Curtin sitting at 30-3 on the season, the sophomore. Going to wrestle Sternweiss, 25-10. But as we kind of talked about with those Marshfield wrestlers, Boone, tough schedule, wrestle the Bi-State,
yes.
Wrestle the Cheesehead, that can be 5 to 8 losses just across the Christmas tournaments.
Yeah, especially taking on high
December.
competition from not even only the state itself, but out across the country. So we're going to continue on to 113. Here we see Caden Gunter of Osseo Fairchild taking up Blade Wallner of Adams Friendship. Gunter comes in 18-5 record senior, while Wallner of Adams Friendship comes in 18-7 record senior.
About as close as it gets too, Boone. Like identical records, both in the finals. Both, some of the better seeds in the bracket.
Both the team abbreviations have an A and F in it. Can't really break it down better than that, folks. And now looking back on the action on mat 2, seeing at 4-2 for Alsh right now against Middlestead. About 140 left. Solid sprawl right now by Alsh. See, kind of look how he's doing it, folks. Sometimes he's giving the toes down the mat, depending on where he is. Sometimes he lets the toes fall flat, so he can just kind of glide with it, depending on what action he wants.
Yeah, and we've got a tight one actually happening on mat number 1 right now. Soberano is currently leading 8-7 over Gavilan of Sparta. About a minute 20 seconds to go here in the third period. Looking like Gavilan looking to really force the affair on top and possibly get a stall call.
Curious to see what happens from bottom here, because doesn't see too much action. Sitting up by a point, see if he might try to stall out here, see what the ref will do, see more action. Oh, never mind.
Yep, and Soberano really opening this one up with a reversal and some near fall.
Tough fought match by both wrestlers all the way in. Just sometimes get caught, unfortunately. All right, hopping back to mat 2, where we still have Alish against Middlestead, who's at the 6'3". Hopping back and looking at some of the brackets at 120, we have Drake Agasta up against Parrish of Reedsburg. So Agasta, I believe, lost in Necedah, right?
Yep.
Threw me off. I didn't know you guys co-opted with Necedah now.
Yeah, that's a recent thing that has occurred in the last couple years. Necedah joining the co-op with Mauston.
Thank you, Teague, reminding me not to confuse MN for Minnesota. Thankfully, I realized this isn't college wrestling.
Yep,
so
the
woo!
University of Minnesota
bullet
is
there,
not at the
folks.
Sparta Invite.
But continue on. So Gaza coming out of Mauston, Necedah. Obviously, it's one more kind of something we've seen. It's smaller, kind of maybe more rural-based schools, kind of co-ops. Obviously, my hometowns of Millsville, Greenwood, Loyal, and we can see now with obviously Mauston, Necedah, and Parrish coming out of Reedsburg. You're gonna hear lots of Reedsburg at some of these lighter weights. They're pretty well tuned at those lower weights. Who are you liking in this matchup between Parrish and Gazda?
I mean, I have the obvious bias being a hometowner, so I got to go Gazda in this final. But, I think Parrish will give a good fight.
Well,
I don't know who will win it, but I'm going to go with the guy in the blue and gold.
Not to be just contrarian, but I'll pick Parrish. Shout out to my Reedsburg homies, especially all the Bouches down there. Love y'all. Y'all are like a second family growing up. And hopping down to 126. Of course, Luke Dukes taking on Turner Campbell of Holman. Luke Dukes of Millsville Greenwood Loyal. Senior taking on sophomore. Who are you liking here between the two?
Well, Dukes, too, Division II wrestler, had real high levels of success in the postseason over the last 3 years.
Can't really argue against third, second at state.
Yeah, you can't argue it against it. But one thing I like about Campbell is he's willing to just throw everything out the window to go and win a match. He's going to throw.
Some say you have to watch out for the kitchen sink and whatnot.
Yeah, some might. So I think Campbell is going to give Dukes a good run in that 126-pound final.
Yeah. So well, obviously I'm not going to be a homer. Have to go with Luke Dukes. Oops. But who are you thinking here? Obviously, I think Campbell will give him a great match too. I haven't watched his semifinal match, and then Luke obviously coming back from injury. His first time really wrestling. Month or two, so
yeah,
know what can happen.
I think I definitely like taking the defending two-time state runner-up from Neilsville in that one. 17-0 in the season, taking on a less experienced wrestler age-wise.
Senior, chip on your shoulder, having been two-time runner-up. Really want to show the world what's up. So we'll hop on down to 132.
We might see a defensive pin here, Boone, on mat number 3, but it's looking like they're getting into just a bit of a scramble now.
I don't want to. I'll say this as defense. If this may happen, I accidentally defensively pinned myself my sophomore year, so I cannot make fun of anyone who's done that. Careful the crab ride, folks.
Yeah, so looking at our 132-pound final, too, of Derek Zernitz of Neilsville, another one of those Neilsville wrestlers that made the final. He'll be taking on Dobbs, the former state qualifier from Viroqua from last season. He's 23-6.
Actually, both these wrestlers state qualifiers with Schernitz. I got the same weight last year, and then I'm not sure for Dobbs, but I believe it's both D2.
Yeah, well, I know Viroqua last season did momentarily slip into Division III. I believe they are back up into D2 again this year. But again, possibly a matchup that these two could see later on at the state tournament, both being from different sections.
All right, rolling up to 138. Preston Cradaville of Holman, record 20-2. Taking on Franklin from Marshfield. Obviously, a 29-7 record, but he's been mentioning having gone to Cheesehead by state. Obviously, that could be a little bit inflated based on the higher level competition you may face.
Yeah, and that's actually going to be one of the better finals, I think, of the night.
This is a state preview.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is this a sectional too, or are they in different sectionals?
Well, Holman goes north now. So they will eventually run into each other at the sectional. And possibly the team sectional, depending on how things shake out.
Right.
So for those watching at home, definitely encourage you to check out that 138-pound final. One of the big matchups that we actually see early on.
It'll be a great one because Credible himself placed down at state, I believe, 5th this past year. Franklin Senior. Obviously, you have something to prove. I'm not sure how he did. Take a while, but we'll check here.
Yeah, if I remember right, I think Franklin had qualified, but I don't believe that he had placed at the state meet. Yeah.
Franklin able to make it 2 years ago, not this previous year, in a little bit of tougher sectional. Obviously, that'll happen. Hopping up to 145 for the folks. Got Hoyt Blazikowski, very impressive wrestler, taking on Hudson Sebesta Opel. Obviously, Hoyt is going to be coming in looking pretty dominant, having a solid year so far.
Yeah,
Hudson Sebesta Opel coming in as a sophomore. Obviously, I have close ties with the Opel family, having been coached by one pretty much my whole life. But that's really hard to choose against a family friend. But Hoyt is a pretty tough competitor.
Yeah, I'll have to take Blazkowski in this one. And honestly, one of those ones we haven't mentioned much about the MVP team or the MVP race for the individuals. He's definitely probably on that list, spending a cumulative 2 minutes and 1 second on the mat today. Talk about a long drive from the Marshfield Stevens Point area to come on down for 2 to 3 minutes of wrestling.
Hey, it's about having fun, not about what happens on the mat. Hopping up to 152, Caleb Deeney out of Marshfield will be taking on Matt McBride of Holman.
Another one of those better matchups we'll see this afternoon.
Deeney having a pretty solid day so far, a fall and a tech fall on the semis. And McBride tried to copy him there, just fell a few points short in the semis himself. I think it'll be a pretty good matchup here. Obviously, both these competitors have been pulling up tough competitions this year. Roll on down to 160. Another Marshall wrestler. We have Willie White taking on Connolly, coming out of Sparta. So, how are you feeling this? I think things might be a little bit stacked for Connolly, but obviously we've seen so far in this tournament, anything can happen with Connolly taking down the 2-seed Peyton Fry out of Reedsburg in the first round.
Yeah,
so.
I was going to say, too, watch out for the neck wrench if you're Garrett Willowhite, Marshfield.
You call it the neck wrench. I call it the dump. A little bit different.
Neck wrench, chin whip, dump.
Yeah.
It's all the same thing. Yeah. Tell you what, though, watch out for it. You feel something slither around your shoulder and neck up onto your back, I would definitely get tight to the hips.
I'll say avoid taking some double eggs there for a little bit, just to be safe. But obviously when you're have enough confidence in your own ability, you kind of avoid the...
Yeah, changing all offense to head inside shots.
Yeah. Hopping up to 170, we'll see Devin Judd of Reedsburg, who had a really great match against Rux of Marona Grove. Judd of Reedsburg, 24-8 senior, taking on Swadek of Holman, 16-9 senior. Obviously, I think this is going to be a great match. I think this is the sectional preview, too.
Yeah, well, not even quite anymore with Holman moving northbound, but again, too, just like a good matchup in general for these guys. Neither of them really like outstanding in terms of being top in the state, but both very solid wrestlers. Arguably probably one of the closer matchups I think we'll see today in the finals.
I think we'll see some fireworks this match.
Yeah,
folks.
I agree.
All right, hopping down to 182. Here we have Jackson Stramick of Blair Taylor taking on Bennett Rhodes of Reedsburg. So Stramick coming in 29-2, Blair Taylor Jr., while Rhodes coming in 14-10, a sophomore.
Yep, Stramick, defending state place winner, real tough wrestler, the junior out of Blair Taylor, really just looking to finish up his day here. And again, too, another one of those guys that can be talked about for potentially being the MVP of the tournament. We'll really have to see. We'll see how these performances shake out.
Yeah, we can't really be talking too much about the MVP stuff. We'll still have to see what happens in the finals, but that's kind of the joy of it, is just appreciating the moments and continuing on before we make our decision. Now coming up to 195, we see Luke Stotts of Baraboo. He'll be taking on Brian Rockstead of Blair Taylor. Stotts coming in 32-3, senior, and Rockstead 24-8, also senior. Upset the 2 seed in the semifinals. Wampler of Adams Friendship. Honestly, I think this would be back and forth. You never know, but I kinda
Yeah,
like Stotts.
Stotts is, I'll say he's a tank. He's, only got 3 losses on the year, a senior from Baraboo, and again, one of those wrestlers that's only spent probably 2.5 minutes on the mat today, just kind of cleaning up work quick and doing what he has to do.
Hopping up to 220. Obviously, we have a Teague favorite, Jesus Gonzalez of Reedsburg with a solid record of 30-0 junior. Really been seeing improvements over his whole career. And here to other finalist.
What's up? Oh, Ron Tater Salad White. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that, T. I just want to make sure you get your call in. Yeah, so we'll be seeing Gonzalez take on White in the finals. Obviously, Gonzalez has just been on an absolute tear this year. Really found his form, really came into his style and self and body. And White, obviously, got a solid wrestler himself. Great program with the Lancaster in his first year. I'm gonna go with Gonzalez. What are you thinking, man?
I'm going with Gonzalez. Me and Teague, actually, we had a good opportunity going down to Richland Center, a month and a half or so ago, just to watch that invite, and just kind of got to see Gonzalez. Neither of us really knew who he was, and he just blew the tournament away. A lot of action, a lot of fireworks, real athletic, heavier guy. So really just fun to watch, and I agree too. I think he's going to clean up shop here today. And again, one of those guys spent maybe a minute or 2 on the mat today.
Honestly, I'm gonna go double check, but I'm pretty sure it's under 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think he spent like 30 seconds in one match and maybe a minute 20 in another.
Well, I go back and check on Gonzalez's time on the mat. Well, how about the heavyweight? It's been a pretty interesting bracket so far. Not too many upsets, but just from watching it personally, it's been wild to watch. In the finals, we have Kruger coming out of Marshfield, 24-14 senior, taking on Zeifel coming out of Sparta. Solid 24-6 record, a sophomore up at the heavyweight. Like Teague mentioned earlier, whenever you see a sophomore as a freshman, you have to know they're doing pretty well. They're pretty built different.
Yeah, it kind of gets back to the genesis of the the athletic heavyweight that we've seen over the last several years.
I mean, look at this past year at the state finals, Massa himself coming up from 220 and having a little athletic advantage. You know what? I'll give the hometown boy a little love here, Zeifel. I think he'll pull it off here. Kruger out of Marshfield.
Yeah, I mean, this one's kind of one of those toss-ups, 6 losses, 14 losses. Given Marshfield's record, I think it'll be a tight one for the heavy guys as we end our, our day here at the Sparta Invite for the finals later on.
Yeah, so now that we're done giving you guys a little preview of what's to come, we'll hop back on to the 5th and 7th place matches.
Yeah, currently it looks like, just taking a wide holistic view of the mats right now, Boone sitting at about 145, 152 pounds for these 5th and 7th place matches. Cruising along, about the pace I was expecting here. Probably get these finals rolling shortly after, probably the next 15 or 20 minutes. So for those that are really looking to watch those, to stay tuned. Have plenty of good wrestling here for you. Taking place at the Sparta Invite.
Hopping back on for the folks at home watching the stream on Mat 2, the one that we have on the feed right now. You see Colin Clary out Chippewa Falls taking on Nolan Cavazos of Baraboo, and this is the 7th place match.
Yeah, Claire leading 2-0 as we end the first period, just 60 seconds into it.
And we'll hop over to mat, I believe 1. We'll catch a 5th place match over there. Currently, Keegan Anding taking on
Zimbauer.
Moss and Nasita. Keegan Anding of NGL, Nilsville Greenwood Loyal. So far, 0-0. Can't tell who has the...
Looks like Zimbauer's riding a whizzer and maybe going over the top.
Interesting here.
Maybe looking to go like a front quarter.
Yeah, I think he got a little overzealous there.
And we're going to call 2 here, but watch the roll through.
That's a funky position. Sorry, folks, the natural coach of me coming out. I see a half open. I just gotta yell it.
Boone, should we just reenact coaching scenarios here since this is Boston versus Neilsville?
Let's get the fans everything. We have both coached in the past. We'll have a wrestling match, a little callback, see if I can still pin you. Doubt it.
Well, and this is
highly doubt.
This is interesting too. I think they had initially given Zimbauer the takedown against Anding in that match, but I believe they might have waved it off and actually gave takedown to Anding.
Funky situations. You see it like in youth wrestling where you just kind of got to sit back and let the kids roll, and then see what the end result is.
Yeah, and it was one of those kind of stop and go positions too, where Zimbauer had the inside leg, and it was kind of hips around the back side. Definitely looked like 2 to me, but
Ooh, decent little switch, but didn't get his arm free there.
And if I'm Zimbauer right now, I gotta wait and watch out for this roll through from Anding.
It's one thing you like to see some constant action on bottom. You like to see a knee slide right there and get the tripod to give a little space to do a little knee slide outside, work wrist control.
Zimbauer need to watch how low he's draping that head. I know a lot of wrestlers won't reach back, but the occasional guy will in this awkward cradle position.
Especially when you're trying to go crazy with a potential wild cradle out of nowhere.
Yep, and
he
right
has the
here.
Head there, though. There's a count. Let's see. Yep.
Yeah, and we got 2 swipes for Zimbauer so far.
Doesn't have the arm there, else be a little bit tighter, could work the knee in the side. But still got his back or near fall count.
Definitely gonna need to adjust if Zimbauer's looking to finish this one with Anding.
Yeah, probably got your near fall, best to reset. Hopefully get a pinning combination, but ooh, careful.
And Zimbauer's getting his head hunted right now.
Yeah, that might
Boots
be a pin right there. Wow. I didn't think the ref would call a pin that fast, but dang.
Yeah, we're getting to the afternoon, Boone.
Yeah, referee is getting tired.
I don't know if there's snow coming, but that was quick. But I'll tell you what, it pays to be in good position. Keep the head high.
Normally not a pin you'd see for a finals match, but for a 5th, 7th place match, maybe.
So Anding picking up the fall there over Zimbauer.
I know Anding, he's another family friend. Grew up right next to his dad my whole life, and I don't know if I even would call the pin that fast. But, oh well.
All right, we got a pretty good matchup also still taking place on the same mat number 1, between Fry of Reedsburg and Lechecki of Holman.
Yeah, remember, this is Payne Fry, who was originally the 2 seed, got upsetted in the first round, so never know what can happen.
Yeah, Fry, the 27-8 record against Lechecki, 16-20. Bit of a disparity in the record here in this 5th place matchup. But just in general, Lechecki doing a good job clearing ties, trying to defend any offensive attempts that Fry's throwing.
Ooh, nice little sweep. Let's see if you can. Wow, I'm surprised he was able to pick up position from a low sweep like that. Usually you think go to a scramble, but man, just built different.
Looking like Fry's trying to get that Turk up into the air, heel to the ceiling, and maybe go a claw for the back points.
He has his knee high. Might as well ride it. Maybe try an armbar here if you can't get the crossface. So we'll all have the Turk in.
Kind of help hold me a little bit.
We got another close matchup just off screen right now on mat number 3 between Luchtenhand against Voek of DeForest. Looking like Luchtenhand currently leading 6-2 to the end of this first period on mat number 3. For those watching in that, I believe, 5th place matchup at 170 pounds.
Yeah, looking back, Fry just up 2-0 over Lechecki.
Yeah, Lechecki.
Lechecki, didn't see the C.
Yeah, Lechecki's doing a good job keeping this close, and I think we see that from a lot of these Holman guys.
Yeah.
Just not even so much just displaying the depth, just displaying the quality of coaching.
Good little sit out there by Fry to get his escape too.
Yeah, Fry with a real heavy right leg right now for Lechecki's maybe looking to score here, capitalize on that right side of Fry.
Yeah. Lechecki really leading with that front foot too. Could be coming in for like we saw at the beginning with a low sweep single or just even a low shot or low single.
Yeah, and I mean too, Lechecki right now.
Right, oh, that's what I was waiting for, to pop that under and right into a high crotch. Beautiful move, just couldn't execute all the way.
Lechecki going front head right now too. Fry working him out of bounds, getting a fresh reset in the center with about 1:18 to go here in the second period.
And up now on mat 2, we'll see Jacob Luchtenhand taking on Primer.
Luchtenhand, both Luchtenhands on the mat side by side here, 16-70. Also, Boone, the match between the heavier Luchtenhand and Voek and DeForest really got close.
Really. Folks at home, Luchtenhand was originally up 7-2, and now we got 7-5. It was 7-7, but then a little change of score there, 7-5, 122 in the period 2.
Yeah, and it looks like coaches are disputing
5th place
at the
match.
table. And it's looking like it is
Oh,
7-7
got changed back,
with
yes.
Voek getting that. I believe it was either a reversal or a takedown or near fall in that case.
All right, we're hopping over to mat 3. Catch the end of this match now. 7-7. Or 8-7 now. Luchterhan's up over Voek.
Yeah,
Voek
we're
on
only in
the
the
Forest.
second
Luchterhan on
period
Millsville
here.
Green and Loyal.
On pace for 30 points.
Yeah, folks, we might see a high scoring affair here, but obviously it's what the fans want.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we got a
Let
bit
it
of an
fly,
eye
boys.
poke.
Let it fly.
A little bit of an eye poke for Voek, kind of stumbling back, can't quite see. Almost looks a little bit dazed talking with medical staff. So we'll move the
We'll
cam
shift it back
quick.
over. I guess we'll give you some more Luchterhan action on mat 2. So this is Jacob Luchterhan taking on Blaine Primer of Rocca, and then Luchterhan obviously of Millsville Green with Loyal.
Yeah, tied at zeros right now as we're in the second period.
Yeah, we currently have blood time on mat 1 and then also injury time on mat 3. So you folks are catching all the action right now in the whole gymnasium.
Yeah, hopefully start to see some offense going here, Boone, in this 160-pound match on mat 2. Right, still scoreless at zeros right now, and it's looking like Primer's maybe looking to throw, but Luchterhan doing a good job countering and maybe getting the finish and some back
Luchterhan
points.
said, "You shall not pass," and send him back his way onto his back. Let's see if you can get the finish here.
And if I'm Luchterhan, I got to get my hips down to the
yeah.
side. Yep, that's an opportunity.
Maybe try and
missed.
adjust to a Saturday night ride, but maybe want to get more perpendicular and just work wrist or with the head.
It's looking like Primer now trying to
Kind of an
scramble
awkward
out.
position here for Luchterhan.
Yeah, if you're Primer, you
Yeah.
got to plant that
Keep-
foot. and
keep
just get
rolling
butt
with
in the
it.
air.
Honestly, if you're Primer, start walking into him with your hips, try to get your hips over, and then you're in prime position. Hopefully get some back points once you get the reversal. Yep. That
Good
was just
defense for
awkward.
Luchterhan.
I know, kids want to get their hips high because it never feels safe, but you don't want to get too high off the mat or it gets easy turn then. Or stuff like that, a little bit more roly-poly.
I believe it.
Nice little return from Luchterhan.
What's that?
The other Luchterhan one.
Yeah.
Might have timed out.
Defaulted. Who defaulted?
I didn't see.
Yeah,
I think it was Voek from.
excuse me, going back to mat 3, Voek and Luchterhan match, I believe Voek injury defaulted out of that, so I believe Luchterhan ended up becoming the winner. Not really fully sure what happened right there, but we'll continue with the action on mat 2 in a 7th place match between Luchterhan and Primer. Still sitting at 5-0. 7 seconds left in the period.
Oh, Primer looks like he might have gotten a reversal actually to end this period. Now just down 5-2, ends the period with an
big
arm
points
bar
there.
near the end. Yeah, and I think too, if I'm not mistaken, I think Primer will actually get choice, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm looking over on mat number 1 quick. We have blood time again, but right now Fry is up 7-0 over Lechecki.
About 4 minutes of
fifth
blood
place.
time remaining.
Otherwise, Jake did it all the time. He says, and then when the break was like that. That's the only time they're going to hear you is when they're not wrestling, usually. All the other yelling is just for you.
Yep. And tough ride on top here by Luchterhan on mat 2. Up 5-2 right now. Primer chose down to start the period.
We've got a tight matchup also off screen right now, mat number 3 between Angle of Sparta against Snodgrass of Holman. Still knotted at zeros, but Snodgrass getting a couple of swipes for those that were curious at home.
Yep, so we're looking at right now Snodgrass versus Angle. Wow. I believe Snodgrass just got the pin over Angle there. And looking back here on mat 2, still staying at 5-2 in favor of Luchterhan over Primer. 1 minute left in the 3rd period. I think we get hit with a rare double stall call here.
Yeah, we might see the rare double skull pop up.
Honestly,
Just
one of
lack
the things I
activity.
most hate to see in wrestling because I'm all for the action, all for the constant movement.
Yeah, and Fry right now it's still leading 7-1 over on mat number 1 in that 5th place matchup at 160 pounds.
Coming up on mat number 3 now. Looks like it'll be McLean taking on Kauth. McLean coming out of Reedsburg, Klauth out of Mauston, I believe. Mauston Aceta? Oh, no, Braxton Kauth out of Millsville Greenwood Loyal.
I was like, yeah, Boone, he's from your hometown.
Oh, I was looking at the screen, not the singlets. Sorry.
Yeah, so we'll have McCoon of Reedsburg taking on Kauth of Neilsville here at 195 pounds on mat number 3.
Here, we'll just stick here on mat number 2, see what the next match is up. We'll try to move you on to the next 5th place match, see where that is. The Fry Lechecki match is wrapping up now. They just have some end of match blood time. I think there's roughly 20 seconds left, so not really much left there. Coming up on mat 2 now.
Yeah. Mat 2 battle of the teams in orange. Viroqua taking on Marshfield.
Yes.
Looks like it's Hagen taking on DePietro of Viroqua. So gonna have a good one here on mat number 2. Looks like we have a takedown from McCoon over on mat number 3 also. Currently leading 2-0 over Kauth of Neilsville.
Now coming up right here, yep, as he mentioned before, Dylan Hagen, 2-2. Marshfield taking on Anthony DePietro, 15-15 out of Viroqua. Looks like Hagen or Hagen, you think?
I'm not sure. You know, I can imagine both. Well, let's go with Hagen for now.
I think you're only saying that because one of our buddies' last name's spelled the same as Hagen.
Yeah, his is an E in it.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
We'll roll with it.
Yeah, I'm second guessing. Yeah, so DePietro on mat 2 currently leading 2-0 over Hagen of Marshfield as we bring this first period to a close. DePietro going to finish that position or that period up on top, and we're going to go to the choice, and it's looking like Hagen of Marshfield's going to defer that option to DePietro, and he is going to elect neutral to start the second here.
I think that's one of the things I always kind of, fortunately it wasn't too much on the Consolation side, but one of the things I always disliked the most was the fact that it was only 1 minute for the first period. I feel like you can't get enough action to really work your offense. Obviously get takedowns, but it makes sense for the Consolation to make the day go by faster, but I'll never be truly a fan of it.
Well, too, and just thinking about like match strategy and management.
Oh, beautiful
before we even
toss there,
dive
too.
into that, yeah, I was going to say DePietro with a nice little recovery off the throw, and he's going to get the pinfall, I think, here.
He's not in a great position to get a pinfall there, really. Let's see if he can adjust.
Yeah, it's looking like Hagen's got the inside arm and is able to kind of lift that shoulder up, but it's looking like DePietro does get
there's
it.
blood. Yep, pinfall for DePietro, Viroqua over Hagen.
Speaking of blood also, we've got the Lechecki and Fry match still rolling over on mat number 1 right now.
Yeah, folks, we've been through 2 different matches on mat 2, and we're still waiting for the Fry Lechecki to finish up. Blood time is a hot topic right now.
Yeah, about 2 minutes, 45 seconds still available for this match. I think Justin Lancaster's helping clean up Lechecki here, and
beautiful play-by-play by John here.
Get both these wrestlers out.
Thing, folks. All right, pulling up on, we'll roll over to mat 2 here. We're going to have the 225th place match where we're going to see.
Looks like we got Brown of Osseo Fairchild taking on Rogers of Baraboo.
Sure about that? Oh, we're on mat 2, bud.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was correction, folks.
Mat 2, we have Roth and Rona Grove taking on, sorry, folks, Alcavar.
Thought we had our cam on mat 3 at home, folks, but for those on
Blair Taylor taking on Roth and McFarland or Marona Grove in the 5th place match here on mat 2.
And it's looking like Fry will pick up that win over on mat number 1 over Lechecki, picking up the dub 11-2 here.
Nice wrestler in that match too. Lots of blood on that one. So far, nothing much happened here on mat 2.
Same with Matt number
ties.
3 as well, still knotted at zeros. It's looking like both matchups are going to end at zeros first period.
Quick question, Mackie. When you're trying to work an offense from neutral, what's your favorite kind of setup to work in the takedowns?
I mean, like, it kind of depends on who I'm wrestling. You know, if I'm looking just to have safe scoring, I'm a huge hook guy.
We don't
like
safe scoring around here. We want some flash.
Yeah. That's what the kids at home like, don't they? I mean, it depends. I'm a big elbow tie guy. I like underhooks, wrists. You know, it's safe positions that you can capitalize on a lot of good offense and maintain good composure with your defense, especially in the neutral position.
Yeah, one I kind of got more into later in the career was kind of a double over. It's just because it kind of allowed like open offense attached each side, a lot of versatility.
Yep, and it's looking like Rogers from Baraboo finally breaking some points on the board, going right to the back for Brown, and he's going to pick up the pin. So the winner over there on Mat 3, or Mat number 1.
Rogers of Baraboo over Brown of Osseo Fairchild with a pretty solid headlock. Looking here on Mat number 2.
Yeah, still scoreless on Mat number 2. About 2 minutes into this match here, just because we had the shortened first period, but still zeros across the board, with Roth and Elvaker of Blair Taylor still going at it. We've got our first heavyweight match up here taking place over on Mat 3, also off screen. You know, we got Pasola of Chippewa Falls taking on Henke of Reedsburg.
Yeah, Henke with that crazy end to his last match where you never know how it was going to end. Next thing you knew, he ended up with the pin. It was a wonderful way to see the match on.
Yeah, another one of those nice athletic heavyweights that we've seen today and this year. And again, showing it right now, Henke with an awesome cow catcher.
Henke just hit like a solid cow catcher in the first 15 minutes. He's going to get the finish here. Sorry.
But awesome scrambling from Pasola.
Looking back here, Becker still 0-0 with Roth.
Yeah, shout out to Roth here from Monona Grove. Really doing a good job of not giving up anything on bottom. Same thing with Elvaker, Blair Taylor. Doing a good job just giving nothing to the wrestler from Monona Grove.
She's really trying to keep that pressure down for a power half and it isn't working. I see it out. If it got the pressure off completely, Mikey just won here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great.
Got a little high.
End of period scoring from Roth.
Got a little high on the power half trying to work and left no pressure on him.
Yeah, and it comes back to gamesmanship too. You know, in a match that's this close, zeros, you don't have the room to make some of those mistakes to give up, the one point, especially with Roth having to go on top now.
Obviously, with the coaching in the back of our head, first thing you always think of when things such as that, allowing the first points to your opponent, you never know it goes to overtime. And that thing kind of becomes important now.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know. I think that might be just OCD and me just making sure to always remember that in the back of my head now.
Oh, great shot from Elvaker from Blair Taylor.
Good job. Oh, really hustling for the get behind there. I don't think he's going to give 2 there, but got the one for escape before.
Yeah, and it's looking like they are not going to give that 2 away. We're still knotted at 1.
Some hustle right there by those wrestlers.
Got about 95 seconds to go here at 220 pounds on mat number 2. Roth and Elvaker still knotted at 1. Both kind of slowing down, too, as we're progressing through the back half of this period. And not a lot of offense so far.
Now let's see what happens here. About a minute time left, 1-1 in the third period. Not really wrestlers giving anything to either.
Yeah, so for those that were Reedsburg fans at home, too, Henke currently leading 5-1 still as we're about midway through the second. Beating Pensola of Chippewa Falls so far here.
Yeah, Henke came out with that first move to get all those points, and Pensola really made it tough since.
Yeah, big first 5-point attack for Henke. He's looking
he
again to go
might
cow
try to hit
catcher.
Again, cow catcher again. Sorry, folks.
Just
this
he's
is a
got to
mad
move.
broadcast.
There it is. And
Another
he's going to get some
5-point
backs.
move, looks like.
This might end in a pin, Boone, and there
Yeah.
it is.
For all the Reedsburg fans, Henke got the pin on a cow catcher. About 30 seconds left in period 2. Looking back here, we got some rolling around. We got the near fall there, big towards the end. Looks like Roth is going to pull it off, I believe. Still getting near fall counts. Might get the finish.
I think it'll be
Short
El
time.
Baker that's putting Roth on his back right now, I believe. Might get the pinfall out of
Yeah.
bounds, but just
That's a pretty big move to go from what, down 5-1 up to 6-5? I think that might be.
yeah. So Roth with a huge takedown and
I think it
El
was a
Baker.
reversal into a near fall there.
Yeah.
If that's the case, so it might end up becoming 5. Oh, yeah, 6-5 for El
There it
Baker.
is.
Wow.
There it is.
Hey,
Yep.
kids at home watching, that's why you don't give up till the final whistle.
Yep, so Baker pulling off the 1-point victory over Roth, Monona Grove, McFarland. Exciting end to that match, and right now, too, I believe we'll just need to move the cam down.
Here we'll roll over to mat number 1 now, where we're catching the 7th place mat between Edis of Moss and Nisita against Mayor of the Forest.
Yeah, Eads currently leading 8-3 right now. Just 35 seconds to go here.
Not giving up aid in there. So you gotta kind of try to keep it down on the legs, so raise up the body and shoot a takedown there. Kind of lose all your power and control.
Yeah, so if I'm Eads now, I just kind of need to keep a post and circle, and keep my butt to the center of the map.
Hey, remember, gotta keep it fair. Gotta cheer for both of you now. Come on, Mayor. Short time, you gotta hit something now.
Yeah, Mayor's got to just look to go big
Yeah.
and here down 5.
When you're down that much, just gotta pretty much let fly, and if you get caught or just end up on your back or whatever, I mean, oh well, risk reward for when you're already down by that much.
And I find it curious, too. It looks like we're going to continue to shuttle these matchups over here on mat number 1. Got 2 available mat spaces open. I don't know if they're going to ship any of these remaining 5th, 7th place matchups over. So we've got one more here, I believe, in our 5th and 7th place session.
We're seeing Walters take on Webb. Walters coming out of Sparta, Weber from Holman.
Yep, and it's looking like Weber
Fifth
wasting
place
no
here.
time here, getting to the corner and scoring a nice go by him. Now
He's able to keep the pressure on top.
Yeah, Walter's doing a good job getting back to his feet, getting a fresh restart here. And a lot of reaching for the wrestler from Holman here. You know, if
Might be able to
I'm,
just pop the elbow there and shoot a double.
I was gonna say you could hit like a little post up high
Hey, watch
C.
it. Careful.
Yeah, a lot of options, just all that aggressive
Hey,
pressure.
can't stop the clock. You never stop the clock, folks. Sorry, that's the coach of me just yelling again. They should have added about roughly 8 to 10 seconds there.
Yeah, and it's looking like Weber's
she
probably
took a lot of
gonna
hands there, too.
snag another 2 points here, up 4-1 now.
Interesting. Well, I guess we're just going to let it slide.
You should have. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's looking like Weber here is also going to choose to defer his choice. Looking like Walters is going to go neutral here.
Let's see what happens. They really just want to get in on that collar time. Well,
And I think he's trying to climb
Walters
over the
really,
top too, yeah, to get to that front head position.
looks like they both are trying to run the same offense here. That always makes matches interesting. Oh,
Walters doing a good job, needs to
keep
settle
going,
the
keep
hips.
going, dump it. Keep driving, and keep on that. Watch
And
it,
we're out of
watch it.
bounds.
I like the hustle there. Went from a fireman dump, kind of lost, and kept on rolling into a single and a potential double leg there. Just ran out of room.
But yeah, Walters here getting a lot of pressure from Weber. Just a matter of sensing some of this pressure and capitalizing on it a bit.
Yeah, just a little oh man, I can't talk right now. Single collar tie into a front headlock will not snap down for him.
Looking like Weber might try to go like an Oki choke here with that left side leg in.
Interesting combo going from front headlock into Oki choke.
Walter's going quad pod, circling back to his feet. We're at 6-2.
Got another fireman. Let's see if it
And Walter's sinking the hips. He might get it.
I was afraid this might happen the first time.
But he's going to get high and get rolled through again.
I think he'll get his two there. Yeah, Walter's, no. Still could dump him.
Needs to go neck wrench, and
Yeah,
he
he
takes
might-
him to his back, but he's getting rolled
Folks,
through.
I just do not know what to expect watching this right now.
Oh, and Walter is with the
Wow,
reversal
what the
now.
headlock.
Up 8-7, and he
Wow.
gets the pinfall.
Like I said, folks, I had no idea what to expect. Back-to-back chain wrestling, front headlocks, and regular headlocks. I didn't know what to see. We ended up with Walters with the pin there at the end. All right, folks. I think
That was our last matchup
Yeah.
for the 5th, 7th place session. We will be rolling here into the finals in a couple minutes, so stay tuned for me, John Mackey, Jared Boone, and Teague Fenwick on the mic here at the Sparta Invite.
Fenwick. All right, folks. We'll be back 5 to 10.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the finals of the Spartan Invite. Here, of course, at Sparta High School. I'm Teek Benwiga bringing you the action right now. Getting started off at 106 pounds. Going to keep all the action on mat 2. 106-pound finals. We have Trainer Curtin, 30-3 sophomore of Reedsburg, taking on John Sternweiss, 25-10 freshman out of Marshfield. Have the third place matches taking place on the outside mats. It's been a great day of wrestling. Action got started at about 9:30 today. Guess we'll wrap up around 6 here. But you can see one of my favorite mats in the state. That Spartan in the middle. Wouldn't be an event at Sparta without a Zerflu sighting either. So got all the festivities going on today. Curtin with the early takedown is up 2-0 1 minute into the first period. Want to thank, they'll be back up here a little later, John and Mackey and Jared Boone, who have both been on the mic today as well. Going to have John jumping on for the lighter weights. Jared's going to be helping out with the upper weights here. Do a little mic work by committee with us as Curtin, who's running a pretty deep armbar, now has the half as well, and we got a potentially dangerous. The official watching out for the elbow there of Sternweiss. Sternweiss, the freshman, has had a great campaign so far. Finished 13th at the Cheesehead last week for the Tigers. Won the Shawano High School Holiday Classic in December. Now with the schedule of Tigers wrestle, you got to respect 25-10 for a freshman. Trainer Curtin as a sophomore last year for the Beavers. Almost have made it to state. Ended up placing third in a sectional, one spot away, and right now this year looking to be on a mission as Sternweiss did get an escape, and Curtin trying to get on another shot, but to no avail as he'll head into the second up 2-1. It will be Sternweiss's choice, and Marshfield head coach Cody Seed telling him to defer. Curtin going to go down and to try and extend his lead here. But Curtin on the year so far, his lowest finish was a 5th place finish at the On the Water Classic over in Oshkosh. This is a great 2-day holiday tournament. Runner-up last weekend at the Rick Lovinger Invitational in River Valley. Won the Richland Center Invite. Looking for his second tournament title of the year here at Sparta today. Good original ride there by Sternweiss. So he's stopping that first move of Curtin pretty well. Curtin trying to break that wrist control. Nowadays in wrestling, you don't want to stand up if your opponent still has that wrist. Seen a lot of people go for tilt attempts from that position. Curtin looking to get some wrist control. Able to scoot away, and good follow by Sternweiss. Still riding here. Curtin just trying to scoot away, get some spacing, maybe swimming for a head as well. So we're midway through the second period now, and John Sternweiss not letting up on the sophomore out of Reedsburg. Reedsburg and Marshfield also in a tight team race as well, as Reedsburg's at 169 points. Marshfield is third with 158 points. And it looks like we have a stall call there against Sternweiss. Saw a lot of good following action for a while. Sternweiss staying active, but I think he slowed down just a little bit to really try to stay active on top. A good call there by the official. Curtin has wrist control at Sternweiss, just the way he's able to keep that pressure on with his chest now. Not making it easy on the Reedsburg sophomore. So Curtin almost facing Sternweiss, has the leg, 15 seconds left. Sternweiss holding on to an ankle. At this point, the freshman just trying to kill a little time, and a stalemate called with 6 seconds left. We're going to head into third period. We'll see what Curtin comes up with here. And again, Sternweiss just following. Huge period there by the freshman out of Marshfield as we'll head into the third. John Sternweiss of Marshfield down at 2-1. It will be his choice, and he will choose to go down. All right, start of the third now at John Sternweiss choosing down after a huge second period. Now Curtin with the chance to ride here. Just doing a quick sound check. Looks like.
Can you hear me, folks? I'm live.
Looks like we got John back in the fold now as Curtin starting off with a strong ride of his own here in the third.
Yeah, Curtin currently leading 2-1. Real nice and close-up matchup here between Sternweiss and Curtin so far at 106 pounds.
And Sternweiss trying to grab a leg now. See if he knee slides and sneaks his head under instead choosing to dump it there.
Yeah, Sternweiss looking to hit an answer here and pop the head, maybe get back, so I don't know.
And Curtin, I think, is holding on to a cradle for a second, but Sternweiss now getting a reversal and some near fall points as well.
Yeah, Sternweiss definitely blowing this one open. Teague, nice 3-point gap on Curtin with just 60 seconds to go here in our final at 106. Sternweiss is looking to belly out Curtin right now, maybe looking to go cradle potentially.
Yeah, if you're Sternweiss, you got to be feeling pretty confident after that second period where you rode out Curtin that whole 2 minutes. And I mean, if you're Curtin, you had a lot of wind taken out of your sails as well.
Also, that's a second stall warning on Sternweiss. That'll be a point for Curtin. So he's now just down 2 points. This is a one-score matchup here. He's one reversal or one quick escape and a takedown away from being right in this.
Sternweiss just staying solid on the follow here. Essentially, John just can't give up 2 more stall calls, and in 15 seconds, I don't think you'd see that from many refs. Doing a good job keeping the action going, almost picking up some more near fall here. And
yeah.
Regardless, I think the freshman out of Marshfield gonna pick up a huge win against trainer Curtin of Reedsburg.
And we've got a crowd of Marshfield wrestlers off on mat number 3 right now, giving their teammate a lot of support. I love to see it.
Basically, has the whole team in the corner there, John.
Yeah, not even just the corner of the mat, just on mat 3 alone. Like, this is that everyone that was involved in Marshfield wrestling was in on that 106 final.
John, if that's a foretaste of what's to come, you still have 13 finals matches left. As looks like we might be. I'll just get a little confirmation. I thought we were rolling straight through here. It looks like we might be waiting though. I think it might be for the officials and their breaks. So we'll take the action over to mat number 1 here as we have our third place match. Yeah, that's Caleb Rundia, the freshman, currently ranked in the state right now. And looking at state rankings, Curtin currently ranked 7th in the state. Trying to find the Marshfield freshman, and I have a feeling, John, that Sternweiss going to find a spot in the Wisconsin Grappler rankings here. Next finals matchup up here on mat number 2 is going to be Caden Guntner of Osseo Fairchild, Augusta, and Blade Wallner of Adams Friendship. A couple of seniors with 18 wins will be going at it next here. going to be waiting for both mats to finish. Or moving on to the next weight class. And yeah, Rundy with an 11-point lead, now needing to fight here. Yeah, John, how do you make adjustments from here? Man, I can't imagine the amount of space that must have been between Rundy's shoulder and the mat. But just from our vantage point, John, it had to be pretty minimal, as Rundy did pick up a reversal. Make it 13-5 now, and I don't know if Connolly has one more of those in him.
I mean, he'll get a quick breather here, get back out on the mat. He'll start bottom. I think we've got about 40 seconds to go on the clock. A little flash, a little flurry might get him back into this.
Man, give credit to Connolly, though. You're down by 11. We talked about it a little earlier. I know there's a match where Stone was down by 12. They went for a big move, and why not at that point? What's the difference between losing by 15 or potentially getting the win off of that?
Oh yeah, I love the guts from Connolly.
And now, this time around, Rundy probably going to be expecting that a little bit more.
It's looking like we are all cleaned up. Nope. Not quite yet. Looking like the Sparta wrestler is going to need one more quick jab on the nose, get all that blood cleaned up.
As we wait here for this 106-pound third place match to end. They'll be running both matches on 113 at the same time. Also, just quick news to share here. I know we are at 106 right now, but Luke Dukes from Neilsville Greenwood Loyal, who you'll be seeing in the finals, did pick up his 100th win.
Rundy will be in the top position to start this conclusion of the third period again. Got about 40 seconds to go, if I remember right. What'd you end up with?
A good follow there by Rundy, I think.
Well, I was a 4-year varsity.
If you're Rundy, just a matter of just staying out of danger now, especially after what you survived in the first half of this period.
The only time I ever got hurt might even get a cradle lock this year, strain or sprain my PCL.
It's going to roll through out of bounds. We're going to reset back to center. About 19 seconds left.
Every time I
Connolly pulls some more fireworks out.
Yeah, going to need another move here to take Rundy right to his back. And man, what a match the third place one was. We tuned in at the right time for it. Connolly got Rundy in a body lock, and Caleb Rundy out of Holman able to fight off his back for a good 30 to 45 seconds. With the reversal and riding out, Caleb Rundy will finish third, and he will add to the Holman Vikings dominating team point total. I think that might be the match. Holman at 214. Well ahead of Reedsburg, who has 169. Marshfield only 7 behind Reedsburg, but only picking up 4 points with that win in the first place match. So they're going to need to keep scoring in spades here. Next up at 113, got a Caden Gutner of Osseo Fairchild Augusta and a Blade Wallner of Adams Friendship. Senior versus senior here in the Spartan Invite finals, John.
Yeah, it's looking like right now Gutner just looking to maybe go front head, trip. That length of Wallner, we'll see if that'll be any issues at all for Gutner. Right now, Gutner just looking to jack up double unders here, maybe look to throw, but getting his ankles tangled on Wallner. Again, Gutner looking to bounce, and he's going cow catcher straight to the back. But Wallner doing a good job trying to fight here. Can Gutner get his hips back and readjust for maybe a pinfall? And it's looking like Wallner will fight off his back here. He's going to be down probably a good 5-0. I don't think they've awarded any near fall yet at all.
Wow, are they saying the shoulders weren't exposed? Yeah, it's looking like it might be the case here.
We have no near fall on our championship mat at 113 pounds.
It's impressive seeing Gutner's track resume. 2 years ago, placing 6th at regionals, John. That's going 0-2 in regionals. Last year, placing 3rd. Now, doing a pretty good job right now against Wallner in the finals. And Wallner, well, a pretty good wrestler in his own right. So let's talk about good natural improvement from year to year.
Yeah, went from 0-2 barbecue to, leading currently at the Sparta Invite. Pretty cool. A lot of progression over the years.
Wallner with that tough ride right now.
We're going to be bringing this first period to a close here. Yeah, Gutner going to end in the top position, just leading 2-0. As we saw, no near fall in this first period at all.
Yeah, that was a big move there to start off the first period as well. Again, I know from our vantage point, might see something different, but refs have a little better view, so it's always hard to, it's one of those calls where it might look different to us. So we start the second period, and Wallner starting down here.
Looking like Gutner might try to go like a boot on one side, maybe look to get into the cast over series here a bit. Or go power half, potentially try to get some near fall back. And Gutner doing a real nice job at just stretching Wallner out.
And needs to make sure he keeps his hips on top here as well.
And the big adjustment, too, that Gutner needs to make is right now there's so much separation between Wallner's back and his chest. He's got no torque. He's just using all arm trying to pull that turn back. Keep the chest tight, try to inch him back.
Yeah, Wallner, a great wrestler. He made it to using the Consolation semis in his sectional, lost to one Wyatt Nagolski, who ended up placing 3rd at state, and lost to Everett Colt of Wrightstown. Wallner looking to even things up here, trying to get Gutner in some danger, and gets the reversal, and I think some near fall as well, as he has that arm trapped of Gutner.
Yep, so it's looking like Wallner, he will get 3 near fall on this one. Now leading 5-2. Just one big move gets him right back in this and into the lead, up by 3 points now as we're nearing the end of our second period, just about 31 seconds to go on the clock. Now Wallner's really looking to just go cradle, maybe even try to extend this lead a little further.
Yeah, 15 seconds left now in at the second period. Seemed like these two were on a crash course all day, John. I think I thought Wallner had the cradle locked up for a second there. He might here. Don't know if he'll have enough time to even get swipes if he can turn Gutner. But 2 pins by Gutner to get to the finals today. Wallner also not wrestling a full 6 minutes. So he got a pin in the quarters and pinned Severson of Reedsburg to make it here. Right now, not looking like this one's ending up in a pin, but can see why the other matches ended early, as they both have the propensity for their dangerous moves.
All right, so we're rolling into the third here. Wallner choosing the bottom position, I believe, and he's going to immediately get going on a switch to get that reversal. now extending that lead 7-2. And if I'm Guntner right now, we've got to find something here to get some life back into our sails.
Yeah, and Guntner started off with a 2-0 lead with that cow catcher in the first period. Just having a hard time coming by points right now. It seems that's the one thing with Wallner, John. I know he gave up that move in the first, but it just seems like his pace has been steady the whole time.
Yeah, and he, you know, obviously that scare in the beginning, thought he might have went to his back. Right, that'll set a sense of urgency, you know, like right to the brain. It'll send the messages, and he's been flowing ever since, trying to pour some points on, and that's what he's been doing. Looking to maybe go like a ball and chain tilt here, try to pry it back, maybe switch off to an arm bar.
It's been absolutely a dominant on top. Now I'm trying to get a step over here. And we could see potentially dangerous called before. Oh, wow. Doing a great job taking the elbow to the head. And
Wallner getting
turn.
A big pinfall. Yeah, just kind of eased it over Teague. Didn't really look like he forced anything. Just took the elbow to the head and finished up his match. So went from possible being down 5-0 start, you know, to climbing right back in and ending the match with a pinfall over a solid wrestler and Guntner out of Osseo Fairchild.
And we're just going to keep the action on mat 2. There is 20 seconds left on mat 1. That is Espen Pitts getting pinned by Severson out of Reedsburg. Bo Severson will finish third today. And on that armbar too, John, I looked for a second like Wallner was going to maybe raise that arm a little bit. It almost looked like Guntner's arm was coming up, but good job just making those slow adjustments, staying in control there instead of, that would have been a lot of momentum to lose on it, potentially dangerous.
Yeah, and that's some of those, you know, preconceived notions people have about trying to run bars. They get, you know, a little overzealous, a little forceful, they start to run it, and they're just pushing the fist across the back when in reality, you know, the best chance you got at forcing someone over, especially a strong opponent, right, just inching almost at an angle, taking that elbow to the ear and safely getting the turn for the pin, which, you know, the Adams Friendship wrestler put on a clinic there on top and showcased that.
Next up, John, this is one of the finals matches that I was really looking forward to today. We're getting into a pretty good run, actually, I'd say. We got Drake Gazda, state qualifier out of Mauston, a 23-5 junior. He's taking on a Cade Parrish, who had to win an absolute battle against Alex Radovich of New Lisbon in the semis just to get to this point. Parrish out of Reedsburg. I'll try to pull up his record here shortly. But as I said, just had to work to get here, and I think just with the grit that these two have, I think we're going to see a pretty good match here, John.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, I think, Teague. So, looking to see some fireworks between Parrish and Gazda. Kind of some similar styles, in my opinion, too. But Gazda right away on an ankle pick.
Oh, wow.
But great wrestling to avert the takedown for Parrish. Gazda needs to do a little bit better job trying to control the tie here.
19 seconds in here already. Gazda, nice job again to that high C. And again, Parrish trying to go upper body, but Gazda with the body lock denying him, and he'll get the first takedown here. Now up 2-0. And
Gazda looking to crunch the cradle down. I love it. Stay on it. Or maybe go to the front, and he's going to assassin him to his back. And we do got some near fall here for Gazda, now up 4-0. Parrish looking to maybe just get something here, just try to get out from bottom, but Gazda is staying on the attack.
And Gazda relentless right now on top, and he has that unorthodox style where guys who are in positions where they otherwise might not be in danger, Gazda finds a way to put you in danger from those positions. How many variations of the neck wrench have we seen today, John?
Definitely seen a handful. And we've seen a handful of variations of these cradles as well, which we're seeing from Gazda looking to adjust for that pinfall. So Drake Gazda, the junior from Austin, with the pinfall in 1 minute and 22 seconds. He'll be your Sparta Invitational champion here at 120 pounds. Just fireworks from the junior from Austin. That was awesome, Teague.
Yeah, no, it was one of those matches. Props to Gaza for getting the pin, but I wanted to see that one go for 6 minutes based off of what we saw just out of that short sample size there. Parrish is, with that style, I think it kind of plays into what Gaza likes to see on the mat and what he likes to do. So after that pin here, we're going to head over to mat number 1 for that third place match. We talked about Radovic losing a close one in the semis to Parrish. Right now he's down 2-0 to Ethan Ledden of Marshfield. That 2-1
Radovic,
now.
awesome exchange through the tie here, but again, he's going to the body. Will he finish for the takedown? And Radovic will lock up 2 here to end the period, about 20 seconds to go. Looking to drag Ledden back into the mat. That should have been flaming.
Excellent.
That was textbook.
Radovic up 3-2 now. Good first period here in the third place match. Ledden, who won 15-2 over Camden Thiel of Holman in the quarters. Another one of Gaza's pin victims today as he gets the escape here to end the first period.
That's going to knot it up at 3s for sure. Definitely huge point to end the period for Ledden trying to get back into this one. Especially given that Radovic, he very well could get choice down or up a point and extend that lead. So good for Ledden.
At start of the second, Ledden going to start down here. Radovic just trying to chop that arm, get some wrist control. Ledden with the stand-up, Radovic dropping to the leg, pulling him back in. Nice follow there. Good chain wrestling there by Radovic. Thought for a second we were going to see some tilt action on the mat. You could definitely tell Radovic was looking to set up for it.
Yeah, I do. I was saying
Yeah, Radovic doing a nice job here. About 30 seconds into the second period. Still riding on top. Ledden making no signs. Oh, just kidding, that he will get or escape, and he does. Now leading 4-3 is Ledden with about 1:15 to go here in the second.
We'll see. Ledden gets in on the shot. Can't just hang out there. Needs to keep moving those knees. Radovic hanging out, wrenching Ledden's arm in that quarter Nelson position. If you're the freshman, you do not want to hang out here for long. It's Radovic kind of making him pay for the lack of movement right now, John.
Yeah, Radovic really just forcing that front quarter in and making Ledden to make a decision, stay on the attack or back out. And looking like we'll just go stalemate and reset here. So. Nice shot again from Ledden. Good high C, switching to the ankle and maybe even a Turk for the 2, and he toe drags, and that will be 2 takedown for Ledden.
The freshman coming in on the day with almost a 500 record. Just seems like he's just getting better throughout the day, as Radovic almost qualified for the state tournament last year in a tough Division III sectional.
Nice little escape attempt from Radovic there, but Ledden just sliding to the wrist and then turning that into a bar of his own.
Radovic powering forward. See if he can get up and get one, at least just head to the third with a 2-point difference. Oh, swimming for the head here, John. We'll see if, at this point, just try and circle away and get your one. Sure, Ledden's holding on for dear life.
Yep, 2-1, and we will have no loss of control here. Ledden will remain in the top position and hold that 6-3 lead over Radovic right now.
Surprised we didn't see a little more urgency there from the new Lisbon junior.
Yeah, in those late moments, end of the period, especially your bottom in that front head, just get flying. Get yourself to your feet. And even if you don't get it, well, guess what? You're still where you were to begin with. So a little more fight there, can make some things happen. And we'll have Radovich, too, also starting bottom to start the third period here. About 1:51 to go. Obviously, for Radovich, just talking some strategy, definitely needs an escape and needs a takedown. And if that's the case, we need to ride out or look to maybe cut and get another takedown on top of it. So Radovich got a little bit of work to do here in this one.
Oh, instead of chin drop here by Ledden. Switching off, scooping the head for the half.
Yeah, Ledden doing a nice job with the suck back, looking to tighten this up and get the pinfall for third place. And that'll do it. That'll be the pin for Ledden from Marchfield. He'll get third place today at 120 pounds here at the Sparta Invitational.
Man, absolutely. It just seemed like Ledden was getting better and better that match, just figuring out Radovich as it went along.
Yeah, definitely started slow and close, and then ended up getting blown wide open. So Ledden doing a good job just controlling the last period and a half, 2 periods of that bout.
John up next here. I know I said it already about 120. I think
one of the more exciting.
Even
sure.
more so the case for this one here. We have NGLs, the Neilsville Greenwood Loyals, Luke Dukes taking on Holman's Turner Campbell.
Yeah, Dukes, the 2-time defending state runner-up, 3-time state medalist, taking on Campbell. And Campbell just loves to make things happen and let it fly.
Yeah, Campbell, a state qualifier last year. Seems like he's even improved on last year's state qualifying campaign. Currently ranked at number 7th in the rankings right now in Division I. Dukes might not be ranked because he didn't wrestle for a good portion of the year. I can check that real quick. Yeah, so he is back in the rankings. He is ranked 1st right now. And here we go, John. Action getting started here on mat number 2.
I'm excited for this one, Teague. This is going to be awesome. And right away, Duke's going that right side underhook. Oh, awesome duck attempt from Dukes and a big mat return.
Wow, look at that speed there from the Neilsville senior. And hands are down now for Campbell. Hips were covered already, so Dukes will get the takedown.
Looking to crunch for a cradle right away even. But just going to back out. Campbell will get the escape. Duke's definitely liking that elbow tie here, but Campbell trying to get to that 2-on-1, it looks like.
Campbell does like those ties, but it seems like he's playing right into Dukes' strategy right now. Switches to a blast double and takes Campbell right to his back, buries his shoulder into Campbell's chest, and gonna get some near fall.
And I think Dukes
Might
is
even
looking to
keep
get the
pin here.
Oh, and that is tight for Luke Dukes of Neilsville. Turner Campbell's got to have something here. We got about a minute on the clock still against the defending state runner-up. Real tight headlock.
And if you're Dukes, you're just fine hanging out here and doesn't need to hang out for long as Luke Dukes gets the pin. Maybe letting us know we shouldn't have been anticipating that match so much, but wow, what a finish.
Yeah, Teague, honestly, I for sure thought that was going to be a good one, just the defensive prowess of Campbell and the high-octane nature of Dukes' offense, but, just threw it all out at Campbell and got the quick pin in about a minute and a half. Real impressive performance from Dukes against a highly ranked wrestler in D1.
I'll take things over to mat number 1, where this would be a good finals match too, John, in this tournament. Devin Lietzau of Sparta, the sophomore, taking on another good sophomore in Baraboo's Peyton Oberg. There it is, Luke Duke celebrating his 100th victory. Someone had the poster, the balloons, the whole 9 yards for the celebration today. Which I guess if it's Luke Dukes, it's fair to assume he's going to gonna win his way through the tournament. So right now over on mat number 1, Lietzau up 2-0 on Oberg. Got 10 finals matches left after this one.
Looking like Lietzau will start second period in the bottom position, currently leading, just up by a pair.
Oh, good ankle pick there by Oberg.
And we'll see the defense from Lietzau here. Let's see if he can kind of scramble his way out of this position, get back to a safe spot. Yeah, and if I'm Lietzau, we just got to kind of hang on to this whizzer and get that stalemate. There it is.
Man, just an impressive job by Lietzau there. And don't see many guys successfully defend an ankle pick like that, John.
Well, yeah, and especially with that underhook, too. Like, that's something, too, especially when we're coaching. A lot of things I'll tell a lot of guys is just in general, you know, if you're going hook, ankle pick, we got to get rid of the body because you give too much of an opportunity for that defensive wrestler to maybe stay close, hang on to the hips, and scoot their way around. And next thing you know, you might be giving up the takedown. So got to get rid of the body on that ankle pick, but real awesome attempt right away from the Baraboo wrestler. And it's looking like Lietzau. Looking like we'll get a reset here back in the center. Lietzau still up 3-0. About 35 seconds to go here in this second period at 126 pounds.
There it is. Oh, we're going for a low single. Now needs to finish on this. Needs to capitalize on that offense.
And Lietzau, great go behind, catches the ankle. Just needs to get some separation on that shot that Oberg had, and he will score here at the end of the second.
11 seconds left. Looks like we will have some blood time here in the third place match.
Yeah, I'll definitely say, Teague, Mat 1 is cursed with the blood time. We're only seeing blood over there so far in this finals round. I think that's 3 of the 4 matches thus far have had a little bit of blood.
Not a great combo when you're waiting for both matches to finish. You have pins on one and blood time on the other.
Yeah, it makes for not the most exciting product while you wait, but you know what? For the folks at home, that's all right. Sometimes it's okay to be patient. A lot of good wrestling ahead here as we've got about, if I remember right, just about a period to go in regulation at 126 pounds for third place.
Well, we got no action going on the match. Just a quick word from our sponsor, Burger King. Gonna play the catchy jingle the whole time while there's no wrestling.
Yeah, fun fact, T. Did you know that jingle was written by the one and only Hans Zimmer, the orchestrator of the music for the movie Inception and Interstellar?
Yeah, and he now has 13% of the company.
Yeah, so shout out to Hans Zimmer for a great jingle.
Yeah, I might pull up some other tournaments here if we have slow time. In the meantime, they're still looking to clean up the action on the mat. I believe there's 11 seconds left in the second period. And a caution.
Yeah, Lietzau still leading 5-0 here, about 10 seconds to go in the second. So we're almost through this second period. Awesome mat return. Oh, and almost see a little roll through tilt here for Lietzau at the end. Doesn't quite get the swipes, but we'll reset back to center as we enter our third period. Oberg making the choice to elect the bottom position, I believe.
I know a 5-0 match so far. I'd still say Oberg keeping himself in it. Just a couple of takedowns. definitely hurting them.
Yeah, and if I'm Oberg too, you're like, this is an escape, a takedown, or an escape and a throw. You know, a couple different avenues you can take to really get back into this thing. And that's a trapped arm return. We got to stop doing that, refs. Oh, my gosh.
Nice job.
Now a little tilt action here by the Sparta sophomore.
Oh, I know. I get why they don't.
So Leetzow now up 7-0. This third place matchup. Now kind of opening things up a little bit here, John.
Yeah, Leetzow doing a good job of just keeping the points flowing, adding to the tally. Now up 7-0 with about 70 seconds to go here in the 126-pound matchup. Leetzow looking to go like a cross-body chop. And Oberg will get that escape here. So we're neutral. Leetzow up 7-1 with 50 seconds to go.
See if Oberg has any big moves in his back pocket here.
Yeah, and if I'm Leetzow, you know, we just got to kind of play the stalk and defend game. You know, keep a good amount of distance, keep your feet moving. If you got to dive in on some shots.
Oh, great blast double there by Oberg. Almost was able to keep a leg turk in as well.
Yeah, so that'll make it. They have the score wrong.
It'll be a 7-3. Now 8-3. So 5-point move away. Leetzow getting on a high C to a double, and with the dump, that's going to make it 11-3. Yeah, it'll be 10-2. Sorry, just a little scoreboard malfunction here.
No, I was like, I'm pretty sure that it should be a 10-3 now, or 11-3, I believe, if they're going to give Leetzow the escape into the takedown.
So 7-1, then 7-3, then 8-3, then 10-3. Yeah, 10-3.
10-3 should be the score. Well, they're still not right. Yep. So for the folks at home, if you're watching the dashboard, if you see the live feed, the score is 8-3, according to the board, but I believe it should be 10-3 at this moment, with Leetzow picking up the win here in the third place matchup.
In a third place battle between a couple of strong sophomores, that Devin Leetzow comes out on top there. So now let's head it back over to mat number 2.
Yeah, and we'll have an interesting matchup here between two former state qualifiers in the past, Dobbs of Viroqua, who qualified last year in D3, and then Schernitz, who I believe didn't qualify last year, but the year prior had made the state tournament. So handful of state qualifiers here coming up in our final at 132 pounds at Sparta. Going to be a good time.
Jernitz, the senior, with 2 fourth-place finishes at the Cole Center to his name. Taking on a Dobbs from Viroqua. So we got 20 matches left on the day here, John. I believe, sorry, I think 18. There's no third-place match at 170 and no third-place match in this match at 138. So at the conclusion of this one, heading right into 145 pounds.
So here we go, Teague. Getting the ankle bands on, diving right in.
With the red ankle band, that will be Jernitz. The black singlet, that is Dobbs. Dobbs a 24-6 senior. Jernitz is 22-5 on the year. And a quick takedown there by Jernitz.
And he's looking to go right away on the offense. But Dobbs with a nice Peterson roll here. They're not calling anything quite yet, but they're going to give 2 reversal to Dobbs.
So 2-2, 20 seconds into this one.
Schernitz looking to get a little roll of his own, it looks like. Just looking to create some activity. Dobbs trying to throw in a half here on the left side, on the right side. Schernitz doing a good job countering the shift and pressure around. And again, looking to get a Peterson roll of his own, I think. But
Dobbs almost posting on his head to prevent that there.
yeah, Dobbs doing a good job kind of working his hips back out to a much safer position. Now going coffee grinder. We've got almost a dead even matchup here so far, Teague, as we're about halfway through this first period. Still 2-2 between Schernitz and Dobbs.
Yeah, it's fun to see because both of these two definitely not playing it close to the chest by any means. Both it's a little bit of risky business and a stall call here,
Yeah.
John, in the early going.
Yeah, Dobbs kind of doing a good job really tying up Schernitz's wrists here. And, oh, he stepped it over, and I don't know how good of a call it was for Schernitz, but now in a very dangerous spot against Dobbs, and Dobbs will get the pinfall in just a minute and 43 seconds. Big pinfall here. And I think, too, Teague, do we have a third-place matchup at that weight class? Okay, I must have misheard. But, yeah, I was like, that one might have ended sooner. But, yep. So, for the only match occurring just a minute 43 seconds, the pinfall for Dobbs at the 132-pound final.
And Schernitz just came out just flying, John. It seemed like he lost a little bit of steam, and once Dobbs was able to weather the storm, you saw a lot of movement from Schernitz on his feet. He got the first takedown. Saw a lot of movement on bottom. Then he ended up with a stall call against him, and next thing you know, Dobbs with the pin. So just weathering that storm there for about the first 30 seconds. Good win there by the senior out of Viroqua. And, hey, how about this next matchup here between Marshfield's Brett Franklin, 29-7 senior, and Holman's Preston Cradaville, who's a 21-2 junior.
Yeah, Teague, this one is arguably the best matchup, I would say, of the afternoon. You know, just looking at it from, like looking at the tail of the tape on paper. It should be a close one, I think. Obviously, Cradaville, state place winner in the past. Franklin, state qualifier in the past. Tough wrestler. Really showing out this year for Marshfield. So I think this will be a really exciting one here. Different body styles, different wrestling styles. Should be fireworks, Teague.
Yeah, Franklin, who has a freshman place 6th at 132 pounds. Cradaville 5th at 132 last year.
Beautiful low shot for Cradaville there, and he's going to capitalize for the 2.
And that's in the first 10 seconds, I think that's the worst case scenario for Marshfield, as you do not want to be down against Preston Cradaville for almost a full period.
Yeah, this is the start of it. Cradaville going tilts, getting that mean claw right in, getting on the double wrist. I love it. Just going to really make Franklin have to work here on bottom. Oh, and going to a crunch cradle for Cradaville and sitting it back. Oh, man, that is tight.
And we'll see if Franklin can find a way to fight out of that. But
and if I'm Campbell, we got to get a knee in the side. Franklin got a little too much length, can kind of get the shoulder up. Cradaville needs to come more to the left side of the shoulder of Franklin. You see Coach Justin Lancaster just looking like, what are we looking at? Oh, and it's going to slip.
I was going to say, if we saw a pin there, I think we got to start looking back and see what the record is for finals and the first place matches here for pins.
Yeah, a lot of pins so far. And it looks like we might have a little blood time on the finals mat. First time we've had a little blood, I believe, here in the championship finals mat at Sparta. But in the meantime, while they get this cleaned up, just a quick little update of the third place match at 138 pounds. Another good matchup between Denman and Gorski of Baraboo. Still knotted at zeros with about 20 seconds to go in the first period.
Wasn't expecting Gorbis to dominate that much or whatever.
Man, Cradaville with that cradle. Yeah, he had that thing pretty tight, John. Props to Franklin for being able to fight out of it. But now if you're Franklin, how do you chip your way back into this match?
Yeah, like I said, just the length and the long frame of Franklin definitely made it advantageous to fight off that cradle there. But yeah, for Franklin, we got to have something explosive. We got to score points now. We can't wait 51 seconds.
Still don't know if they're cleaning up the blood on the mat here, John, or if they're cleaning up the perpetual leak that's been coming from the ceiling today.
Or a combination of both.
They've done a pretty good job taking care of that leak. I don't think we've seen it as of recent. But
and we get the reset. Yeah, Cradle doing a good job, too, just getting right in on the attack on top, going tight waist half here. Cradle still going to retain the top position as we go out of bounds and reset.
Cradle looking for that half from the standing rear position. Has the tight waist in as well. Sounds like he's thinking 2 steps ahead when he's on top, John.
And Franklin showing some really good leg defense there, honestly, with Cradville throwing the boots in. Cradville just kind of getting his face bounced off the mat by Franklin. Franklin had a little shoulder dip and tried to shake off that boot.
So we're going to take a little more blood time here. This championship, Matt. Preston Cradville up 5-0 on Brett Franklin. Again, John, another match that we could potentially see in the postseason, depending on where weights fall. We'll take things over. We get more blood time. We do have a pretty close match formulating on mat number 1 as Gorski's up 2-0 on Denman right now. Cradville is a junior, the youngest one in this top 4 grouping, as Franklin, Denman, and Gorski all seniors.
Yep, and Cradville right away on that double thigh pry, going claw right again. Maybe, honestly, looking to go like tight waist half from the feet and roll through it. But Franklin getting Cradville in a dangerous position. And Franklin will not capitalize on that. Great scrambling ability from Cradville.
And we have more blood time here. We're going to see a pretty nice corkscrew half there from Cradville, and a little bit lucky he didn't get the head caught. And again, John, you brought it up, Franklin doing everything he can in this position, but just can't seem to catch Cradville too far out of position right now.
Yeah, and Franklin, he's feeling some of these different spots and noticing the windows, just doesn't quite capitalize on it in time. And same for Cradville, getting to a lot of good spots where he can really, honestly, quite frankly, put Franklin away. Just needs to make a handful of slight adjustments, just like with that half tight waist from the feet. Adjust, roll through, look for a pin. And we will end the first period 5-0. Cradville still out in the lead, and it's looking like he'll actually get choice right away, and he's going to defer it over to Franklin, who will probably elect to go, we'll see here, maybe neutral. And he's going to elect to go top, actually, get on top of Cradville and start pouring some things on, maybe look to get some turns.
Well, yeah, you get taken down right away. You get put to your back and ridden out. You might as well try the third phase here, see if you can have the advantage in one of them.
Franklin liking the setup that he's looking for. Going that cross face right off the whistle, tying the far ankle and keeping the boot, and really looking to adjust for a cradle of his own.
I'm now trying to extend Cradville out a little bit. "30 seconds into the second period. Doesn't look like a whole lot of advancement by Cradville, and Franklin almost contorting the Holman Jr. here. As I was almost looked like he was trying to cast over, just using his lower body for a second there, John. Cradville going to be up 6-0. Looks like a penalty point assessed against Franklin.
Yeah, definitely kind of one of those weird, just potentially dangerous situations where I really truly don't think what Franklin was doing was looking to hurt Cradville or was illegal, but one of those rules in the high school level, they don't allow seeing the heel come up to the back.
And now Cradville building up to an 8-0 lead here midway through a 138-pound finals. So we have a result over on mat number 1. I can pull that up quick. So we keep on the action here on mat number 2.
Oh, and it's looking like Franklin's trying to tuck Cradville's head under, looking to headhunt a little bit. And we're going to have blood time again midway through the second here.
He's a good coach. He has a good attitude coming in here.
Looks like Gorski ended up with a pin in 5 minutes and 27 seconds over Denman. It's getting to the point, John. I know time-wise you don't need to worry about it, but just given the amount of instances, do you have to think about wrapping the face here soon if you're the Marshfield coaches?
Yeah. Ultimately, yeah, like people do consider the blood time and worry about that duration of time dissipating and obviously having DQ the match. But obviously one of those scenarios, too, if this is a bad enough bloody nose, it could come down to medical discretion if a wrestler can compete or not. So honestly, depending on how severe it is, maybe go face tape, maybe not. It kind of depends. But right now it looks like the Marshfield coaches are doing a good job of getting them all cleaned up.
We got 36 seconds left here in the second period now. Going to start Cradville, 36 seconds to work on top here for Franklin. Scoring absolutely imperative. So he gets a hold of that leg. And Cradville dropping right down to the hips, making sure Franklin doesn't get any hip separation.
Take a good coach and put him in central, and they're going to do something.
About 26 to go here. Again, Cradville getting right on that claw ride. Looking to sky Franklin, going back thigh there. Awesome scramble position from Franklin, too, actually, but Cradville's hips just a little bit too fluid for Franklin.
I have kind of almost like a reverse arm jerk here.
And I think we're probably going to go stalemate into the end of the second
I
here.
wonder if they'll just run out the clock. We'll head to the third. It will be Cradville's choice. Justin Lancaster telling the Holman Jr., let's take things on our feet here. Going to go neutral.
It's all good.
Yeah, so it's looking like Cradville choosing to go neutral here and start the third. Big lead right now, currently with a major decision kind of locked in his favor unless Franklin has anything else to say about it. Yeah, and Cradville in the rear standing, and he will get 2 on the edge.
Well, John, it's funny. It's like he just got in on the legs, didn't drive through, almost intentionally set himself up just to get into a scramble situation.
Yeah, Cradville, I almost don't think he expected to be in that deep and kind of anticipated almost some defense when it wasn't there. You know, kind of dropped low to the heels, and again, yeah, went underneath that Polish double and had to adjust.
Cradville going for the optional start here.
But that's probably where you learn how to weave.
Maybe Coach Lancaster didn't like what he saw. Maybe he's just trying to keep Cradville out of a potentially bad position. But for the most part, Cradville just controlling every aspect of this match.
Switching hands. Wow.
Yeah, Cradville trying to go back of the thigh again, that claw ride. He's looking to turn here, which I'm loving to see. Now up 10-0 with about a minute to go, just running Franklin into the mat.
And that's something, John, I would tell my JV kids. I'm like, hey, if you can't think of anything on bottom, just try to crawl away. So I think Franklin just going to the most basic instinct right now.
Going to the default position, yeah, just get away from this dude. He's smothering me. And we got blood again here, about 45 seconds to go. Franklin down 10-0 to Cradaville. And I'll tell you what, Teague, Cradaville just looking as like he just has defense and counter offense to everything at this point. You know, Franklin's throwing the whole kitchen sink at him, and there's nothing else he can do about it.
Yeah, and for folks watching, you know, just for reference, as we said, Franklin qualified. He was a state place winner at one point. Probably make state in most other sectionals last year, and has a shot to place. He's a good wrestler, and right now Cradaville just making it look easy against him.
Yeah, most definitely. And Cradaville, too, you know, under the tutelage of Justin Lancaster this year, having wrestled also for Jason Luloff in the past. You know, Cradaville's got a number of good coaches in his corner that are helping him out progress. So definitely made huge improvements just from what I've seen since bi-state even. Nice, another low single.
Franklin scores his first points, and Cradaville responds with another takedown to make it 12-1 here.
Yeah, and I'm thinking Cradaville's is probably going to try to hang on to end this period here, finish the turn or finish the period on top. Yeah, and Cradaville may be looking to go cradle here. Oh, and Cradaville over the top.
I'm just checking out the teams.
Well, hey, if I guess you're gonna do it, that's the spot to do it in. So
Yeah.
7 seconds left now. Going optional start again here. And we are going to have some blood time.
Yeah, no kidding. So with about 7 seconds on the clock, Cradaville leading 12-1 in the top position. I anticipate he'll walk away with this one as victorious at 138 pounds here at the Sparta Invite. And that'll do it. Preston Cradaville, 138 pounds, your Sparta Invitational champion. Big, big win over a state place winning wrestler from Marshfield. Awesome match from the junior from Holman.
So we head into 145-pound action, where we got a little Marshfield versus a Neilsville action. Got Hoyt Blaskowski, the 32-3 senior, taking on Hudson Sebesta Opelt, the 32-7 sophomore, wrestling for the Warriors.
Yeah, Tegan, I'll tell you what, Sebesta Opelt definitely looking like he's got about 6 inches to a whole head on top of Blaskowski here, which I don't know if that length will be advantageous to Blaskowski in this against his speed, but we'll find out here. This will be an exciting one, I think.
Yeah, these two only 34 minutes away from each other. We get the blessing of seeing them wrestle down here at Sparta. So, you know, maybe Opel's height could play against Blaskowski, and that Blaskowski does like his upper body ties, but I think Blaskowski's going to find a way to force that either way, John.
Yeah, T, I'm just excited to see the dynamic between these two body types and styles, right? Obviously, Blaskowski, just a fireworks style type wrestler, just looking to make big moves and make things happen. And Sebesta Opel just likes kind of control the match and make it his own way as he wrestles.
Yeah, want to make sure the mat completely dry before we get started here at 1:45. Laskowski going right for that college high. Opel grabbing the ankle, and Laskowski is spinning out of it.
Yeah, Blaskowski looking to really just get on the attack now. Ooh, Opel's length, too. Just a lot of good low single attacks here, but Blaskowski looking to finish on the long frame. Got it. If you're Blaz, you're a little short. You got to tight to the body. An awesome tree topper.
And finishing with the trip there. Now
looking to go spladle, question mark. And he's going to crank it back ways, and he's looking for the fall, and he will get it. That'll be the pinfall in 47 seconds from Blaskowski.
Man, another match, John. It kind of like 120 where you like to see the full iteration, but Blaskowski just ending things early there with the spladle.
Yeah, I think Blaskowski spent a cumulative 2.5 minutes on the mat today, Teague. So it's a long drive, I have to say, from Marshfield for 2.5 minutes. But I'll tell you what, I hope it was worth it.
That brings us over to brings us over to mat number 1. We got Carter Galt of Holman and Jackson Whitney of Mauston Necedah.
Make it sound good.
I'm guessing he's
So yeah, I get to the end of the second period. I guess every Holman Mauston match, maybe a little split alliance for me here, John.
some drills and things. I wouldn't doubt it.
Said every Holman Mauston match, maybe a split alliance.
I mean, naturally so. So, Teague, for you, I get why you're trying not to root one way or another. But you've got blue and gold in your blood, as Coach Gillum would say. So,
hey, did make the state finals for both teams in different capacities, but you know.
that is a fact. That is a fact.
Whitney up 2-0. Start of the second.
Looks like Galt has a cradle locked up here, too, actually, Teague. And he's going
Whitney
to
was holding
roll
onto
through
the
it.
head. Wow. What a sequence there.
And now Galt's looking to go hip to hip with this cradle. And if I'm Whitney, he's got to get left shoulder down, bury it to the mat. Oh, and Galt's another roll-through attempt on that cradle. Real impressive from Galt in general to hang on to the lock here. Just got to set those hips down back. And Galt still with a cradle locked up. He's had. There's a pinning combination. There's a pinning
Looks
combination.
like we got a reset midway through the second.
Why do we teach rules? Galt gets the reset here.
John, I'm going to use the restroom if you want to carry this.
Whitney's still down 2-0, and Teague's going to step off the mic here just momentarily to use the restroom. Coming in here, I'll be jumping off the mic shortly. One of our newer commentators that's been on with us for the day, Jared Boone, hailing from the lovely city of Neilsville. He'll be jumping back on the mic here for the second half of our finals at the Sparta Invite. So feel free to stay tuned. But right now, Jared, Whitney,
folks.
Doing a good job. Was in a cradle in a bad spot just a moment ago, and now making one of his own.
Kind of really threw me off with the cradle. I don't know, man. I'm surprised he didn't get any near fall there.
Yeah, and it was one of those weird spots, too, the fact that it actually ended up in a stalemate, despite the fact that it was a pinning combination, is highly counterintuitive to the rule,
Sometimes
actually.
you do the math, you don't get the exact solution you're expecting, and hey, that's wrestling, too.
But yeah, now Galt down 5-1 in this period with 2 minutes to go, really has to dig his way back out, and it starts with getting an escape here on bottom. Just get movement, get out from bottom, get to your feet, get a reset, right? Maybe get on some offense on the attack and narrow this thing up.
Yeah, so far, I don't know. What would you do down 5-1? You're on bottom, so you obviously have to get your one. But then what do you do? Get a takedown, cut him right away, or try and make some near fall?
It kind of depends. If you get that escape, let's say right away in the third, and you're able to even get on a good attack early on, let's say you don't get it, I would stay on the attack because chances are you might actually get to it. Next thing you know, you're only down one, possibly having to late cut to force OT. But that's ultimately the best case scenario outside of going big throw if you're Galt.
Oh, let's look at that now. I don't see much action happening, really. So if he really Galt wants to come back to get going, there we go. Work like that. Oh, don't go back down on your bum, dude.
Yep,
Work the crossface, get your hips into him.
Whitney doing a good job, just kind of hanging on to the body of Galt here, just really withering time away. Going to get a stall call, actually, on Whitney. Reset.
I was kind of curious that might happen. It didn't look like on top he wasn't doing too much action.
Yep, and in one of those spots too, Boone, this is something like I obviously like wrestled in college. One piece to this that I wish they would adapt for high school is just rear standing, drop to the leg. In college, that ref immediately starts counting to 5.
Yeah.
Where in high school, some of the kids, they get away with some sneaky stalling.
Well, plus it becomes so subjective now, in the terms of the referee, that it's not completely objectively called in matches now. That I think we need to get some kind of, well, we got the escape there for Galt. Down 3, you got to do something. Get a takedown, hope we get some back points, or takedown, let him go, get another. Now be moving.
With 35 to go here, Galt's got to be looking, maybe just go big. Maybe just force the affair, get a quick takedown, 2 swipes, whatever it may be to get in this. But Whitney doing a good job of just locking on the shot.
Once again, that's one of the things people don't really think about. If you're in lead, you still want to be aggressive, keep the pressure on your opponent. One of the best things you can do with a 3-point lead is get on a good deep shot and just stay on that leg, because, what's going to happen, the worst thing the ref's going to maybe call a break for for stalemate.
We've got time expiring here, but it's looking like Whitney is going to pick up the win here at 145 pounds for 3rd place, winning 7-2.
Keep going, well, up 5, just going all the way. That's impressive. You love to see that from a wrestler.
Yep, and if the older brother of Jackson Whitney is watching, Hunter, former wrestler for Richland Center back in the mid-2010s, John Mackey's giving you a shout-out.
Love to see it. Love to see the small hometown shout-outs.
And now, like I said, we'll be kind of transitioning, announcing here a bit. I'm going to hand the mic back over to Teague Fenwick, our lead announcer here on the Wisconsin Wrestler Podcast. He'll be taking on the rest of the finals, the back half of the finals here with Jared Boone. So stay tuned. This will be an exciting one as we roll to 152 with McBride versus Denny of Marshfield.
Yep, perfect. Now we got...
Good timing. I just announced you actually.
I was wondering if you were going to... Where are you going now?
It's so hard to hear you on the mic. So many background
Do you know what's
the one I had to say.
Oh, he's the guy. He's the PA guy. The YouTube people wouldn't care about this, he's the guy that.
Sorry. Oh yeah, but yeah.
It's all good.
All right, folks, here we are, 152-pound championship here on mat number 2. We got Holman's Matt McBride taking on Marshfield's Caleb Denny. McBride at 28-9, a sophomore. McBride 28-9 senior. Denny at 28-5 sophomore. So we're halfway through this finals session here. The Sparta Invite. Denny in on a shot here for the Holman senior. Now going to this treetop position here. Second Holman Marshfield matchup between these two.
Yeah, looks like nothing too mob. There we go. Zene getting a nice takedown there.
Again, Jared, match that, depending on the result, could see a postseason implications here. Just
Oh my.
whether it be at individual sectionals or could be a move dependent on team sectionals as well.
Yeah, Danny coming in as a sophomore, 28-5. McBride, senior, 28-9 on the 5. Solid leg ride on top by Denny.
Throwing that crossbody, looking
Yeah.
to cast over right now.
It's one thing you don't see. You see a lot of guys try to work a guillotine, maybe a cross leg ride, or some of their banana split with the leg ride. But I love to see a good cross body with a cross face.
And Denny as a state qualifier last year in his freshman campaign. Got one match away from making the podium at 120 pounds.
Tough riding on top there,
Jared.
by the way. Not giving up anything to McBride.
And McBride, who first year as a full-time varsity starter, it just seems like he's slowly been picking things up more and more. I'd say the momentum shift really started. I just filled my
No, this one is.
Momentum shift for McBride really started as we start the second with Denny down. At the Minnesota Christmas tournament when he finished top 10 there with that 10th place finish. Denny though picking up another reversal here to make it 4-0 now.
Yeah, he's really riding McBride tough with the claw ride. You'd love to see that. Oh, he might get turn or no. Love to see the move there with grab the wrist with the claw, bring him back over your leg. Hopefully get a nice cheap two, hop over for a cover then.
Yeah, McBride making good solid adjustments to get up to his base, but Denny just stopping all his momentum, almost scoring points off the
count?
tilt
No.
here.
No two counts so far that I see. Yeah, nothing there. I like the little move there. He's still rocking the leg ride though.
Yeah, McBride just grabbing that leg. I think that might have been what saved him from giving up those points in that situation.
Well, we'll see what happens now. Looks like he might try to force a power half. Really working hard on him. McBride not getting anything easy on bottom.
For midway
little
through
cheap
this
tilt,
matchup.
cheap tilt there. Beautiful. Was it managed to catch a leg with it, get the near fall.
And Denny extending that lead up to a 6-0 now, so doesn't get the full 5 swipes, but nonetheless building a pretty commanding lead for just over the halfway point of this 152-pound finals match. Now casting over again, looking to pick up a couple more here.
Yeah, McBride up there trying to get some action. McBride really has to get moving here. He's really struggling with that leg ride on bottom.
And McBride, doing a nice job staying active, but Denny just doing an even better job of reacting on top and following.
Most people really don't think about it, but when someone's rocking that claw ride with you on top and then putting all that pressure, it makes it really impossible to go, and you just got to keep working on that hand fight on bottom there. But I don't know. Denny just keeps on applying so much pressure. It's making it tough for McBride. I'll be curious is it McBride's choice in the third then? So I'll be curious what he decides. Maybe just go neutral.
Looks like we got a stall warning there. McBride's shoelace was exposed, wasn't taped.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, looks like we're going to start this third period neutral. So McBride now going to try to go to work on his feet here, down 6-0 to the sophomore out of Marshfield.
Yeah, went for a little duck there. Nothing. McBride really has to get on his horse here, down 6-0, not very optimal. Ooh, good shot, reshot. Wow. Yeah, nothing you can do about that. That was something else, folks. Denny just pulled it out there. I thought that was a beautiful shot, reshot by McBride, but Denny just kept on keep the good hips going and bridged right out.
The crazy thing is McBride was almost able to arch it into points of his own. There's now Denny going to secure more points on top as he's up 8-0. Looks like he did get at least 2, so going to make it 10-0 now. Third place match at 152. Jonathan Krager of Chippewa Falls got the pin over Nathan Poss of Sparta. Now Denny just pouring it on here. 1 minute left in the third period.
A rough day for the posse out there.
Now Denny up 13-0, 50 seconds
I think
left in the third.
I could go for the tech. I mean, considering the teams going up against each other regarding team points.
Yeah, Holman with the team point battle well wrapped up as they
might be a pride thing right now.
At a 244.5. About a 55-point lead
maybe,
over Reedsburg.
yeah, just walk the side, turn it into a chin drop if you can't turn him. But I think he's might get it here, keep forcing it. Yeah, that's in tight, but McBride really fought there.
Yeah,
13 seconds left for him.
Pure strength and resilience there by McBride, not giving up the turn in that situation. And it looks like as
not going
time
for a little cheap
winds
tilt
down,
though.
Yeah, get the 2
he'll get
swipes,
it.
so we will end the match. 15-0 tech ball for Marshfield sophomore Caleb Denny. Picking up the tech right at the end of the match, and that's going to take us right into the 160-pound finals. We have another Marshfield wrestler in Garrett Willowhite. He's going to be taking on Sparta's Brock Connolly. As Marshfield looks to pick up a trio of champions in a row here from 145 to 160, Jared.
I think they can do it, Teague, but wrestling's unpredictable. You never know what will happen. But, I mean, we've been raving about Cody C's work at Marshfield. Obviously, we love everything he's done with the program. Former UW lacrosse wrestler, bringing some of that ethos up into Marshfield. Yeah, so far I've been really impressed. Obviously, they had a pretty solid tournament. Always been a pretty good team. Now I think they're turning into one of those great ones that we've seen in the past. So potentially they could be the new Rapids in central Wisconsin. So see what happens.
Drove through C's old stomping grounds on my way to a tournament last night. Went through a little Norse country down in Westby.
Yeah, former great wrestler for Westby. I'm trying to remember if he ever came to this tournament. I believe Thomas Scramble with us, but never this one.
He's on the mat now. Willowhite, who is a 32-6 senior, state qualifier last year's, taking on Brock Connolly from Sparta, who's a 17-14 senior. It's had a fun run to get to this point in the tournament. Connolly, who I believe has hit a couple of chin whips to get to this juncture.
Yeah, I think that should be a signature move. He's been nailing. Oh, dude, there's some wrestlers, like, you get kind of afraid. Like, you shouldn't be afraid to wrestle your style, but then you see a guy hitting dumps like that when you try to hit double legs, and you get a little bit scared because you never know what will happen when you start rolling around like that.
And just seeing Willowhite's speed on that shot, I don't know. Might be hard-pressed for Connolly to get in that position in this match as Willowhite gets the quick takedown to go up 2-0. Going to go with the optional start.
Bold move, Cotton.
From mat number 1, Dylan O'Brien looking to get a pin on a Hunter Breaker of Osseo Fairchild Augusta. Connolly with the escape from the optional starting position. It's going to be a 2-1 score.
Ooh, that was a good little shot right there. Looked like a high crotch into a double leg.
You know, it's so impressive with Willowhite. He's just so quick on his finishes. You see a lot of good shots today, Jared, where they have good shots, but they stop on their finish.
Watch the back. Ooh. I don't know if I'd be risking that, but, I mean, confident enough.
Yeah, able to roll through just quick enough. Well, it would have been crazy if we saw a defensive pin here in the final of the Sparta Invitational.
Yeah, that would have been pretty wild. I think he might try to play a little bit safe, but maybe not. We'll see what happens. Oh, yeah, good transition into a half there. See if he can stick it. 10 seconds left. He's getting kind of high, though. And whistle blow for something. Oh, potentially dangerous.
Oh, it looks like a full Nelson.
Yeah. Huh. I didn't really see that. I must have been looking away.
Trims the lead to 9-2 now in favor of Willowhite. Now Willowhite still controlling at this juncture of the match. We're going to head into the second period. We'll see whose choice it is on the flip. That will be Connolly's choice.
Deferring, looks like.
And
he wants to go neutral.
Let's take the action to his feet.
Boy, after I've seen the lightning that is Willowhite, I don't know if I will go neutral. Especially maybe go down to get points, but he might be afraid of the leg ride.
Willowhite just staying so aggressive on in that head.
Yeah, he's just hitting that elbow pass into a high crotch double perfect. Yeah, might as well just keep going to work if you're doing that. Hopefully Connolly can find a response for it now.
Well, I think the coach is probably telling him too, like, hey, we saw those last two matches ended. Let's stay away from the high C this time around.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Connolly was like, yeah, I'm not letting you get in any position to dump me now. Nice little high crotch, high C into a double leg. Nice little tilt. Looks like he did a 2-on-1 tilt. Get some nice points there quick. Yeah, looks like he's working for a crossface cradle here. And just looks like he's overpowering him. Except for he's getting a little high there. I don't know if he wants to risk trying to flip over the suicide or a deadly cradle like that.
And looking like we might get the the mythic tech pin here, Jared.
Yeah, interesting positioning by the ref to look for the pin there. Yep, there's the pin.
Yeah, if you didn't get the pin anyways, would have been a tech fall.
Someone call that a double win.
We're going to head over to mat number 1 now. Garrett William-White finishing off the Tiger hat trick for Marshfield in the finals from 145 to 160. As Breaker and O'Brien right now in a 5-4 battle.
Breaker with that one crazy match against Conley before, too. Conley having a heck of a match, even though he lost in the finals, beating a number 2 seed Fry in the first or second round, and going on to beat Breaker in that wild match. I mean, regardless of how the finals went, pretty good tournament for him overall. I'll be head up high.
It looks like Hunter Breaker does end up getting the pinfall over on mat number 1. He'll finish third today. Called Osseo Fairchild's name a couple of times in this tournament. So they, with their 5 wrestlers, had a 2nd place finisher, 3rd place finisher, and a 7th place finisher. So now that we are done at 160 pounds, heading to 170, we're going to have Reedsburg's Devin Judd and Holman's Benson Swadek.
What can Judd do for you? We're about to find out in this final. Looking at the matchup, Judd is the favorite, but obviously we've been saying all day anything can happen, so keep an eye out for Swatek out of Holman. Like, Holman has a difficult schedule, so you never know who they've been going up against. So,
and Swatek, who had 3 matches coming in to the Bi-State Invitational in lacrosse, ended up finishing a 7th there.
Judd, Reedsburg doing their annual trip up to Oshkosh on the water, where they had success again this year.
And
Judd ended up placing 4th. Never mind, 8th. Sorry, I got bad communication from Teague on that. He got 8th at Oshkosh.
Classic Jared passing the blame over.
Been doing it since we were college roommates. Never going to change it, bud.
He was correct. He did place 4th at the Richland Center Invite. But anyways, Judd in on a shot right now.
Could he look for a side cradle, but you don't want to count your chickens before they hatch.
Nice cut back there by Swadek. Almost taking Judd to his back. Judd bailing out in on a
scramble.
No control awarded yet by the officials.
Oh, grab and scooch there. Keep scooching, maybe try to hook the ankle by Swatik. Yeah. Don't worry about your arm, crossface maybe.
As we break in the middle. I want to thank you folks for tuning in. After 50 people at one point, I know, as getting down here in the finals. Got 38 folks watching right now. Thank you on behalf of John, Jared, and myself. It's been a great day here at the Sparta Invite. Always a well-run tournament with good competition. 5 finals matches left. Here we are in the middle of the 170-pound final. A couple of good exchanges here between Swadek and Judd.
Yeah, trying to work that rush and get in a good head position to get a shot in. Looks like Swadek isn't really making that easy for him.
Judd, who was a state qualifier at 170 last year, looking to make his way back to the Cole Center.
Good follow there. He is a wizard. Yeah, it's dangerous. Yeah, left his head wide open.
And Swadek just hanging out on that wizard.
Yeah.
A second too long. An athlete like Judd going to take advantage of that.
Short time here, though. 7 seconds on the edge. Let's see. Not going to get it, looks like. Nope. Good fight by Swadek.
It looks like we'll head to the second period. Nice job, like you said, Jared, by Swadek just to get to this point. He is proficient on top, I would say.
Shocker, folks. We have more blood time today.
Seems to be almost the theme of the finals so far.
Or close to the day after that one match where we saw so much. But, hey, that's wrestling. That's why we get those fun big masks for when blood won't stop.
Leneisen still making the flip here. We'll get a decision on who
It'll be
wrestles
Judd.
where to start the second.
Yeah, looks like Judd declined or deferred. And Swadek went down. Honestly, after that first period, I still think Swadek's in this based on the kind of the craziness and kind of the different positions they end up, almost having him in a pinning position to start.
Yeah, Swadek dangerous in the top position. Now for him, it's just a matter of getting theirs right now.
Ooh,
Trying to get
yep.
his hips away for an escape, but Judd holding strong and looking
Yeah,
for a mat return.
could get potential stalling against Judd here if you can't bring him back down.
Just basically dragging him down.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, that was interesting. Looked like he might have been trying to go for a 2-1-1 tilt, like a back trip, but then just kind of got the mat return.
Swadek building back up to a quad pod again. Judd just lifting that ankle, making it hard for Swadek to stay mobile.
Just keep hand fighting.
And Judd pulling Swadek back in. Doing a good job.
Yeah, I was going to say that had to be stalling at some point.
That's just not a position you want to be in if you're the one in control, Jared.
No, not at all. Yeah, that's when Judd needs to know. Either just let him go or just try to do your best to get it. Swadek with the good hustle there, doing what he needs to get that stalling call while still trying to work for an escape.
Yeah, Swadek, as I said, I've just been racking up the matches recently. Started off 0-3 at Jared, and then since then has been 16-6 with the 7th place finish at Bi-State.
I think regardless of the record, just seeing the results at bigger tournaments such as Bi-State and whatnot, I mean, coaches should know, just toss the record out the window when you see how well they've done at bigger tournaments such as that. Especially when you're two losses at the Clash.
Swadek now gets the escape midway through the second period, makes it 5-1 in favor of Judd.
Let's see, working that collar tie. Be careful with the collar tie. It might be what Judd wants to get in a slide by or maybe just waste time. Yeah. Hard to get much action going when the collar ties in so tight like that. You usually want to stay head-to-head.
Yeah, Swadek, trying to get to that scramble position, but Judd kind of counteracted that with his strength and his defense right now.
Swadek went for a nice little head fake double. There you go, get the behind.
Judd still holding on to that arm.
He has a leg hook. That should be 2 for Swadek. That's a big move there to make it 5-3, end of 2, and I believe Judd still has a stalling point or stalling call on him too. Just gotta hold him, stay on the leg. Smart. That'll do.
Wow, and a huge takedown there by Swadek.
Yeah.
Otherwise, going into that third period up 5-1, Judd really could have just afforded himself just the ability to slow down the match even more, but now with that stall warning against you, got to have a little bit of a sense of urgency here if you're Judd.
That kind of shows important how that hustle was for Swadek in that first period towards the end to not get an escape and a stalling call. Let's see if we can bar this up here.
So he has a hammer lock going right now, Jared.
Could do hammer, try to stretch out. Don't want to try to force something too hard now.
Hey, going into that claw.
Double legs now, too. Watch for potentially dangerous, though, once they start standing up. I'm kind of surprised he dropped the hammer lock to go to double legs. I thought it would have been a pretty solid move to go for a nice quick 2.
Well, I think at this juncture down to
might be time now. What time would you think about cutting them?
I don't know. After seeing the exchanges on their feet, I almost think if you're Swadek, you try to go for a turn the whole period.
Well,
this is your best position.
Oh, that answers the question.
The coach is not agreeing with me as we get to our feet.
Yeah.
That's why I'm up here, folks.
Yep, exactly. That's why we aren't coaches anymore. We're too pretty to be coaches, and we have voices for radio.
And faces for radio too.
Hey, they can't see you on the radio.
Ooh, at the Oklahoma, it could be a big move here. No, I couldn't get it. That might be the end of it unless we can see something wild. Swadek only down 5, so if you get a Peterson or something here, that could be a big 5-pointer.
So now hanging out in a tight waist here. Huge takedown there to really open things up.
Yep, keep fighting, Swadek. Don't give up. Oh. Judd with a nice little crossface as a reminder not to try a headlock.
Good shoulder roll by Swanwick.
Yeah. Oh,
Able to
look at
get
those
his
hips. Get those
over.
hips. Good hips,
And
though.
does get the escape with 10 seconds left.
Just
Might be
got
too
to
little,
win it
too
here.
late. Man, Judd bailing out at the last second. Could have had a tie matchup just like that, Jared.
That was pretty interesting there. Good, got lucky with the good hips there. Yeah, that'll be it, folks. I don't know if Judge should have got the two, but it's a no point. Good match by both.
And I still would have liked to have seen Swada go to work on top for a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's why the coaches make the big bucks, I guess.
That's right. Easy to work in hindsight from up here.
Yeah, to help you calling us Captain Hindsights.
As we get to 182 pounds, we're going to see Jackson Schrammick of Blair Taylor taking on Bennett Rhodes of Reedsburg. Over in the, I don't think there's a third place match at 170, so that's why we didn't report on the finals or the third place result there.
Yeah, there was, I believe, an injury default going into it. I can't remember exactly. I think the Morona wrestler, if I'm correct, at 170 was the one that got injured in his semis, and then I think it was his knee.
Once we get started here at 180. Oh, looks like we're announcing some place winners right now, which maybe they were doing that the whole time, and I was just blocked by the
Yes,
printer.
they have, Teague. Yes, they have.
All right.
Hey, very, very into it with the wrestling, very oblivious to everything else. That's why we love you.
All right, now we have Schrammick and Rhodes towing the line here. I've been talking about the theme with 182 today. A lot of guys with the chance to prove themselves with the finals appearance, but Schrammick, if you look at it accolades wise, just you'd say he's the favorite on paper, him versus the field, but Rhodes with the chance to prove himself here.
Yeah, never say never, man. If Dan Gable can lose, anyone can.
That is a point I can't refute. Schrammick hanging out in a collar tie right now.
I'll just say, like any other sports, the longer it stays tied or close, the more I give it to the underdog. Give them an opportunity to pull it out.
Yeah, we'll see what Rhodes can do to keep it close here. Right now, kind of keeping his distance, but I only saw the Schrammick in that semifinals match. He kept things kind of close, and then he started opening it up a little bit. So I think the gas tank, no issue for the senior out of Blair Taylor.
Ooh, yeah, that was a
Schrammick
good
in on
takedown
a
there.
good shot. Sorry, the junior out of Blair Taylor is now up 2-0.
That was kind of a beautiful elbow pass into a nice little kind of single pickup.
Well, hey, we got a question answered from earlier. Wondered what would happen if the Marshfield boys wrestled each other in this final match, and didn't double forfeit. Get to see Richardson and Seidel over on mat number 1 wrestling for third. So respect to them for still going out there and towing the line against each other.
Honestly, I think you have to. Yeah, I think it's kind of a pride thing. I mean, plus it's kind of fun to wrestle your body. So I think I would do it. Why not?
And looks like, believe it or not, folks, we have blood time here on mat number 2.
Oh, boy. Sorry to the folks that are playing a drinking game every time you hear blood time.
Yeah, it seems like it's happened basically every match now.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe it's something to do with the weather. Maybe everyone's struggling to get enough iron in their blood. Oh, here we go again. 2-1. Schrammick up 2-1 over Rhodes.
Yeah, Rhodes after the escape, cutting the deficit here, but we'll see if he can fend off the attack from Schrammick. These last 25 seconds.
Really loving all the shot fakes from Schrammick, though.
Oh,
Ooh, yeah, that was a beautiful trip.
Almost right to Rhodes' back. Nonetheless, going to get a takedown and make it 4-1. We'll probably see him go for the ride out here to end the first period. Rhodes trying to work up, but that's a lot of human to work up from at this point in time.
Yeah, Schrammick, when he came in for that one trip, kind of looked like a tank coming at him. All right, Red's choice. So Rhodes, he'll decline. Oh, looks like Schrammick is going to go neutral. Oh, more blood. Hate to see it.
Yeah, at least it happened at the end of the period, so I think we'll see them flip the coin, flip the disc.
It's they already flipped and everything. Schrammick's choice will go neutral after Rhodes deferred.
So we're going to head into the second 4-1 match right now. And never mind, a little false alarm there.
Gotcha, folks. Sorry.
Really setting the people up for a potential classic if this one ends up being close.
So, due to having the honors of helping be part of the committee to select the most outstanding wrestler, obviously I don't want to give the hand away, but is there any wrestlers you kind of lean towards so far? Might have some favorites for you?
Well, I was going to say, depending on the 126 result, the winner of that bracket. But, I think Duke's with that pin over Campbell. Definitely helped his case at 126, but also Cradaville had a pretty good
I was going to say Cradaville has been looking really good. So is Hoyt, I think, might be my choice. Yeah.
It's, there's a handful of guys to choose from. The committee up here will figure things out.
Got big old brain trust up here. And we're back to the action after all the blood time. Oh, what a takedown by Schrammick. Man, it's just scary thinking of him coming at you for the takedown. Reminds me, obviously, coming back to my roots, thinking of Stephen Buchanan with his takedowns back in Nilsville. I would always be terrified to go to wrestling practice when I was back home because I knew he would be there.
Schrammick now, we'll see if he just goes to work on top here for a little bit over Rhodes, which I give him credit for making it to the finals. Right now, just looking a little overmatched against Schrammick.
Yeah. Like we mentioned, some other guys. We mentioned earlier Connolly with his run to the finals. I mean, just taking pride in the people you beat, put that's a little notch in your belt, and then keep looking at that going forward as ways to continue to improve. Like you've already set your mark as this, and then how higher can I go?
6'2" it's like Schrammick does want to keep going to work on his feet here. As Rhodes trying to go in on a shot, but
just too quick a feet by Schrammick there and got to go behind. Yeah, Rhodes might get hit with stalling if he doesn't start trying to keep working up to his base.
Yeah, I see now just in this position, Rhodes with his hips flat.
Yeah.
And I think part of it is, what do you even do here?
Yeah, especially with Schrammick on top of you.
Constant pressure. Now I'm going to pick up some near fall and switching off to that half, maybe looking
he might look for a fall here with the half. That's getting, yeah. We might see a fall here.
And there it is, the finish on a mat number 2 between Rhodes and Schrammick. We got 24 seconds left on mat 3 between Seidel and Richardson.
Both from Marshfield.
Yeah, I can't see the ankle band, so I wouldn't be able to differentiate them anyways. All right, looks like Seidel's on top, up 5-1. Well, we'll just keep things over here on mat 2 as they'll be announcing the place winners here for 170.
You don't think the fans would like to see 2 Tigers battle? I would pay good money to see 2 Tigers battle, Teague.
Yeah, that's totally fair. They had their opportunity at 145 too, I think. It looks like they announced the place winners here at 170. A little preview. We have Brian Rogstad of Blair Taylor taking on Luke Stotts of a Baraboo. Rogstad coming into this tournament as the 3 seed, pinning Preston Wampler of Adams Friendship in the semifinals. Stotts the 1 seed, 33-3 on the year for the senior out of Baraboo. Rankings-wise, Stotts coming in ranked 4th behind some pretty household names, I would say. Was a state qualifier at 182 last year for the Thunderbirds. Well, we can check out Division III ranking, see if Rogstad's made his way in here. But got to feel pretty good if you're the Blair Taylor coaches, having Rogstad and Schrammick in the same weight class. Or not in the same weight class, in the same wrestling
back to
room,
back,
but
yeah.
Stotts getting the quick takedown.
Yeah, that was a great little takedown there. That's one of the nice things about having a guy around your way. You just have someone to help continue to push and improve each other. Yeah, looks like just kind of riding top right now. Cross body ride with leg in. Let's see if he can hit it. Being smart with where he is on the mat, too. Maybe just hip in and try to get a good crossface.
Working at the edge of the mat right now.
Yeah, maybe trying to catch an arm there, trap it into that bar. We'll see.
And Boone, just keep in mind, Jared, just keep in mind if it's
Jared, Boone, they're both my name. I'm fine. Yeah. Jared Boone.
This match goes without blood time. Just remember that Mat 1 did have blood time, so I think the streak continues here.
Oh, gosh.
As,
Oh, golly gee.
With a tough ride right now on Rogstad. 35 seconds left now in the first period. Good holiday tournaments for both these 195-pounders, as Stotts had a 7th place finish at the Bi-State Classic. Rogstad went up to the Northern Badger and finished 11th. So Stotts, the leg in, looking to cast over. I think Rogstad just holding on to the wrist.
Let's see what happens here. Short time, 7 seconds. I don't think really much of anything will happen. Let's just restart in the next one, next period.
All right, we'll head to the second period. Luke Stotts out of Baraboo up 2-0 right now on Brian Rogstad out of Blair Taylor.
Rogstad with the cornrows really giving me flashbacks of Sirianni this past year with Michigan.
Kind of also reminds me a little bit Preston Spray during D1 State last year as well. Looking at team race stuff here, Marshfield did end up jumping ahead of Reedsburg here in the finals. Up 7.5 points.
Tough championship round for Reedsburg. Lots of the guys in the finals didn't see the success they needed. Obviously, it's still have Gonzalez left, but I don't know if that'll be enough. I don't know, boy, hasn't made a Saturday Night Rider or body lock or body scissors. Yeah, hasn't flat the legs in, trying to work a half here. Guy's near fall. They might try to force a power half here, so we'll see what happens by Stotts on the Rogstad. Oh, yeah, Rogstad got hit with stalling, so that's been down in that position when a dude has double legs and you're in bottom. It's tough to get up. You just got to keep on persevering or getting tagged by the stalling.
And Stotts with a dominant 6-0 lead midway through this
Ooh.
match. Oh,
Pop.
big crossface there. And didn't even come from too far away, but definitely had the power behind it,
Yeah,
Jared.
sheesh. Either that or just using their knuckles into the bridge of the nose. Either will work. Just got to cause them discomfort, I
Just
guess.
looking to force that cradle in.
Oh!
Almost
Oh, danger,
pulled
danger
Rogstad
zone.
over.
Danger zone.
And Stott's able to
Yeah.
stay in control there. I think just getting frustrated, looking to end things
Yeah.
early.
I think he got pretty fortunate to have good hips there. That was dangerous.
And Stott's just still working that crossface. Rockstead just can't get anything done on bottom. You can tell Stott's definitely getting a little frustrated.
Yeah. That looks like Rodstad's going neutral, so maybe you can see even get a big move here to get a win.
Stott's just getting in on
Yeah,
a single
that
leg
was-
right away.
That was quick.
Switching off to
Nah,
a double.
good
No
wizard, good
score yet,
wizard.
though.
Good wizard. Good job flipping your hips there by Rockstad. Yeah, I think Rockstead just kind of needs to try to work in his offense here now. Let Stotts get little shots in, because every time Stotts took a shot, he's in there pretty quick. Maybe work some hand control.
Yeah, we've seen some good defense here by Rockstad, but now what are you going to do to try and get in on a shot here?
Yeah, well, he got in pretty deep and
Stotts
just
with
didn't
another
stop.
double there as he covers the hips and secures another takedown to go up 8-0 now.
He not only got in deep on that shot, but he just got a solid continuation on it, too.
Now we got 1 minute left in the third period. 8-0 match, but I'd say Stotts in control throughout the match.
How could he not call it? It's there.
Thank you.
And
Over on the mat number 1, there was a defensive pin.
defensive pin on one over there. Tristan Zerflew having national flashbacks behind me.
National nightmare.
We're also joined up here by former Sparta wrestler Tristan Zerflew, who also wrestled down at Luther College. Great to have him up here. Yeah, and he's done something great for the wrestling community. He's gotten to refereeing, so anyone who also loves wrestling too and isn't into coaching or anything, I highly suggest getting into refereeing. We always need them, so don't be afraid to get out there. I mean, you don't have to worry about the parents too bad or anything.
Tristan also joined by his dad, Scott, who was the JV coach for Sparta for a little bit. We had a couple good battles back in the day on the JV mats, I'd say.
Teague's old heydays.
So we come to a close here.
Yeah, looks like it'll be 8-0. 8-0 for Stotts over Rockstock. Who do you have coming up for 220? Right, Gonzalez or who else? Who's that 220?
And folks, that brings us to yet another match here where I think, maybe it could take into consideration one of the two here, depending on who wins. But again, another finals match I've been looking forward to. You have Mr. Jesus Gonzalez out of Reedsburg taking on Mr. Tater Salad himself, Ron White of Holman.
Oh, boy.
He's known Quesero Gigante, but I'll take tater salad.
You cannot hear my inaudible sighs, but yeah.
Hey,
Oh.
you enjoyed it to start the day.
Yeah, sure.
We have White, a 29-9 senior for the Vikings. Gonzalez, a 31-0 junior for the Beavers.
Yep. Let's just sit back and enjoy this match. I think it'll be a good one. So we're going silent, folks.
No, over.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
God, I'm really pranked him.
Got him. Hopefully it'll be a good, fast-paced match, especially with Gonzalez involved.
Real quick, third place match. Holman Zach Scherfeld, Chippewa Falls' Grady Frederick. But yeah, last year Ron White, a sectional qualifier for the Vikings. Gonzalez at heavyweight, a state qualifier for the Beavers. So making the move down to 220 this year. And I think the transition helping him a little bit as Gonzalez in early on a 2-on-1.
Oh, yeah. Had a good little elbow pass open there.
Little shot fake here by the Reedsburg Junior, and White trying to take things upper body here.
Yeah, might need a little bit more of a setup for a shot like that, especially with how strong White might be.
White hanging out in that underhook now.
Ooh, might see a good fireman's here. If he can
Could see
jump.
a Kelly here by Gonzalez. White staying square with
he
them
has
in
the
the
front
front
headlock.
head.
He's going to use it.
And you don't want to get that elbow too
they're
deep
out.
against Gonzalez. 53 seconds in, 220 pounds, and this might be some of the most action we've seen in the first period so far, this championship session.
It's all about attitude.
Gonzalez actively searching for that 2-on-1.
Yeah, he has a Russian right now. Let's see if he can get in a good head position with it, though. That's a tricky part. There, oh, I thought he might have had it there.
Might had an over-under for a second.
Yeah. Looks like he had a solid under, try to pop it to a sweep single or something. Yeah, just a little snatch single. Oh, not a position you want to be in.
Catching White out of position just for a second. Seemed like it fell asleep there for a moment, Jared, and Gonzalez taking full advantage of his opportunities. He goes up 2-0 now, 15 seconds left in the first period.
Oh, yeah, he has a hammerlock now. Let's see if he can get the oh, let's see. Not enough time, I don't know. Good offensive route, don't give up. Oh, that was close, but yeah, I think time was up before he got the escape. Yep, so it'd be White's choice. He defers, goes to Gonzalez. Yeah, Gonzalez is going to go neutral. He likes what he was seeing while on feet.
Yeah, I didn't want to. White pretty proficient on top with his leg riding. I think that's not a position you want to get caught in, especially at this weight.
Yeah. Once they get that guy on top of you with his legs and with all that weight, it just feels like you're in a vacuum. Yeah, that snatch single just right there for him. See if he can finish it. Good wizard to keep the leg outside.
Oh, able to keep his head up for a second. Squares up. Great defense by White.
You see what White was looking for? That nice little head snatch and that flurry of action. Like staying smart the way you think could work.
Now if you're White, how are you going to generate offense of your own here? And
just coming in for the tackle.
White greedy for the throw. Still holding on to the leg.
Good. Yicky might get it.
Is he able to dump Gonzalez? White swimming for the head at the edge of the mat.
That was interesting. I'm not sure what happened with Gonzalez there. Looks like his leg kind of gave out.
Well, glad to see Gonzalez is okay. I think he might have just tripped up for a second. And sometimes you'll see wrestlers on the other end, not go for a shot. Maybe just let it play out. But I like to see White.
Most of the times you're just
kind
of stupefied just because it's just not what you're expecting. You're going up against another great wrestler. So I guess just having the smart reaction to it. Gotta watch out for those invisible banana peels.
2-0, 55 seconds left in the second period, but no shortage of excitement so far this 220-pound finals match.
Oh, another little snatch single. Let's see if White can keep the wizard in. No, not this time. Yeah, it looks like that snatch single, just White can't stop it today.
Yeah, Gonzalez right now ranked second at 220 pounds. White comes in on the watch list in Division I at 220. White still holding his own, but Gonzalez I think athleticism has proven a little bit too much for White at the moment.
It just kind of blowing my mind. He went to heavyweight last year to try for state. I mean, just see him at 220, wild.
Great awareness there by Gonzalez just to keep holding on to the leg and take the action out of bounds.
Potentially, I mean, that's one thing though. Like these basketball, even if it gets to the end, they kind of do the. They won't. Like I wish they would, because then it does add some subjectivity to
So yeah, head to the third period. It looks like White wanted to go on his feet here. We got stalling against White. Is that the second shoelace we've seen in the finals?
Yeah, that is the second one. That is a point. Or is it just a stalling call, I believe?
Yeah, it will be a stall call against White. Just a warning out.
I like how they're coming into each of their lockups like they're WWE wrestlers. It makes me think of Hulk Hogan and Ultimate Warrior back in the day.
Pressing the default buttons. Oh, White with an over-under again.
Yeah,
and
ooh, let's see if he can dump him here.
Gonzalez switching off to the high. See,
I think
White holding on to that near
I think
ankle.
White might be in a better position here. Yes, he is.
Breaking Gonzalez flat. Needs to keep moving as to not force a stalemate
White
here.
needs to get pressure on the head here. Crossface him. He has a leg. Yeah.
Oh, and if you're White, you just got to keep moving,
Yeah.
keep the action going.
You just got to got the pressure in the head there. You just got to keep going, especially when you had him broken flat.
Give the refs as little reason possible to call stalemate in that situation.
Yep. Especially when you're in an opportune position down 4 in the third here. See what White can do.
Gonzalez getting back to a 2-on-1.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see if he'll just try to pop the arm up, and yep, there it is, a snatch single. That's been his bread and butter this whole match.
Just automatic with it now, a 7-0 after that second stall call against White.
Yeah, I think Gonzalez mainly kept his match how he wanted it the whole time. Working those snatch singles, not really allowing White to get in positions to be threatening. Besides in that one first period when they rumbled and Gonzalez almost got caught, that's all I can think of. Really wrestled his match today.
Yeah, Gonzalez is doing a good job of making sure he stays on the attack. And, it'll be interesting to see what we have for the first and third place matches. I know we're going to have a little Sparta versus Marshfield action as Gonzalez takes White to his back.
Yeah,
now.
wow, gets the finish with 10 seconds left. What a way to finish a match in a tourney.
And Jesus Gonzalez with yet another dominant tournament showing of this year.
He looked pretty good out there, mainly controlled, did his own offense, got those snatch singles. Nothing else was really working for him, but those snatch singles, man, who cares? Got into a fall.
Comes out of his, going into the next phase of his junior campaign, a 32-0 on the year. And Jared, that brings us to the last round, last two matches.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Sparta Invite.
this is the best weight here. This is the money weight. Honestly, I get a little bit mad at people who leave before the look. I mean, all the people leaving before the heavyweights even get the wrestle.
Well, hey, right now, 34 folks tuned in on the heavyweight action.
Hey, well, shout out to all 34 of you. Thank you and appreciate you showing the love all the heavyweights. I mean, it's just unfair that everyone just kind of leaves when it's their time to shine. So, I mean, thankful to everyone tuning in to watch the heavyweights and whatnot.
Love to see all tuning in. I got senior Adrian Kruger of Marshfield representing the Tigers, and then Caden Zweifel, the 25-6 sophomore out of Sparta.
Zweifel has been fun to watch today. Honestly, I don't really have any rooting interest, but I kind of want him to win.
And Zweifel looking to cap off the Sparta Invite with a win on his home mat.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would be a kind of Kruger getting a win here. It would be kind of a feather in the cap for Marshall with how they performed in the championship rounds. I mean, they won't get the team win, but I mean, they really showed out and proved it here in the finals.
And looking at trying to update, Reedsburg finishes a point behind Marshfield, Jared, in the team race, regardless of how Kruger does here in the finals.
Yeah, I think things are kind of set in stone with the team scores now. I don't think Reedsburg has anyone left to score.
Yeah, we only have 2 matches left.
Yeah, when you only got 2 left, it kind of narrows it down.
Marshfield, just like you said, with their final showing, yeah, I think head coach Cody C gonna play it close to the chest and not cause himself.
Yeah,
to
looks
lose
like
a
they're
point
battling
here.
for inside control here for because whoever I think trying to decide whoever gets inside control over out.
Don Matt. Kruger last year wrestling for the Tigers was an instrumental part of their
Let's see
state semifinal.
Let's see if he might go for a jab wizard after trying to fireman's. I mean, Zweifel, he has a perfect stature for hitting jab wizards.
And it is a stall.
It's good.
but I know these.
That's Weifel, who ended up placing 7th, I believe, at the bi-state at heavyweight. Just impressive showing so far as a sophomore. Oh, good slide by Kruger. Zweifel squaring up with him, and Kruger with the double boot.
Yeah, but he might be high. Let's see what happens.
Zweifel bounce him off.
What? What just happened there?
What?
What?
Now getting a reversal.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
What a sequence here at heavyweight, folks. This is why you
Oh
stay
my
tuned
God.
in till the
Yeah,
end.
I'd be concerned for. I'm a little bit concerned for Kruger after that impact. I've never seen that.
Could barely tell. Kruger almost pulled Zweifel back, or Zweifel intentionally just tried to splash bomb him there almost.
That was something else, folks.
Worked out in his favor as
That's why you stay for the heavyweights. You don't know what you're going to see, especially after state last year with Massa. Let's see action. Maybe locked hands there. No.
and start the second. Kruger making it 5-3 now. Hey, we know he can go to work on his feet here. I think he might just keep things on his feet, though, from now on, Jaron.
Yeah. Whew. Man, I feel bad for Kruger still after that impact. That would knock the wind out of me.
That move ain't gonna work on him. Like throwing a fire hydrant.
Yeah.
And so at bi-state, Zweifel finishing 10th, Kruger finishing 7th at heavyweight. Maybe it's I'll check and see if they met up in the bracket at all.
Big bracket to go over.
Yeah, Kruger beats Zweifel 3-1 in sudden victory in the quarterfinals.
So right now we're seeing that 5-3 midway through the second period. Zweifel up. So we'll see. Let's see if they have a replay of that 3-1. If we get a little overtime here, I think that'll be a cherry on top of this tournament. Let's ride.
Sorry, that was a round of 16 matchup that was, not a quarterfinal match. Just Kruger in
I
on
like
another
the shot there, though. That was pretty. I like the shot by Kruger, and he kept rolling. Impressive by Zweifel to keep his distance.
Over on mat 1 at Keenan, Joseph of New Lisbon's up 2-1 on Tristan Brennan of Holman. At 50 seconds left here in the second period. Kruger looking to get another takedown to knot things up.
Ooh, good shot there. See if he can finish.
Basically just grabbing the leg there.
Yeah, he got in deep, but can connect his hands. I mean, Kruger has plenty of times, but you don't really want to dawdle.
Another shot attempt, and now here's the thing: Zweifel with that big move has the benefit to slow the match down a little bit.
Yeah, 10 seconds left here in the second. Zweifel up 5-3.
And it will be Zweifel's choice heading into the third.
I'm curious what he'll choose. He's up 5-3. I mean, do you want to risk going down, potentially getting turned, especially at heavyweight?
Have the double boots in for a second, so.
Yeah, looks like they might be going down.
And fitting we get a little blood time.
Oh boy!
Before the third period.
Yeah, poor John Mack. He's hungry. Getting tired of all the blood time.
I don't want to give any spoilers, but I just talked to Trig and he said Mahomes went out.
Over on mat number
Did you hear that?
1, it's a 2-1 match still between Joseph and Brennan in the third period. And Kruger wanted to take things neutral. So going to be 6-3 now. So we either need one big move here by Kruger or a couple of takedowns in general.
Let's see what happens. They're both kind of pummeling for inside control here.
Oh, and Kruger taking things up her body here. The senior from Marshfield with 90 seconds left.
Honestly, I think Kruger could pull it off. He just got to keep pushing. Kruger was taking great shots. I think he was just kind of lacking a little bit of a setup that's giving Zweifel enough time to react.
Looking again for a slide by.
Let's just say the crowd here is feeling it too. With both supporters really coming out for their heavyweights right now.
Yeah, Marshfield coach Cody C. urging his wrestler to just keep the momentum going.
Yeah, dude, Cody's saying attack, 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 and that's what he has to do. Zweifel being smart and circling, though.
Got plenty of fans from neither of these teams in the stands right now.
Yeah.
Kruger just can't seem to get to the legs. I think you got to find a slide by or a drag or something.
He's just, yeah.
Oh, there's a point there for Kruger, a stall against Zweifel.
Let's see what happens here. Zweifel up 6-4 over Kruger. Let's see. Ooh, try to do like an arm drag. Just keep attacking. There it is. Ran out of space. He had it too.
The reshot blast double to try and tie things up.
He finally caught Zweifel off guard and then ran out of room, but of course, blood time.
So 27 seconds left as Adrian Kruger have one good shot and even more importantly, one good finish left in him.
Well, let's see, 25 seconds. I mean, how many?
A snap down here. Zweifel able to square up again. Oh, blast double by Kruger.
Yes, he might get it.
Taking Zweifel down almost to his back. And it is 6
Let's
to 6
see what happens.
now.
10
seconds left in the third period. Can Zweifel get the stand
Keep
up?
the leg. Just hold. Just has
Gets the leg away, and Caden Zweifel closes out the Sparta Invite with a victory on his home mat. What a way to finish this tournament, folks.
Wow. Like I said, baby, there will be fireworks.
And
you love to see it. Is that a revenge win from Bi-State too, isn't it?
Exactly. And the revenge from losing to Kruger and sudden
another
victory
pin
at
on your
Bi-State.
jacket.
And folks, thank you once again for tuning in. Holman winning the team battle today. Marshfield second, Reedsburg third. But how about Caden Zweifel putting the cherry on top of a good day?
Yeah. Honestly, Tig, if I'm gonna say anyone was a real winner today, it was the fans.
It was indeed the fans, Jared.
Especially the fans who wait for the heavyweights. Especially those fans.
Folks, signing off one more time on behalf of Jared and John and myself. I want to thank you all for tuning in. I am Teak Fenwick, and everybody have a great night.